The Black Lizard Big Book of Black Mask Stories. Edited by Otto Penzler. Number 11. The Color of Honor. Richard Connell. Richard Edward Connell, 1893 to 1949, was born in Dutchess County, New York, and went to Harvard, where he edited the Daily Crimson and the Harvard Lampoon. He took a job as a reporter for the New York American, then became an advertising copywriter. After serving in World War I, he became a full-time freelance writer, moving to Hollywood in 1925 to work in the film industry, writing stories for several films as well as a large number of short stories for the pulps and the top American slick magazines. His most famous story, and one of the most anthologized stories ever written, was The Most Dangerous Game, the now familiar tale of a man, Sanger Rainsford, who falls off a ship traveling up the Amazon River and saves himself by swimming to an island where he is greeted by General Zaroff. Ensconced in a luxurious mansion, Zaroff is a dedicated hunter whose passion for the sport has driven him to pursue the ultimate game, man, and Rainsford is the prey. The story has been filmed numerous times, sometimes credited as with The Most Dangerous Game, 1932 RKO starring Joel McRae and Fay Wray, A Game of Death, 1945 RKO with John Loder, and Run for the Sun, 1956 United Artists, with Richard Widmark and Jane Greer. Films based on other Connell stories include F-Man, 1936 Paramount with Jack Haley, and Brother Orchid, 1940 Warner Brothers with Edward G. Robinson, Ann Southern, and Humphrey Bogart. The Color of Honor was published in the June 1923 issue.
The Color of Honor. When Cater Courtney was 11 years old, his father whipped him with a black snake whip until he could hardly stand, because the boy, in some juvenile game with some lads from a nearby plantation, had cheated. Afterward, the father talked to his son in the paneled library of the old house. "You see your great-uncle, Carroll Courtney, up there?" said the father, pointing to a picture, done in oil, of a darkly handsome man in a gray uniform. The boy nodded. He was very white, but not once through it all had he sobbed. "General Lee trusted him," went on the father. "He trusted him, son, because he knew the stuff the Courtneys are made of. At Shiloh, your great-uncle could have saved himself from death by one little act of dishonor. Most men wouldn't have thought it dishonorable at all, but of course he didn't. He remembered that he was a Courtney, and Courtneys do not cheat or lie or do any dishonorable action. They stand by their word and by their kind. You are a Courtney, son, the last of the name when I am gone. And while the breath of life is in you, you must not forget the proud name you bear." The boy nodded again. "Now shake hands with me, Cater," said the father. "I hope I didn't hurt you much." The boy held out his hand to his father. His father never again had any occasion to whip him for cheating. When Cater Courtney was nearing 30 and was still unmarried, his father died, and from him Cater inherited many broad acres of rich cotton land, and the great pillared house in its grove of live oaks. He was a serious young man, tall, sun-bronzed, almost saturnine of aspect, and he took seriously his duties as overlord of the estate, with almost feudal powers over the men and women who lived on it and worked for him. One night in the early autumn he sat in the library talking with a guest, a man from the north, whom he had known in college. "But I tell you, Godwin, you can never understand," said Cater Courtney, his voice low and tense. Godwin puffed at his pipe before he answered. Men are men, he said finally. Courtney shook his head impatiently. There are white men, he said, and there are black men. But, returned Godwin, they are both men. Color doesn't count. Underneath, there's no difference. You're wrong, Godwin. A northerner just can't understand, but there are differences, real differences. For example, did you ever see a nigger who was a gentleman? Godwin laughed. There are precious few white gentlemen, he said. Granted, but there are some. Yes, of course. Well, what are the marks of a gentleman? Honor first, I suppose, said Godwin. Precisely. Honor. But a nigger with honor? That's ridiculous, Godwin. Is it? It is. I know. I've handled niggers for years, thousands of them. I've over 200 on my place right now. I know them as you could never know them, Godwin. I tell you, it's not only their skins that are black, they're black all through. But they've had no chance, Godwin replied, down here. That's why I suggested to John Greele that he start a school here. Courtney's tanned face showed that the subject of Greele had been discussed, and that it was an unpleasant one. Godwin, said Courtney, you're an old friend of mine, and I'm going to take the liberty of speaking very frankly to you. Down here, we feel capable of managing our own affairs. We don't want Greele, and we don't want his school. Godwin shrugged his shoulders. It's too late to prevent Greele coming, he said. Even if I agreed with you that the Negro is invincibly ignorant and that schooling will do him no good, Greele's mind is made up, and you know what a determined fellow he is. How should I? He was in college in your time. What of it? I don't make a point of associating with niggers, Godwin. Well, you've seen the plucky way he played football, said Godwin with a laugh. Let him stay up north. There's work enough for him up there. Courtney's voice had a menace in it. I tell you, Godwin, Greele's not wanted here, and you would be doing him a service to tell him so. The men around here haven't much patience with these fancy, educated northern niggers. Godwin made no reply. For a time, he smoked. You won't help the school, then, Courtney? I will not. Godwin stood up. It's getting near my train time, he said. I better be starting. Sorry you have to go, Godwin. I don't get much civilized society these days. Lots of old families down here, but pretty well gone to seed. Mammy Stella, my housekeeper, would call them refined but uneducate. Really? Yes, you've no idea how they resist any new methods in farming, and of course the niggers are impossible. They will do things the way their grandfathers did them. You've tried to teach the Negroes, then? Have I tried? Till my head nearly burst. They seem to work hard. I noticed that in the fields today. Oh, I get a lot of work out of them. They're a little afraid of me. They know I'll stand no nonsense from them. Also, they know I'll treat them squarely. You've no idea, Godwin, what children they are. I have to feed them, clothe them, nurse them, and bury them. But it isn't gratitude that makes them work. It's fear. Fear? Yes. Even their motives are dark. They need education. Now, Greele's school— Courtney held up his hand. His face tightened into stern lines. Please, let's not discuss that any more. I won't stand for Greele in his school. That's final. There's the car outside. I'll ride down to the station with you. Chapter 2. 10 white men sat around the long mahogany table in the library of Cater Courtney's house, and from their faces and their manner it was clear that business of a most serious nature had brought them together. They were men whose faces had long known the sun, prosperous-appearing men, who among them owned most of the good farming land in the county. Sam Hull, big-faced, untidy in a wrinkled suit, was speaking. "Yes, sirs," he was saying, an overtone of hate in his voice. "Right now, it is the time to call a halt. Learn 'em a lesson they won't forget in a hurry. They got one coming to 'em. I reckon y'all have noticed how they've been getting out of hand of late." The men about the table nodded and growled. Cater Courtney at the head of the table said, Yes, I guess we all have. Go on, Sam." "But this is the last thing. That's the limit with me." "You mean that voting business, Sam?" asked one of the men. The big-faced planter nodded. "But what were the facts, Sam? I was down to Mobile when it happened." "Well," said Hull, "last week on registration day, over at Live Oaks Corners, little Ned Harris, the election clerk, was dozing in the polling place when in come two niggers, that big boy Ike that works for Cassius Pryor, and Courtney's boy Matt. Ned Harris sings out, 'What in the hell do you want here?' And do you know what Matt says?" The narrator paused before he answered his own question. "Matt says, 'Mr. Harris, please, sir, we all would like to vote, if you please.' At first Ned Harris thought they was fooling, and he says, 'You want to what?' 'We want to vote,' says Ike and Matt together, like they had rehearsed. Well, you know what a hair-trigger temper Ned Harris has. 'You get out of here and get damn quick,' he says. And do you know what Ike says?" The listeners did not know, but expressed a keen interest in knowing. "Ike says, 'Mr. Harris, sir, in the Constitution of the United States it says we all can vote, and we want our constitutional rights.' Well, with that, Ned Harris jumps up to knock him down. But Ned ain't very strong, and the blow only staggers Ike. And do you know what Ike does?" The speaker looked round the ring of attentive eyes before continuing. "He pushes Ned Harris back into his seat and says, 'Mr. Harris, sir, you don't respect the Constitution.' And then he and Matt walks out." "Where are those two niggers now?" demanded one of the men sharply. "Matt's lit out," Cater Courtney informed him. "What about the other one, Ike?" "Oh, after what Cassius Pryor did to him, I guess he won't be over-anxious about his constitutional rights again." They all laughed. The man who had been in Mobile threw out a question. "How come these niggers are so glib about their constitutional rights? Those boys can't read, can they?" Courtney stood up. "Gentlemen," he said, "Telfair here has put his finger on the sore spot of the whole business. Who put these niggers up to act in this way? Ike and Matt and the rest of them haven't the brains or the nerve. Someone is behind them, telling them what to say. I reckon all of us know who I mean." There were growls of, "Greal, that skunk Greal." "I always figured, gentlemen," went on Courtney, "that the way to stop a thing is to stop it at its source." "In other words," interjected Sam Hull, "get Greal." "Precisely." They looked at each other. There was no dissension. "I had Greal come to see me last week," said Courtney. "He's a smart, educated nigger, not at all like the hands down here. He's full of a lot of wind about racial equality." He saw his words were goading them. He went on. "No, I didn't hit him. That's not the way to handle his kind. I just gave him a strong hint that if he valued his skin, he better take his school up north, where it would be appreciated." "Getting mighty polite, ain't you, Courtney?" one of the men suggested. "Oh, I didn't mince words. I told him point blank that if he didn't shut up his damn school and get out of the county, some night something highly unpleasant would happen to him. That was a week ago." "He's still here," said one planter. "And the school's still running," said another. "And the niggers are having their heads pumped full of nonsense," put in a third. "Dangerous nonsense for us," said a fourth. "That's why we're meeting here tonight, gentlemen," said Cater Courtney. We're the responsible white men of the community. What are we going to do? Greal has had his warning. He has ignored it. He told me a week ago he was going to stick. His duty to his people or some such rot. And he has stuck. We must teach him a lesson, Sam Hall declared, his voice rasping. We must teach them all a lesson. You don't mean... The man who interrupted did not finish his sentence. He was a small bird-faced man who appeared habitually never to finish anything. His tie was not tied, his buttons not buttoned. You know what we mean, Wood, said Courtney. Are you with us? Yes, of course. But good God, Courtney, is there no other way? You know how such things set the papers up north snarling at us. We can't afford... His voice trailed off, leaving the end of the sentence ragged, for Courtney's austere eye was on him, and there was contempt in it. Duty is duty, said Courtney, no matter how unpleasant it is. None of us likes to do what we're going to have to do, but if the whites are going to keep their place, the blacks have to be kept in theirs. I know, the little unfinished man twisted out the words. But this isn't right. It's... Courtney cut in. We can't be soft, Wood. We'll try not to hurt the man. That is, put in Sam Hall, if he listens to reason. But, Wood said, you know how Greal's not like the others. He's got guts. He'll fight back. He may... Suppose he does fight back, said Courtney. We can fight a bit ourselves, eh, gentlemen? Their laughter was hard. Well, when shall it be? Asked Sam Hall. Why not tonight? Cater Courtney said this. Tonight? Yes. Let's get it over with. It's got to be done. Good. Tonight. Yes, tonight. But I didn't come prepared, said Sam Hall. Nor I. Mine's home, too. Gentlemen, said Courtney, it's only 9. You'll have time to go to your homes and get what you require. Remember, we want to do this thing in an orderly, business-like manner. Shall we wear hoods? Asked one. Courtney considered. Yes, he said, that's a good idea. The niggers still have a superstitious dread of the old clan. Pillowcases with holes will do. When we get Greal, suggested Sam Hall, we can stage a little parade through the cabins. Might as well put the fear of God into them right while we're about it. He'll fight, I warn you, the unfinished man, Wood, quavered. He'll shoot. They did not wait for him to finish. Then there'll be one less fancy nigger in the world, said Sam Hall. We'll meet at 11 sharp, Courtney said. He spoke as an accepted leader. Under the oak at the crossroads. Each man will bring a gun, a hood, and a whip. No one is to speak a word till we order Greal to come out. He sleeps in that little shack about a half a mile from the crossroads near the old Claymore Creek Bridge. Let's set our watches now. 11 sharp, remember. Any man who isn't there will be left behind. He'll put up a fight, I tell you. Wood's voice shaded off into a near whimper. Take no chances with him, directed Courtney. If he doesn't give up at once, well... He finished with a gesture of his tan hand. They understood. Into the darkness moved the men. Their tread was determined. Chapter 3. When they had gone, Cater Courtney poured himself a leisurely drink from the carafe on the venerable sideboard. There was no hurry. His house was not far from the crossroads where they were to meet. He sat down in an easy chair and examined his pistol minutely. It was loaded, oiled, ready. Idly his glance roved along the row of paintings on the walls. Men in uniform, mostly, with the lean, serious faces of the Courtney breed. A thought struck him. He rang a bell, and presently an ancient negress, her eyebrows like tufts of cotton, her manner the respectfully familiar manner of the old and trusted retainer, came into the room. "Mammy Stella." "Yes, Mr. Cato." "Isn't there up in the attic somewhere an old trunk that belonged to my grandfather, Colonel Courtney?" He did not notice that her hands took a sudden grip on the edges of her apron. "I disremember," she said. "Oh, come now, Mammy Stella. You were up there only the other day. Wasn't there an old trunk of my grandfather's?" "Maybe so." "You packed it, didn't you?" "I reckon so." "Do you remember what you put in it?" "Not exactly. It was more than 40 years ago." "Well, what did you put in it?" "Nothing but a lot of old clothes, Mr. Cato." That's what I'm after. Do you remember putting in a sort of white garment like a big nightshirt with a hood on it?" He saw from her eyes and the look that came to her face that she remembered. "Will you get it for me, Mammy Stella?" The old woman had begun to tremble. "Mr. Cato," she said, "ask me to do anything, but don't ask me to do that. I'm scared. It's up there in the dark." "Scared? Nonsense." "Before the Lord, I am, Mr. Cato. I know that robe, Mr. Cato. It's the old clan robe. I'm scared of it." "Just an old piece of cloth. Nonsense, Mammy Stella. Why should it scare you?" "Well, they come one night to our cabin. I was a little girl then. They took my brother. I'll never forget." "Oh, well, I suppose I can get it myself." He rose. "Mr. Cato." "What?" "You ain't planning to use it?" "Never mind what I'm planning, Mammy Stella. Run along now." "For God's sake, Mr. Cato, don't... Don't what?" He regarded the old woman tolerantly. She had been his nurse. "Don't be cruel, because he's a black man." "I've no intention of being cruel," he said stiffly. "But," she ventured, "Greal, he's a good man." "It's poisoning the niggers' minds. We can't permit that." Courtney spoke partly to her, but mostly to himself. "But must you go, Mr. Cato? Can't you leave it to the others?" His voice was not unkind as he said, "Mammy Stella, you know better than that. After 65 years in the Courtney family, you know when Courtneys have a duty to perform, they don't leave it to other folks. Now run along to bed. I'm going up in the attic." He stepped toward the door, but the old woman held him back, her wrinkled hands on his arm. "Don't go, Mr. Cato," she begged. "It's haunted up there, I tell you." "Haunted? The old trunk?" "It's locked," she cried. "You can't open it." "I'll break it open." "You mustn't. Oh, Mr. Cato, you mustn't." "I mustn't? Why not?" "It's haunted, I tell you." She was clinging to his arm. He tried quite gently to free himself. "White folks don't believe in haunts, Mammy Stella," he said with a short laugh. "Let go my arm. Let go, do you hear?" "Oh, don't go up there. Your father never let you—" Her voice was desperate. "I'm a man now," he said smilingly. "I'm not afraid of the dark. He'll get you if you go up there. He'll get you if you go up." "Who will get me?" "The devil in the trunk," she cried. "I eat devils," laughed Courtney. He took her by the wrists and made her loosen her grip. Then he bounded up the stairs, still laughing. It was dark in the beamed, stoop-shouldered attic, and in the corners under the eaves was the dust of years. With lighted candle, Cato Courtney peered about. He had not been up there since he was a boy. Then he had gone up once, and had been strictly forbidden by his father to go again. In the circle of light, he saw piles of old trunks and boxes, discarded pieces of furniture, garments wrapped in muslin, hanging from hooks like so many dead murderers, the odds and ends of 100 years. Impatiently, He pushed the boxes right and left, his eyes searching. He bent over a leathern chest. No, that was not the one. A sound made him start. It was only the creaking of a blind. "Nerves a bit jumpy," he muttered. "The old fool and her talk of haunts. Funny it should affect me." He started again at another sound, but checked himself with an oath. It was the sputtering of his candle. He continued a brisk search. Then, as he bent to examine a corner, he wheeled about, his hand plucking at his hip pocket. He had sensed something moving in the attic. He laughed aloud. It was his own shadow, grotesque, misshapen in the candle's wavering flame. His laugh echoed. To his own ears it sounded unreal, smothered. "A ghost laugh," he said to himself, and he didn't like the way his voice cracked. He pushed aside a pile of boxes. Then he found what he was seeking. A very old, flat, brass-bound chest, marred by time, its lock rusty, and his grandfather's initials on it, in faded paint. He could not understand why his heart was beating with fast, irregular beats, why his brow felt damp, why the words of a superstitious old black woman should just then be dancing in his brain. He bent over the chest with a determined frown, and with a snatched-up poker pried at the rusty lock. A violent twist, and the lock shot open like a hound showing its fangs. He jumped back from it, cursed his nerves, bent over the chest again. In the old chest there was nothing to alarm him. There was nothing in it but a pile of old clothes, the folded gray uniform of a colonel, the crushed wide felt hat, the black boots. He took them out, one by one, with careful pride. Then came his grandfather's frock coat, with silk facings, his gray pantaloons with straps under the insteps, his white frilled shirts. At last, at the very bottom, Courtenay found it. A robe of some coarse cotton stuff, white once, but yellowed by time. To it was attached a hood with eye-holes, and on the breast was a cross, rusty red, like an old blood-stain. His fingers, unbidden, recoiled from it. He forced them to pick it up, and his hands, usually so steady, were trembling, and he shuddered as he laid it aside. Courtenay glanced into the chest to see if he had entirely emptied it. The candle, as if to aid him, sent up a spurt of flame, strange flame, that seemed greenish in the silent gloom of the room. And Courtenay saw that in the bottom of the chest was a raised place, a swollen place, like the lump after a blow. He examined it. He saw that the leather lining had been slit, and something flat thrust under it, and the lining stitched together again. His fingernails tore at the stitching. He was breathing through his mouth. Jerkily, he fumbled for the poker, grasped it. The stout seams resisted at first, then gave up, and the slit gaped open like a fresh wound. He pulled out what had been hidden there. It was an envelope, worn and smelling of the must of years. He ripped it open, and by the candle's light read the long communication in the handwriting of his grandfather. Then he screamed, the cut-short scream of a man stabbed through the lungs. He staggered. The candle was overturned, and utter blackness filled the attic. "Lord God, have pity on me! Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord!" He was sobbing, moaning in a delirium of fear. "Lord, have pity! Lord, have pity! Lord, have pity!" He was on his knees, and the words came from him in the terror-spurred yet rhythmic chant of the revival meeting. He struggled to his feet, wildly, as a fallen horse does, and plunged through the darkness for the door. His head struck a beam, and the shock steadied him for an instant. He made the door, and half leaped, half fell down the stairs. Mammy Stella was still in the library when Cater Courtenay stumbled in, the paper from the envelope still grasped in his hand. She was kneeling there, praying aloud as she swayed her body back and forth. "Don't let him find the devil! Don't let him find the devil!" he heard. He shook her, his fingers digging into her shoulders. "It isn't true," he cried. "Tell me it isn't true." the old woman moaned. A hot, blind wave of fury swept over him. "You knew all the time. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me?" She raised her eyes to his. She faltered at first, then she spoke clearly. "Because, Mr. Cater, I know what it is to be a nigger," she said. A spasm of pain twisted his face at the word. He sank into a chair. He sat staring dully at the paper in his hand, still held in a grip like the rigid grip of a corpse. He knew now why he had felt that nameless fear in the attic. He did not see the old woman as, with a cat-like movement, she stole to his side. Before he could stop her, she had snatched the papers from his hand and had cast them into the fire that blazed in the fireplace. He leapt up, bewildered. She thrust her body between him and the blazing papers. "Now," she said, and her lips parted in a toothless smile, "no one need ever know." He stared at her as if he did not understand. Then quickly he said, "No one? No one but me and you." He leaned against the library table. He shook his head, then half muttered, "But I know. But I know." The old negress was about to speak, but he stopped her. "Please go, Mammy Stella. I want to be left alone." She left him standing there, and he might have been dead, so motionless was his body, so fixed his black eyes. How long he stood there, his stunned brain trying to take hold of what had happened to him. Courtney did not know. The knell-like stroke of a clock on the mantel broke in upon him and galvanized him into action, at first dulled and aimless, then as he got a better grip on himself, into action more coherently directed. For the stroke of the clock pricked him into the consciousness that it was 10:30, and at 11 he had a duty to perform. He was due at the crossroads. If he did not arrive, they would start without him. Later they would say he had weakened, had shirked. Time pressed. Mechanically his hand felt at his hip pocket to reassure him that his pistol was there. The hand that touched the cold metal leapt back as if it were glowing hot. The pistol was there and ready. Ready? For what? To shoot a nigger? He drove his teeth into his lips. The ticking of the clock seemed inordinately loud and insistent. 25 minutes to 11. They would be beginning to gather under the live oak at the crossroads, relentless men, silent in their white hoods. Even as they gathered, half a mile from the place of their assembling, Greal would be asleep in the little shack where he tried to teach the alphabet to men of his own color. He would be tired after his day's work, reflected Courtney, worn out in mind and body, for it must be a heartbreaking job. The hooded men would steal upon the cabin, surround it, order him to come out, and then— Courtney remembered Greal and the interview they had had. There was a deep gentleness and patience about the schoolmaster, but when Courtney had ordered him peremptorily to close the school and go, there had been a light in Greal's eye, and he had held his head high as he had refused. Greal would fight. Courtney wished the clock would not tick so loudly. 20 minutes to 11. He had barely time to reach the crossroads, but he did not start. He stood there in the library, and his eyes were fastened on the paintings that hung there. His father, his great-uncle Carroll, his grandfather, honorable men. Tick, tick, tick. They would be starting on their grim errands soon. They looked to him, to a Courtney, to lead them. And still he stood staring into the eyes of his great-uncle Carroll who had died at Shiloh. Tick, tick, tick. Cater Courtney straightened. In the hearth's dying light he seemed very tall and erect. Then, all action now, he went from the library and the house and with long, swift strides hurried through the heavy blackness of the night. Chapter 4. It was just 11. In the village, the drowsy church clock announced the hour. Breathless, Cater Courtney darted up to the door of Greel's cabin. There was no light. He rapped with tense fists. "Who's there?" The voice of the colored schoolmaster was firm, alert. "I, Cater Courtney. A friend." The door opened an inch. "What do you want?" "Quick," Courtney whispered. "Let me in. They're coming to get you." The door opened wide enough to admit a man. By the embers on the hearth, Courtney saw that Greel was fully dressed, and that he held a pistol in his hand. "You knew they were coming, then?" "Every night," said Greel. "I wait like this." Courtney's words were swift, incisive. "We must act quickly. They'll be here in 5 minutes. They'll murder you like a dog." "I'll fight." "No use. They are 9 to 1. Greel shrugged his shoulders. He kept his pistol leveled at Courtney's heart. "You can't talk me into giving up, Mr. Courtney," he said. "Go back and tell them they'll never take me alive." "Don't be a fool, Greel. You'd be no good, Dad. You've work to do. I didn't come to betray you. I came to help you escape." "Too late," said Greel. "No, you've got a chance. Go now. Run down the path by Claymore Creek. Cross the footbridge. You can catch the midnight train as it goes through Bayardville." "No use. I'm too tired to run fast. They'd find the cabin empty. They'd follow and catch me. I'll stay." "They won't follow you." "Why?" "Because they won't find the cabin empty." Greel looked at Courtney sharply. "You mean—" "Yes." "But why?" Courtney drew himself up. "My grandfather, damn him, had a mulatto slave. Damn him to hell. My father had her blood in him. We're black. Damn him to hell. But you've got to hurry." Greel looked out of the cabin door. A faint moon just come out. Showed far down the ribbon of road, something white moving toward them. "Go, Greel," Courtney whispered fiercely. "But why should you do this?" "Because I choose to. Now run." Greel moved toward the door. "I don't understand," he said. "But I'm going to go. But before I go, there's one thing I want to do." "Quick! What?" "Shake hands with you." In the almost dark room, the hand of Cater Courtney and the Negro schoolmaster met for an instant. Then Greel slipped out into the night and disappeared in the tangle of weeds and underbrush through which the creek path ran. Greel was across the footbridge when he heard through the night silence a hard, high voice call out, "Greel! Greel!" Then he heard another voice, but not his own, call back, "Yes, what do you want?" The hard, high voice answered, "We want you. Come out, Greel." No reply. Greel sped on through the night. "Come out, Greel, do you hear?" No reply. Other voices took up the cry. "Come out, Greel! Come out, you black skunk! Come out, or we'll come and get you out!" Then, as he ran, Greel heard a terrible voice that seemed to fill the whole night cry. "Come get me, if you can, you white devils! I'll show you how a nigger can die!" He heard the staccato bark of shots. Greel had come to a bend in the path. He was panting, but he felt he was safe now. He could see the lights of Bayardville not far off. He stopped to catch his breath. He looked back toward where he had come from. Against the brooding sky, he saw the bloody orange-red of flames.
Middleman for Murder. Bruno Fischer. Bruno Fischer, 1908 to 1992, was born in Berlin, Germany, and emigrated to the United States at the age of 5, his family settling in New York City. He was educated at the Rand School of Social Sciences, which had been established by the Socialist Party in 1906 and closed in 1956 during Joseph McCarthy's anti-communist reign. Fisher became a sports writer for the Long Island Daily Press, 1929, then worked for the socialist newsletter Labor Voice, 1931 to 1932, before becoming the editor of the Socialist Call, 1934 to 1936, the official weekly magazine of the Socialist Party. He went on to run for the New York State Senate on the Socialist Party ticket and retained his dedication to Jewish causes and socialism until the end of his life, spending his final summers at a socialist cooperative in Putnam County, New York. As was true of most of the pulp writers whose names remain even slightly familiar more than a half-century after the last pulp died, Fisher was a prodigiously prolific writer for numerous pulps, though many of them were not the first tier, with only a few sales to Black Mask and The Shadow, but numerous stories sold to Dime Mystery, 10 Story Detective, and Strange Detective Mysteries. In addition to his hundreds of stories, both under his own name and as Russell Gray, he wrote more than 24 novels, several of which featured his brainy detective Ben Helm, said to have been modeled after Norman Thomas, the 3-time socialist presidential candidate. Middleman for Murder was published in the November 1947 issue.
Middleman for Murder. Poor Perry Pike. My old pal sure looked seedy. His hat battered, shoes scuffed, suit shabby. All Perry had was 70 grand in cold cash. Too cold to touch. Perry Pike wasn't glad to see me. He was wearing his hat and topcoat when he answered my knock, and he just stood there and scowled. He had a good face for scowling. He was pinched at the cheeks, and his thin mouth turned down easily when he was displeased about something. "Now this," I said, "is a fine welcome home." "Home?" Perry said, and gulped. "You're back for good?" "That depends on business prospects." Over his shoulder I looked into the living room. There wasn't anything in sight to make him bar my way, though from where I stood I couldn't see into the bedroom. "You going to keep standing in the door?" I demanded. "Oh," he said, and stepped back so that I could get into the apartment. The place looked pretty good after 8 months of West Coast rooming houses. A decent-sized living room, an adequate bedroom, a tiled bathroom, a kitchen you could practically turn around in. The furniture was mostly bleached oak, except for the daybed and the brown leather chair. A couple of years ago, I'd bought that furniture after I'd picked up some change by selling 6 letters to a married banker which he'd written to a woman who wasn't his wife. The lady didn't give me the letters. I sort of borrowed them without her knowing it and prevented her from using them dishonestly by returning them to the author for only 5 grand. A couple of days later, I dropped the money in a crap game at Lou's, less what I'd paid for the furniture I'd bought meanwhile. If I hadn't made that purchase, I would have dropped that part of the money too. So I always figured I'd got the furniture for free. "Where are you going to stay?" Perry Pike asked gloomily. "Here in my apartment," I told him. I put down my bag and looked in the other rooms. Nobody else was in the apartment, hiding or otherwise. I returned to the living room. Perry was sitting on the daybed with his hands dangling forlornly between his bony knees. "Maybe you'll be more comfortable in a hotel," he suggested. "Listen, pal," I said, getting sore. "We rented this apartment together. The furniture is mine. I've come home and I'm staying here even if I could afford a flophouse, which I can't at the moment." "Broke, huh?" "Flatter than the treasury of a European country," I said. "Last month I hiked a couple of checks, but on the way home to New York I dropped the dough in a crap game." "You and your crap games," Perry said disgustedly. He lifted his head. "You're not hot, Willie?" "Me hot?" I laughed. "The California Bulls are looking for a small, dark foreigner around 60 years old." I was a big guy. I was blonde. I could trace my family back to the Revolution. I hadn't seen 35 yet. "I'm kind of broke myself," Perry said, unhappily. "Well, I was home, so I decided to make myself at home. I took off my coat and went to the closet to hang it up. I'd glanced in there a few minutes ago to see why Perry Pike wasn't giving me a rousing reception, but now as I searched for a hanger, I had a good look at what hung there. The hanger rod was crowded with a couple of overcoats, a couple of topcoats beside the one Perry was wearing, and 7 suits. There were 4 hats on the shelf. Everything was expensive and his size. I turned to him in surprise. "What did you do, rob a bank?" He got pale around the mouth. "Those clothes," he said. "A fella gave them to me." Perry Pike could lie as smoothly as a diplomat, but he'd lost his touch. Or maybe he hadn't had time to prepare a convincing story. But that wasn't all of it. The topcoat he was wearing wasn't fit for a rummage sale. His hat was battered, his shoes were scuffed and needed new soles. His suit had been old a couple of years ago. Yet there in the closet were all those new suits and coats and hats. "How's about telling Papa?" I said. He shoved his arms deeper between his knees. "Tell what?" The best cops in New York hadn't been able to make him talk on the 2 or 3 occasions they'd tried, so what chance had I? I went into the bathroom to wash up. When I came out, Perry was still sitting dejectedly on the daybed in his hat and coat. "Don't let me keep you from going anywhere," I said. He seemed to wake up. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, and stood up, removed his hat and coat, and sat down. I sat in the brown leather chair and looked at him. After a while, Perry said, "There's no food in the house. Aren't you going out to eat?" "You going with me?" "I'm not hungry." "Neither am I," I said, though I was. "Think I'll hit the hay." Perry jumped up. "You take the bedroom. I'll sleep here on the daybed." He was too generous. "The way I barged in on you," I said graciously, "I wouldn't think of taking the bed." He didn't argue. I opened the daybed, fetched sheets and blankets, got into pajamas, stretched out. It was only 9 p.m., the beginning of the evening, but Perry didn't leave the apartment, though he'd been all set to a few minutes ago. He hung around the living room for a while and then went into the bedroom. Time passed. A radio next door was turned on to the Giants game, and I lay listening to it. After the game, soft music came through the wall. It wasn't until an hour or 2 later that I heard Perry snore. I slipped out of the daybed. Enough light came in from the street lamp 5 floors below the window to show me what I was doing. There wasn't anything in the mattress or among the springs. The frame of the daybed was upholstered. I moved my fingers over the material. When I straightened up to go to the other end of the daybed, my head turned, and Perry Pike, in faded blue pajamas, was standing in the bedroom doorway. For a moment, we just looked at each other. Then I said, with a very small laugh, "I was hunting for bugs." "There aren't any," Perry said woodenly. "That's good." I climbed back into the bed. "Good night, pal," I said. Without a word, he returned to the bedroom. A couple of minutes later, I was fast asleep. I awoke with the sun in my eyes. The moment I stirred, Perry Pike came into the room. By the looks of him, he hadn't slept a wink all night. "Fine morning," I said heartily. "Yeah," he said glumly, and sat down in his pajamas. He sat while I shaved, showered, dressed. "Anything in the kitchen to make breakfast?" I asked him, though I knew the answer. I'd looked and found a bulging refrigerator. "Not a thing," he said. "I've been having all my meals out." "So dress and let's go down for breakfast." He wriggled his bare toes. "I'm not hungry. I guess I'm not feeling so good." It would have been fun keeping up the torment, but I was getting almost as impatient as he was. I put on my hat, said, "I'll be back in an hour," and went. I went as far as the self-service elevator. When it came up to my floor, I sent it down without me. Then I returned up the hall, walking on my rubber heels. I listened through the door. In the apartment there was a heavy, scraping, dragging sound, like furniture being moved. The daybed, no doubt. Then a minute of silence, then a thinly harsh sound, not at all loud. After listening to that for a while, I decided that a floorboard was being ripped up, but I couldn't quite believe it. I couldn't see a hiding place under a tongue-and-groove hardwood varnished floor in a modern apartment. Silence returned to the apartment. I waited a full minute by my watch. He had, of course, locked the door, but I still had my key. I unlocked the door and entered. He had moved the daybed to the middle of the room. Where it had been, he sat on the floor, a skinny little man in faded blue pajamas. "So it wasn't the daybed, Perry," I said cheerfully. "It was behind the daybed." His eyes blinked and his lips quivered. I half expected him to burst into tears. He didn't say anything. I walked over to where he sat on the floor and squatted beside him. It hadn't been one of the floorboards I had heard him pry up. It was the 8-inch molding that ran along the base of the wall. The screwdriver he had used was still in his hand. There was an empty space behind the molding. Probably he'd gouged it out of the plaster himself. I could see small rectangular bundles wrapped in newspaper in the hole. He had taken 3 of them out. "I knew it," Perry said bitterly. "I fooled the coppers, but the minute you walked into the apartment, I knew I wouldn't be able to fool you." "The way you acted, one would have got you 10. It was in the daybed," I told him. "But you'd look and look till you found it," he said, trying to break the screwdriver in 2 with his bare hands. "The coppers had a look, but living here in the apartment, you would have done better, so I knew I had to get the stuff out of here quick." He sighed. "You were always smarter than me, Willie." "Sure," I agreed. I unwrapped one of the bundles. The shape had told me what was in it, but when I saw that I was right, I was too experienced to give way to ecstasy. "Queer money?" I asked him. "See for yourself." I picked off the top bill, a 50. I looked at it in the light. I crumpled it. I felt it. Beyond doubt, Uncle Sam's Mint had manufactured it. I shuffled through the rest of the money in that pile. The bills were in larger denominations, but not so large that you couldn't cash them at a bank without arousing suspicion. I made a quick count. $6,000 about. "How many bundles in all?" I asked him. 10. I whistled. 60 grand. 70 grand, Perry said miserably. "But the dough's no good." "Hot, huh?" I said. "The banks have the numbers. The coppers will nab you as soon as you start passing them." "That it, Perry?" He shook his head. "This is strictly legitimate dough. No serial numbers on file. Only I can't spend it." "Why not?" Perry stood up and went to the daybed and sat down. "I know you, Willie," he said. "You'll ask questions all over town and find out what the coppers think they have on me and figure out the answers. So I might as well tell you myself." I settled myself on the floor, with my back to the hole in the base of the wall. It looked like merely an accident that I was between Perry Pike and the 70 grand. "A guy named Norval Avery was in the white goods business," Perry said. "He was a legitimate character, manufacturing white shirts and men's underwear. Had a small shop off 7th Avenue and maybe half a dozen workers. Lived in Queens with the missus and 2 kids in one of those attached brick houses where you can walk blocks and blocks and not tell one house from another. He wasn't poor and he wasn't in the dough. Till the war came, and the OPA, and the white goods shortage." "You're telling me," I commented. "I used to pay $12 for a white shirt worth no more than 2. Perry nodded. "And a large slice of the difference went into Norval Avery's own pocket. So there was Norval Avery suddenly rich out of the black market, living high, sending his wife and kids to Florida every winter, all winter long, buying everything he'd always hankered for. Of course, he paid for everything in cash on account of all that black market dough he got was in cash. Then the war ended, and a year later white goods started coming back into the stores, and business went back to normal, or worse, and Norval Avery found himself with better than 100 grand in cash." "Very nice," I said. "Think so?" Perry said. Wait and see. Of course, this Norval Avery didn't pay income tax on this black market dough. Even if he'd wanted to, he couldn't on account of his tax would be so high, the OPA would start asking him how come he made so much in just a small shop. But he also had the Treasury boys to worry about. And Norval Avery was a guy who worried plenty. Like when he had all that cash in a bank safety deposit box and then read in the papers that maybe Congress would pass a law to open all safety deposit boxes for a look. He grabbed the dough out and then didn't know what to do with it. Spend it, I suggested. Sure, he spent it here and there, but not too much. Like when he visited his missus and kids in Florida and started plunging at the racetracks and then heard how Treasury agents were hanging around the tracks to get a line on heavy bettors who hadn't paid heavy income taxes. So after that, he was scared to buy even a $2 ticket. Then just before the OPA was kicked out by Congress, they nabbed some guys who were in the white goods black market, and they sang plenty. One of the lads they sang about was Norval Avery. And so the OPA boys asked him this and that, such as how come he was richer than he should be. But they didn't know the half of it on account of all the transactions had been in cash, and they hadn't had any idea about the pile of it he had socked away. But they couldn't do anything to him. That got the Treasury boys on his tail, and even after the OPA was no more, Norval Avery had the unpaid income tax to worry about. All they had to do was know about all that cash, and they'd have him good. Cute, I said. That's what happens with legitimate lads having illegitimate dough. Now, if I had it... Yeah, Perry ran the back of a hand over his mouth. So there he was, with all that cash and scared to spend more than a few bucks of it now and then. Scared to invest it, buy a house, play the horses with it. And he had another headache, where to hide it. Once he buried it in his backyard, but he started thinking that one of the neighbors might have seen him. So next night he dug it up again. He hid it in his mattress, and then thought he was cooked when the cleaning woman cleaned the room and made the bed. He hid it in the cellar, but next week a plumber came to repair something down there, and he was sure the plumber would find it. He nearly died waiting for him to leave. Every couple of days he hid it somewhere else. But he didn't hide it where you couldn't get it, I observed. Perry Pike was silent for a long minute. We both listened to the music coming through the wall. The radio in the apartment next door hadn't been turned off for a moment since last night. Last month, I was playing poker in Norval Avery's house, Perry went on. It wasn't the first time. The way I figured it, he had an idea that if he went in for heavy poker, he could say he'd won the dough. Only the trouble was he was a hunch player, and he never won even once. This night I'm talking about, he played like he didn't care if he took a pot or not, like he was just going through the motions of playing on account of a week before he'd made the date for that game. I wasn't doing so good myself, but that's got nothing to do with the story. After a while, it so happened that I left the game for a few minutes to go upstairs to the bathroom. I happened to look into a room that was fixed up like a study, and I happened to go in. To see if anything valuable wasn't nailed down, I said. Perry didn't care for the interruption. He scowled darkly at me. There was a letter face down on the desk, he told me. I turned it over and saw it was addressed to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, so I read it. He'd written them the story I've just told you, a confession, and at the end he said he was going nuts worrying over that dough and was ready to pay the tax and fines and hoped they wouldn't start criminal action against him on account of he was telling all. After I read the letter, I went back to the poker game. How'd you find it? I asked. The dough? He practically smiled. You're not the only smart cookie, Willie. After the game broke up, I hung around the house. Norval Avery's missus and kids were in Florida, and he was alone in the house. I waited an hour after all the lights went out, and then slipped into the house. The first place I looked was the right place. There was one of those artificial fireplaces, but with real bricks in it, and I knew that sooner or later he'd hide the dough there, because sooner or later anybody would. And sure enough, there was a loose brick. When I pulled it out, there was the dough. While I was counting it, the light went on, and I looked around, and Norval Avery was in the room. I ran my tongue over my lips. I had a pretty good idea what was coming. "What could I do?" Perry complained shrilly. "I grabbed a bookend from a table and socked him with it before he could yell. It wasn't such a hard sock, but the bookend was iron or something, and he—" Perry stopped. "So you killed him," I said softly. "I just wanted to keep him quiet for a few minutes." "Murder," I said softly. "I guess so." He wiped his nose on the sleeve of his pajamas. "Well, I was almost out of the house with the dough when I remembered that letter upstairs he'd written to the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So I went back for the letter and took it with me." I stood up and stuck my hands in my pockets and leaned against the wall. "I can finish it," I said. "When the body was found, the coppers pulled in everybody who was at that poker game for questioning. But they had to let them all go, including you, because they couldn't prove anything, especially no motive." "That's what you think," Perry said. "That letter to the Bureau of Internal Revenue was a copy he'd made for his own lawyer. The other copy he'd mailed out that afternoon. So then they knew that Norval Avery had more than 70 grand in cash in the house and that it was gone. Then they had the motive for his being knocked off." My toes nudged one of the bundles on the floor. "I see," I said. "When you got your hands on that dough, you couldn't wait. You started splurging. You went out and bought yourself a lot of clothes. The coppers were shadowing all the suspects to see which one had become suddenly rich. You were the lad." Perry nodded unhappily. "They piled on me. Wanted to know where I got the dough for all those clothes and why I'd bought so many suits at a time. I said I'd picked up a little in poker, a little on the ponies. You see, I hadn't spent enough yet for them to prove it wasn't so. They got a warrant and searched this apartment, but they didn't rip off the molding. But they're still watching me. Every time I buy a pack of cigarettes, I got a feeling somebody's watching how much I'm spending." "Poor Perry," I said sympathetically. "The local coppers aren't bad enough. You got the federals sniffing at you, too, because tax wasn't paid on that dough." "That's just about it." His arms hung dejectedly between his knees. "Now I know what Norval Avery went through with all that dough begging to be spent and him scared to spend it. As soon as I start spending heavy, the coppers will be sure enough to pull me in for murder and go to work on me. I'm not such a brave guy, Willie. I'm not sure I can stand up to their third degree. And the federals will bring in their lie detectors, and I hear that intelligent, sensitive guys like me are pushovers for those machines. So like Norval Avery, I'm being driven nuts by that dough, which is no use to me." "You don't have to hang around New York," I pointed out. "The federals are all over the country," Perry said bitterly. "They never let up on dough they haven't collected tax on. And if they catch up with me on that, they'll turn me over to the New York coppers to burn me. Maybe I can jump to South America, but they'll be watching me if I try to take the dough onto a boat. Anyway, New York is the one place where I'd enjoy spending it. Only I can't." "Which is," I said, "where I come in." "That's right," Perry said. "You're always talking about your brain. It'll be worth 10%, 7 grand, if you figure out how I can remain in New York and spend the dough and not have the coppers down on my neck." "My brain," I told him reflectively, "tells me that you're going to give me the whole 70 grand. His head snapped up. "You're nuts." "No, you won't give it to me," I corrected myself. "What I'll have to do is gather up these 10 bundles and walk out of here. I don't think you'll go yelling to the coppers that I relieved you of 70 grand. Perry Pike looked at me and shivered. He was a little guy, and I was a big guy. I could take him with one hand. He stood up. I watched him, but all he did was go as far as the bleached oak desk and lean against it. He looked sick. I felt a little sorry for him. He wasn't a bad sort of lad. But there was work to be done. I stooped and came up with a bundle of money in each hand and looked into the muzzle of a compact .38 automatic pistol. The gun was in Perry's hand. "I think you'll leave that dough where it is, Willie," he said hoarsely. I stared at him in surprise. Perry wasn't a firearms lad any more than I was. I wasn't even sure that he knew how to use one. His hand wasn't steady, but he was close enough to hit anything he shot at, and too far away for me to take him. "Perry," I said pleasantly, "there's no point getting sore at your closest pal. Didn't you just trust me enough to confide in me?" "Yeah, I confided in you," he said grimly. "On account of you would have gone to the library and dug into newspapers and read how last month a guy named Norval Avery was knocked off in Queens and 70 grand missing, and you'd have added it up to me. Now beat it." "Perry," I said, "let's sit down and talk. For a 50-50 split—" "Beat it," he said. I didn't care for the look in his eyes or the way the gun was pointed right at my heart. I beat it. I sat in a restaurant eating breakfast and wondering where Perry Pike would stash the dough next. New York was the hardest place in the world to hide anything which had bulk, especially if you wanted it where you could get your hands on it now and then. You were limited to the tiny area in which you lived, hemmed in by dozens or hundreds of other people. No wonder Norval Avery had given up, and Perry was in the first stages of going nuts with worrying. The fact that he'd got himself a gun proved it. I gave him about an hour to cool off before I returned to the apartment. For a lad who lived by his brains, I'd been in too much of a hurry to grab off the whole 70 grand. Now I'd have to work at getting Perry's confidence back, at convincing him that I was his one pal in a cold and hostile world. When I let myself into the apartment, I saw that Perry had straightened up the living room. The molding was on the wall, and the daybed pushed back to where it belonged. "Perry?" I called. No answer. I started to feel sick. He'd beat it after all with the dough, which had practically been mine, and I'd never again see him or, what was more to the point, it. I glanced into the kitchen, then into the bathroom, then opened the bedroom door. I saw something and heard something at the same time. What I saw was Perry lying motionless on the floor between the bed and the dresser. What I heard was a small sound at the side of the door. I was turning toward the sound when the ceiling fell on me. My knees buckled. A cloud whipped over my eyes, and through it I saw something move. It didn't have form or substance, but in a vague way I knew that it was a human being, and that he'd just conked me over the head with a blunt object. My shoulder hit the floor. The cloud thinned a little, and I could see legs wearing pants, and they were moving toward me. Dully, the thought ran through my aching head that he was going to hit me again, and this time he'd make sure to bash my skull in. I didn't want my skull bashed in. I waved a hand at the legs. Above me there was a panicky yelp. The legs vanished from my line of vision. I heard them run out of the bedroom, across the living room. I heard the hall door open and slam. I lay back on the floor and closed my eyes. The door slammed again. He's coming back to finish me, I thought, and twisted on my hip toward the door. I could see part of the living room. Nobody was in there. I didn't hear anybody. I pushed myself up to my feet and wobbled out of the bedroom. Nobody was in the apartment except Perry and myself. I must have dreamed hearing that door slam twice. I returned to the bedroom. Perry Pike hadn't moved. He would never move under his own power. There was too much blood on his shirt and on the floor. And his eyes were open, staring up at me, without seeing me. A knife had done it to him. An ordinary steak knife. The handle was still sticking out of one of the half-dozen wounds in his chest. I felt very bad. I'd known a lot worse lads than Perry. While we hadn't trusted each other in the matter of 70 grand, who would have? He'd still been a good pal. My eyes moved about the room. A weekend bag stood on the dresser. I opened it and found 10 rectangular bundles. 70 grand. Where Perry had intended to go with the dough, nobody would ever know. He had dressed and then put it in the bag, and then somebody had come into the apartment. Somebody whose nerves had made him strike again and again with the knife, and then run in panic when I'd waved my hands at him. Sure, somebody. Why wouldn't the cops be convinced that I was that somebody? Motive, opportunity, everything pointed to me. Willie, I thought, you're in a spot. Start thinking. I didn't touch the money. I went into the bathroom and soaked my head. Then I sat in a living room chair which didn't face the bedroom and lit a cigarette. Through the wall the radio, which was never turned off, sent soft music. It was too soft. It sounded to me like a funeral dirge. To my own funeral. 70 grand in a bag in the bedroom. I could beat it with the dough. Then when the body was found, the police would check and find that last night I'd come back to live in the apartment with Perry. They were already pretty sure that he was in possession of Norval Avery's 70 grand. Added up, my disappearance would mean that I'd knocked Perry off for the dough. Result, I'd be 70 grand richer, but I would have as good as confessed to a murder I hadn't done. I'd be a fugitive for life. My fingerprints were on record, and any time I was picked up for anything anywhere, I'd be shipped back to New York to burn in the chair. There had to be a better way. Say I walked out of here with the dough and hid it somewhere. Just where I'd hide it I didn't know yet, but I could work that out later. Then tonight I'd come back here and pretend I'd just found Perry murdered, and I'd call the coppers myself. So what? They'd still wonder what had happened to the 70 grand, and they'd come to the same answer. I'd knocked Perry off for it. Only they wouldn't be able to prove it. They'd take me to headquarters and sweat me, but eventually they'd have to let me go because merely knowing was not legal evidence. And I'd be free with 70 grand in small bills. And then wherever I went, the coppers and the federal agents would be sniffing at my tail, and if I was found with that money anywhere, it would be all the evidence they'd need. Like Norval Avery and Perry Pike, I'd get heart failure every time I spent an extra nickel. Whatever you do, Willie, I told myself, you're not going to be any too comfortable. Make with the brains. The music coming from the radio next door cut out, and a man started to enthuse about furniture polish. Instead of thinking, I sat listening to that voice and idly wondering about 2 doors slamming. 2 doors, I said to myself suddenly. Not 1 door, but first one, and then another. I stood up and hunted for Perry's gun. It was on the dresser behind the bag. I checked the clip. Fully loaded. I looked at the bag inside. I looked down at Perry and said aloud, I'll see what I can do for you, pal. And incidentally for myself. Then I went out to the hall. Softly I turned the doorknob of the apartment next door. It was locked, of course. It so happened that a couple of years ago I'd borrowed the building superintendent's passkey without him knowing it. I'd had a duplicate made, and then put the original where the superintendent would find it and think he'd dropped it. I used that passkey now. I turned it in the lock and kicked the door open and plunged through behind Perry's gun. I heard and then saw the radio, a small table model against the wall. The lad who liked to listen to the radio day and night wasn't in the living room, but I heard him in the bedroom. "Who's there?" he yelped frantically. I rushed into the bedroom. The man cowering against the bed was somebody I'd never seen before. He must have moved in recently. He was tall and thin. He needed a shave and had bloodshot eyes, possibly from listening to the radio instead of sleeping. His shirt and pants were on the floor. He'd taken them off because there was blood on them. Blood that had spurted out of Perry's wounds. "Uh-huh," I said. A door slamming twice. My door slamming when you ran out of my apartment, and your door slamming when you ran into yours. He straightened his scrawny, half-naked body a bit. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "I'll draw you a picture," I said. "These walls are thin as paper. If I could hear the radio turned down very low in your apartment, you could hear us talking in my apartment. You heard Perry tell me the tale of the 70 grand. You waited till you heard me leave. Then you grabbed up a knife and went next door and knocked. Perry figured you were a delivery boy or something like that and opened the door. When you didn't seem to have any special business, Perry got leery and dashed into the bedroom for his gun. You went after him and stopped him with your knife." "You're crazy," he said in a thin, small voice. "What's that on your pants and shirt? Red paint?" He looked down at his bloody shirt and pants and then up at my gun, and except that he was breathing, he looked about as dead as Perry. "You must be an honest citizen," I said. "No experience in crime and murder. You had to kill Perry because he knew your face, but you were too frantic and got blood all over yourself. After you conked me, I was more or less helpless, but when I waved a hand at you, you fled like a scared rabbit." I shook my head disapprovingly. "Very sloppy work, mister. I bet that steak knife in Perry's chest matches others just like it in your kitchen. The coppers ought to return their pay for solving this one." What I'd said about the steak knives must have been true, because he broke completely. He buried his face in his hands and rocked from side to side. "I was such a fool," he moaned. "But $70,000. I nodded. "I know just how it is, mister." His hands flopped away from his face. A remote hope came into his eyes. "Listen," he said tightly. "The money's still there. You take it and let me go." I smiled. "Wouldn't you like that? Because the lad who has the 70 grand will be burned as the killer." I stroked the barrel of the gun and added reflectively, "For my part, that bag could be full of rattlesnakes instead of currency of the realm, and it would be the same thing." He didn't say anything. I looked at him for a moment and then asked, "What's your name, mister?" "Thomas K. Allenby," he muttered. "Think of that," I said, and I backed into the living room and, keeping him covered with the gun, reached for the phone. It was an experience, having coppers shake my hand. "That solves 2 murders at 1 shot, Detective Lieutenant Goldblatt told me. Finding that 70 grand on Perry Pike proves that he was the one knocked off Norval Avery in Queens last month, and you handed us Pike's murder all wrapped up and sealed. That was an honest and courageous thing you did, Mr. Turner." Nuts, I thought, but I didn't say it out loud. I smiled with becoming modesty. I shook hands with cops and posed for newspaper cameramen. Then I went to a restaurant to catch up on my eating. It wasn't much of a dinner because my financial status couldn't afford better. But the bean soup and corned beef hash tasted better than I'd eaten in even the best of jails. And when I washed it down with coffee and lit a cigarette, I felt pretty good. "Willie," I told myself, "you've got your freedom."
The Man Who Chose the Devil. Richard Deming. Richard Deming, 1915 to 1983, was born in Des Moines, Iowa, and received his B.A. from Washington University, St. Louis, and his M.A. from the University of Iowa. Soon after, he served as a captain in the Army during World War II, then worked for the American Red Cross in Dunkirk, New York, from 1945 to 1950, after which he became a full-time freelance writer. It was an understood verity of the pulp writing community that practitioners had to be prolific in order to survive financially, and Deming was one of the most prolific of the later toilers of the craft. He came to the field as it was dying and moved to the new markets for such professionals, including the digest magazines, such as Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Magazine and Manhunt, and paperback originals, of which he wrote more than 60 under his own name, as Max Franklin, and as a ghostwriter for Ellery Queen's Tim Corrigan series. He wrote novelizations of popular crime shows of the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, including Starsky and Hutch and Charlie's Angels under the Franklin byline, and, as Deming, Dragnet and the Mod Squad. His short fiction output exceeded 200 titles, and he provided stories for several television series, including Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Mickey Spillane's Mike Hammer, Suspicion, and the Gruen Guild Playhouse. His novel, The Careful Man, 1962, was filmed as Arrivederci Baby, 1966, written, produced, and directed by Ken Hughes, starring Tony Curtis. The Man Who Chose the Devil was published in the May 1948 issue.
The Man Who Chose the Devil. 'Twas mighty odd for my satanic fat friend Longstreet to be swearing oaths on a sacred locket, oaths which would surely send him straight to hell. But perhaps that was the idea. When I thought about it afterward, it seemed the fat man must have been puzzled that I paid no attention to his standing on my foot. But I was actually unaware of it until I tried to slide off the bar stool and found one foot pinned to the floor. Of course, he didn't realize there was no feeling in my right limb, that instead of flesh, it was an intricate contrivance of cork and aluminum strapped to a stump below my knee. The government paid me $180 a month for not having a right leg. They were also going to buy me a brand new car, when they got around to it. Just before I tried to leave my stool, I caught a glimpse of Anton Stralski in the bar mirror. The dapper gunman approached with one hand negligently carried in the pocket of his tailored suit coat. Since I had never rubbed against Anton, I knew he wasn't looking for me. But I automatically grow observant when gunmen, even friendly gunmen, get behind me with their hands in their pockets. Anton's expression was casual, his eyes on no one in particular. But something in the face of the fat man standing next to me, as it was reflected in the bar mirror, caused me to shift my glance from the gunman to him. The fat man's face was expressionless, but his eyes unwinkingly followed the image of Anton Stralski. It was then I decided to move from my stool. Not that I expected anything to happen in as public a place as the Jefferson Lounge, but some inbred caution prompted me to want a large section of the Jefferson's air-conditioned atmosphere wedged between myself and the fat man, and I found myself stuck to the floor. The fat man stood half-faced away from me, his left elbow propped on the bar and his left foot solidly crushing the full weight of his 240 pounds on my right shoe. With one eye still on Anton, I tapped his arm. The gesture caught Anton's attention, and he flashed me a quick glance, nodded in recognition, and made an abrupt right wheel toward the far end of the bar. Without moving his body, the fat man turned at me a florid face, which would have meant a fortune to a burlesque comedian. High-domed, round-cheeked, and pug-nosed, with bright, heavy-lidded eyes over which satanic eyebrows arched upward at the ends, instead of down. It was the face of a rollicking satyr. I pointed at the floor. "If you don't mind, I'll take my foot with me?" His lips drew back over dazzling mail-ordered teeth, and a chuckle worked its way up from his gargantuan paunch, coming out baritone and amused. Without moving his foot, he turned his back. I began to get sore, but not enough to slug him. The Jefferson Lounge frowns on commotion. It even frowns if you drop your money on the bar instead of laying it down noiselessly. It features organ music and quietness, apparently ashamed of being a saloon and trying to disguise the truth under a church-like atmosphere. I tapped my fat drinking mate again. "Your foot is on mine," I explained clearly. "I know." He turned his back again. "Move it," I said to his back without raising my voice. His big head swiveled at me for the third time. Satanic brows quirked upward, and his ready-made incisors sparkled again. "You move it." His bright eyes glinted mischievously, completely lacking the contentiousness of a stew picking a fight. I saw he was dead sober, yet, for some reason, which I vaguely linked with the presence of Anton Stralski, was deliberately trying to start a scene. So I gave him one. Sliding my stool to the left, I let the side of my chest drop across it, grasping the seat with both hands for support, rapidly crossing my left leg over my right until the sole of my foot rested against the inside of his far knee, I pushed. His right leg buckled, throwing him off balance, and he grabbed at the bar with both hands. At the same time, he involuntarily moved the foot imprisoning mine a step backward. Snapping erect, I smashed the heel of my released right foot into the underside of his left knee. He sat down with a crash that shook the room and stopped the organist in the middle of a bar. With surprising agility for a fat man, he bounced to his feet and swung a roundhouse at my head. In a brawl, I watch a man's eyes. His showed no anger, only an increased mischievous joy. My knees bent, and his fist whistled a foot over my hair. He was easy. One short jab in that soft stomach jackknifed him forward with his jaw conveniently outthrust. When he hit the floor this time, he stayed there and slept. I looked up from his sprawled body just in time to see Anton Stralski let the street door swing closed behind him. You simply didn't brawl in the Jefferson Lounge. Fatso was hardly asleep before a cop had me by either arm. I think management keeps cops under the bar, along with ice cubes and lemons. When they finally got Fatso awake, they put us both in a prowl car. The Jefferson's manager stood at the curb wringing his hands and looking horrified. "No charges, officer," he kept saying. "Just take them away." The older of the two cops said testily, all right, and the manager moved away. The Jefferson Lounge is situated in one corner of the elaborate Jefferson Hotel. As the lounge manager passed back into the dispensary, I noticed Anton Stralski a few yards up the street under the hotel marquee. With his back against the brick wall near the main entrance, he watched us broodingly. I recognized our driver, a stocky, middle-aged cop, without being able to recall his name. I know most men on the force, at least by sight. The other cop was young and unfamiliar, probably a rookie. The driver twisted in his seat to look us over. Fatso was shaking his head and working his jaw back and forth with one hand. "You're Manny Moon, aren't you?" the driver said to me. "Yeah." "Who are you?" he asked my sparring partner. "Willard Longstreet." The fat man turned to me. "Manville Moon, are you? The private dick?" I nodded shortly. "What you hit me with?" "With great enjoyment, you big ape." He grinned his satyr grin, and mischievous brightness returned to his eyes. He fixed them on the driver. "What are your plans, cop?" The policeman frowned. "They were to let you go if you promised to behave, but I don't like cop." "I want Moon booked for assault and battery," Longstreet said calmly. "Drive along." "Why, you—" I started to say, then stopped and relaxed. "Go along," I told the driver. Shrugging, the cop faced forward and started the motor. I glanced over at Anton once more, saw him frown at us worriedly, and on a spur-of-the-moment impulse decided to make the party complete. "Hold it," I told the driver. Gears clashed as the driver, starting to release the clutch, suddenly braked and slipped back into neutral. Locking the emergency, he peered at me in the rearview mirror. "Now what?" I said, "The guy standing under the hotel marquee is Anton Stralski. Know him?" Both cops glanced that way, and both shook their heads. "Chicago boy. Even money you'll find a gun if you shake him down." Anton, noting our eyes on him, began to move away slowly. Swinging open his door, the younger cop bounced from the car. "You!" he called. Pretending not to hear, Anton increased his pace. The cop legged after him, drawing his service revolver as he ran. "Halt, or I'll shoot!" The command improved Anton's hearing, and he stopped dead in his tracks and turned. The cop gestured toward the building with his gun, and Anton, familiar with the routine through much previous experience, faced the wall with his hands elevated about to shoulder height. Deftly running his free hand over the gunman's body, the policeman relieved him of a dainty, snub-nosed automatic. He found it in the same pocket Anton's hand had occupied when I first glimpsed him in the mirror. Reholstering his revolver, the cop let Anton precede him back to the car. Without a word, the gunman took his place in the rear seat between Longstreet and me. As we made our second start, I said, "Who you working for these days, Stralski?" Eyes brittle as broken glass swung to my face. He ignored my question. "You finger me, Moon?" "Mr. Moon," I said. His lips quirked upward, lacking mirth. "I've heard that gag about you. I don't Mr. Nobody." Without moving my body or changing expression, I drove my right elbow into his chin. His smirk was absorbed by a vacuous look, and he slumped heavily against the shoulder of Longstreet, who flashed me a startled glance and pushed the gunman away. Anton's head slumped forward, hiding his vacant expression, and his body, wedged between us, remained erect. Neither of the cops suspected anything wrong. Traffic sounds had drowned the slap of my elbow against Anton's jaw, and the younger cop, periodically turning to look us over, apparently assumed the gunman's bowed head was the result of bashfulness. Anton was still resting when we arrived at the station. I got out one side of the car, Longstreet got out the other, and Anton rolled slowly forward on his face. Before either cop could open his mouth, I said, "What's the matter with him?" Threw a suspicious look at Longstreet and asked, "You do something to him in the car?" Longstreet's outraged expression faded into one of amusement. "He was all right a minute ago." "Looks like he fainted," said the younger cop. The middle-aged cop glanced at Longstreet suspiciously, then said to his colleague, "Well, drag him out and slap him awake." Without waiting to see his instructions carried out, he waved us ahead of him and followed us up the steps, grunting audibly. Chapter 2. Murder by Magic. Sergeant Danny Blake was working the desk at headquarters. When he saw me, he flashed his gold front tooth and asked hopefully, "What's the charge? Homicide?" "Assault and battery," said our chauffeur. He pointed his thumb first at Longstreet and then at me. "On him, by him." The old man'll be disappointed," Blake said, enjoying himself. "Only assault and battery." I said, "Fill out your forms, clown, or it will be homicide. Only someone else will have to enter the charge." Throwing open his logbook, Blake entered my name and other identifying information, put down Longstreet as complainant, then, pen poised, looked inquiringly up at the arresting officer. "Jefferson Lounge," the policeman said, "about a half hour ago." He glanced up at the clock on the wall. That'd make it 2:30 p.m. It was about 50-50 according to the manager. They both swung, only Moon connected. Blake looked at me. "You filing countercharges?" Ever since we left the Jefferson, I had been thinking that over. I turned toward Longstreet and caught the same mischievous laughter deep in his eyes. I didn't understand him. I didn't understand anything, except that up to now I seemed to be reacting exactly as he wanted. I decided to change that. "No countercharge," I said, and the lights went out of Longstreet's eyes as though someone had thrown a switch. He watched me thoughtfully as I posted $250 bond, which left my checking account at 5 figures, a 1, a 2, a 6, a decimal point, and 2 zeros. "It'll help my civil suit if you're convicted in police court," he remarked pleasantly. "I'm going to sue you, of course." "Do that." I took my receipt and turned to leave. "Wait a minute," Longstreet called. I looked back at him, waiting. "I withdraw all charges," he said to Blake. Sergeant Blake's face reddened, and he rose to his feet. "Listen," he started to say, but that was as far as he got. "Don't raise your voice at me," Longstreet interrupted, and leaning across the rail, he planted his fist squarely in the sergeant's nose. 2 things happened rapidly. Sergeant Blake sat on the floor, and the cop who brought us in twisted Longstreet's arm up behind his neck until the fat man stood on his toes. "Lock him up," Blake roared, using his desk to pull himself erect. Blood trickled across his mouth from each nostril. Still cramping Longstreet's arm behind his back, our cop dog-trotted him toward the corridor leading to the pokey. As they passed through the door, the fat man twisted his head over his shoulder to grin at me. The familiar mischievous laughter was back in his eyes. "He had a devil of a time getting arrested," I said to Blake. But the sergeant was too busy holding a handkerchief to his nose to care what I said or did. I picked my check off his desk, dropped the receipt, and left. As I went down the steps, Anton Strowski, partially supported by the rookie cop, groggily stumbled up. The look he threw me tried to be venomous, but it came out more punchy than baneful. I returned it with a grin. The phone blared me out of a sound sleep at 4 a.m. I let it ring while I strapped on my leg and slipped into a robe, being in no rush to end the wait of anyone who phoned at that hour. "Moon," I said when I finally got to the phone. "About time," a familiar voice rapped in my ear. It was Inspector Warren Day, Chief of Homicide, who for years had been trying to decide whether he hated my guts or loved me like a brother. "Go to bed," I said. "Get your clothes on. Hannigan is on his way over to pick you up." "Yeah? What's the charge?" "No charge. Want to see you." I was silent for a minute, then I said, "You've seen me lots of times. Go home and sober up." Day's voice sank to its normal growl. "Listen, Moon, I'm in no mood for your sass. You come with Hannigan or I'll send him back with a warrant. You're a material witness in a murder." "Nuts. Haven't seen a murder since the last time I unraveled one you'd fouled up." "Get your clothes on," Day repeated, and hung up. I brushed my teeth, felt the rubble on my cheeks, and wondered if a shave would bring me awake. Deciding against it, I jolted myself alive with a shot of rye instead. I was dressed when Lieutenant Hannigan arrived. His expression was wary when he came in, a result of past experience with my resistance to Inspector Day's arbitrary orders. "You ready?" he asked uneasily. "All set." He looked relieved and a little surprised. I followed him outside to the squad car and asked no questions until he got it in motion. Then I asked, "What's the deal?" "Corpse named Carmichael, and the guy who did it couldn't have." "Come again?" "The guy who did it was in jail when it happened." "That's where you come in. Fella named Longstreet." "Oh," I said softly. A faint light glimmers. Inspector Warren Day passed back and forth in his office, chewing his eternal dead cigar, and periodically ducking his skinny bald head to peer at one or another of us over his glasses. Willard Longstreet sat on a straight-backed chair in the center of the room, his fat seat protruding beyond both edges. His clothes hung in perspiration-soaked wrinkles, and his round face sagged with fatigue from hours of answering questions. But a faint mocking light still glimmered in the back of his eyes. Hannigan sat alongside Day's desk, and I relaxed in a chair tilted against the wall. "You can't get away with it," Day snarled at Longstreet for the 27th time. "At 3:30 p.m. you had a phone argument with Carmichael. Your joint secretary recognized your voice. At 5 p.m. you phoned again and told Carmichael you'd be there in 10 minutes. Your secretary swears it was your voice. When she left for home, Carmichael was in his office waiting for you. At 5:30, a shot was heard, and the medics confirmed that as the time of death. Your gun was found on the office floor too far away for it to be suicide. Your prints and nobody else's are on it. You got plenty of motive. You did it." "How?" "Anyone could have stolen my gun," Longstreet said patiently, also for the 27th time. "I live in a hotel, and passkeys are easy to get. Besides, I was in a locked cell from 3 p.m. on." "Locked cell, locked cell," Day screeched. "Shut up about locked cells. You got out and back in some way." He turned on Hannigan. "Get him out of my sight. Chain him to the wall, and post a guard inside of him so he doesn't get out and murder the whole police department. He's got Houdini beat." Hannigan got to his feet and motioned the prisoner erect. Longstreet rose slowly, his shoulders drooping with tiredness. "Would you like to earn $10,000, Moon?" he asked me casually. "Mr. Moon," I said. "Mr. Moon, then," he said agreeably. "Would you like to earn 10,000? "Depends on the method." A mischievous twinkle pushed past the fatigue in his eyes. "Break this case. I don't think the cops can." I looked him over thoughtfully. "If I prove you did it, where do I collect? From your estate?" He shook his head. "I didn't do it." I said, "I'll drop down to your cell later on." When Hannigan and Longstreet were gone, Warren Day threw himself into his desk chair, traded his cigar butt for one just like it in his ashtray, carefully dusted it off and stuck it in his mouth. "So what do you think, Manny?" he asked dispiritedly. I think 4 a.m. is a hell of a time to wake me up when the murder was discovered 10 hours earlier. How'd I know you'd been brought in with Longstreet? A different man was on the desk at 6, and I didn't hear about you till just before I called. He ran a hand over the place his hair had been. What do you think about all this? I said, You're sitting on dynamite. I know I am. Wait till the papers learn you've charged a guy with committing a murder that happened while he was locked in one of your escape-proof cells. He's not charged with murder. We're holding him for assaulting a cop. What's bond? $500. $500, I said. Longstreet only cost me $250. Cops aren't worth twice as much as people. Day wiggled his thin nose and studied his cigar. He hasn't inquired about bond. Seems in no hurry to get out. But he can whenever he wants. Then what do? Charge him with murder? The inspector rubbed the side of his nose. I'd get laughed out of town. Jeepers creepers, Manny, you got any ideas at all about this? I felt sorry for him. Normally he would cut off his head before he would ask my opinion about the weather. But he was stopped so cold by this that he hadn't even cursed me once, and it was the first time in our 8-year acquaintance that we had met without trading profanity and a few mild threats. I said, Only what I told you. I'm as sure as I sit here that Longstreet deliberately got himself arrested. That was his sole purpose in picking a scrap at the Jefferson. And when he couldn't needle me into filing countercharges, he slugged Blake. You have to conclude he was building an alibi. Why else would he try to get in jail? No reason else, he agreed reluctantly. He looked at his watch. 6:45. Nearly 10 hours I questioned that guy. Learn anything at all? He shook his head. Only that he's got a motive. The best there is. Money. Reswapping his cigar butt for the one he had originally, he struck a match, then shook it out without lighting up, and dropped the dead stick on the floor. 90% of the stock in Rex Amusement Corporation was owned by 3 guys, Willard Longstreet, George Carmichael, and Martin Swope. Ostensibly Swope is president, but actually they were equal partners. They had some kind of business contract leaving their stock to the surviving partners. So Longstreet inherits half Carmichael's interest in the business. On top of that, Carmichael carried a $50,000 insurance policy with Willard Longstreet as beneficiary. How much of a business is it? Tremendous. According to Longstreet, they handle coin machines, jukeboxes, cigarette vendors, pinball games, and one-armed bandits. I raised my eyebrows. One-armed bandits, eh? Illegal, aren't they? Not for private clubs. There are 150 private clubs in town, according to Longstreet. About 100 own their own machines, and Rex Amusement Corporation supplies the others for 40% of the take. The clubs average about 12 machines and take in about $1,500 a month each. I did some arithmetic, and the company's share comes out to over $250,000 a year. On top of that, they service the machines owned by clubs for $50 a month per club. Just that part brings in $60,000 a year, and 2 men can handle the servicing. And all this is only one phase of the business. He stopped and stared bitterly at his dead cigar, probably thinking about an inspector's salary. No wonder Longstreet can say $10,000 like you or I would say 10 cents. I rose. You through with me? Yeah, go on home to bed. At the corridor fountain, I mouthed a swig of water to clear the fuzz from my tongue before going back to Longstreet's cell. There, in the center of the hall, I found a uniformed cop seated on a chair facing the cell door. The sun had risen, and light streaming through a small, barred window set high in the wall showed me Longstreet stretched flat on a drop-down bunk, his right wrist and right ankle cuffed to the wall, as Warren Day had ordered. "Allowed to go in there?" I asked the cop. "Sorry," he said. "Lieutenant Hannigan's orders." "Can I talk to him?" The cop scratched his head. "The lieutenant didn't say anything about talking through the bars." Longstreet turned his head in my direction. "That you, Moon?" "Mr. Moon." "Okay, Mr. Moon. Why the formality? I like to keep murderers in their place." His tufted eyebrows rose. "That doesn't include me." "We'll still keep it Mister. I'll apologize if you turn out innocent." He pursed his lips in an expression of grudging acceptance. "Taking my proposition, Mr. Moon?" "Maybe. What is it?" "Simple enough. Solve Carmichael's murder within 24 hours, and I'll pay $10,000. "Why 24 hours?" "I want it solved before I leave here." I considered this answer from all sides without growing any wiser. My prospective client was a man hard to understand, and, I suspected, not anxious to be understood. "Why don't you leave now?" I asked. "All you have to do is post bond." Gazing up at me blandly, he handed me one of the screwiest answers I've ever gotten from a client. "Want to catch up on my sleep?" For a moment I watched him speculatively, forming new questions in my mind. But having a hunch that even 1,000 well-phrased questions would get nothing more from him about why he stayed in jail, I changed tack. I said, "Suppose I take the case and you turn out to be the murderer." "Would I hire you if I were?" he asked. "I could get out of here in 10 minutes by posting bond, and with my alibi I could bust Warren Day right out of a job if he booked me for murder. He knows it, too." I thought this over and saw the logic of it. "All right, I'll go along. But I can't work in the dark. I want better answers than you gave the inspector." He glanced at the guard. "Not with a cop listening in." I turned to the cop, who was silently taking down everything we said in shorthand. "Oh, a spy," I said. "Run down the hall where you can watch without hearing. I want a confidential talk with my client." His head moved back and forth sideways. "The lieutenant said keep my eyes on him." "Gonna make me get a lawyer?" "Yep." "I'll be back in a minute," I told Longstreet. Warren Day was still in his office, morosely puffing on an actually lighted cigar. "Thought you went home," he said. "Been talking to Longstreet. He's willing to tell me things if you move the big-eared cop from in front of his cell." "Yeah?" His eyes narrowed. "You take his $10,000 proposition?" "Depends on what he has to say," I evaded. "If I move the guard, will you tell me what he spills?" I shrugged. "That's up to him. He has the right of confidence as my client, if I listen to him." Day shook his head. "No sale. Go home and go to bed." I took out my checkbook. "You said 500, didn't you?" The inspector's nose, which was the barometer of his blood pressure, whitened at the tip, indicating that he was irked. When the whole organ paled, it meant he was boiling. "You post bond," he said, "and I'll charge him with murder." Spreading the checkbook on his desk, I reached for his desk pen. He slapped aside my hand. He slammed back his chair and made for the door. By the time we reached Longstreet's cell, the inspector's nose was dead white. "You," Day growled at the guard, "post yourself at the end of the hall and keep your eye on this excuse for a private detective. He gets 5 minutes. If he passes anything through the bars, shoot him. Kill him and I'll make you a sergeant." He wheeled and marched back to his den. "You certainly get your way around here," Longstreet said admiringly. "How'd you swing that?" "Stow the blarney," I said. "We got 5 minutes. Spill it fast." With his free hand he fumbled at his shirt front and drew out a locket on a chain. "See this?" I nodded. "A girl gave me this when I was 17, 27 years ago. It's the only thing in the world I got any sentiment about." "Your wife?" "I'm a bachelor." He paused to peer down at the locket as it lay on his chest. "This locket got me a local reputation. Ask my partners, or the one who's left, Martin Swope. Ask our secretary, Marie Kincaid. Ask anybody who knows me well. They'll all tell you when I swear on this locket, it's God's own truth. I'd cut off my nose before I'd tell a lie on this locket." "All right," I said. "Get to the point." He put his hand over the locket. "On the memory of her who gave it to me, I swear I didn't kill Carmichael." "I'm deeply impressed," I said. "We have 3 minutes left." "Ask me anything you want." He pushed the locket back in his shirt. "Leave it out," I suggested. His brows went up. "You'll get the truth, I don't necessarily lie when I'm not holding the locket. I glanced at my watch. Why was Anton Strowski after you? Anton who? The rod man brought in with us, I said impatiently. The only reason you started that brawl was because you saw Anton in the mirror and wanted cops on the scene fast. He shook his head. Never saw him before. I looked through the bars at him in vexation, and he gazed back at me blandly. Why'd you deliberately get yourself thrown in jail? I asked finally. He blew out his lips. There was a sound of released suction, and he used a thumb to push his plate back in place. What makes you think I did that? Apparently my bothering to have the cop moved to the end of the hall had been wasted effort. I said, if you won't answer questions, I can't help much. He raised tufted eyebrows. Believe me, if I could tell you a single thing about Carmichael's murder, I would, but I can't. If the answer was in me, would I pay you to dig it out? From the corner of my eye, I saw the guard start toward us. Longstreet looked up at me without a sign of mischievousness in his suddenly serious face. Believe me, Mr. Moon, my being in jail has nothing to do with Carmichael's murder. You still with me? Time's up, the guard broke in behind me. I said, I'll play along, for a while, and left him to catch up on his sleep. When I reached the front desk, Sergeant Danny Blake was just coming on duty. His nose looked like a blue turnip. How's the nose? I asked. He grunted something unintelligible. I said, what happened to the guy you brought in with us, Anton Strowski? Danny thumbed through his logbook. Released on bond at 7:30. I was off then. Go off at 5. Chapter 3. The Golden Locket. The night before I had gotten to bed at 1 in the morning and been routed out at 4. I felt like falling in bed for a week, but clues have a habit of disappearing unless you follow a murder trail while it's still hot. From the desk sergeant's directory, I learned the Rex Amusement Corporation was in the Bland building, and took a cab there. The corporation was on the first floor. It had its own entrance, separate from that to the offices on higher floors. The entrance was centered in a long loading ramp for trucks, presumably used for loading and unloading various types of coin machines. An empty, driverless truck was backed against one end of the ramp. I found the door unlocked and walked into a huge storage room filled with hundreds of coin devices. Jukeboxes, cigarette vendors, pinball games, and slot machines stood in orderly rows, arranged so each type was easily accessible. At the far end of the warehouse, I saw a door labeled Office. Pushing open this door, I found myself in a large but simple furnished reception room containing only an office switchboard, a typing desk, 2 file cabinets, and a few odd chairs. Centering one wall of the room was a glass-pane door bearing the title M. Swope, President. 2 similar doors, respectively labeled G.W. Carmichael, Customer Service, and W.H. Longstreet, Sales Manager, opened in the opposite wall. The wall directly across from the reception room entrance was full of windows. A sleek, brown-eyed blonde, with nice accessories, was beating the typewriter. She gave me a cool smile, which meant, "State your business, please, I'm very busy." I came right to the point by flashing the identity card which states I'm a private dick and am bonded to $20,000. "We don't need a private detective," she said. "The police are doing fine." I said, "Maybe you don't, but you've got one. One of your bosses hired me." She raised carefully molded eyebrows. "Mr. Swope?" "Longstreet." I took the chair she hadn't offered and stretched out my legs. "What's your name?" She thought me over before she finally decided to answer. "Marie Kincaid." "You the whole office force?" "All that works in. We have 10 servicemen and a crew of salesmen." "Where are they all?" "We don't open till 8. She raised her eyes to the wall clock, and I followed suit. It was 10 till. I asked, "You been here long?" "About 5 minutes." "I mean, have you worked here long?" 4 years. "Know about a locket Longstreet wears?" She glanced at me quickly, then laughed a tinkly, indulgent laugh. The swearing locket? That's what we call it behind his back. He's a nut on the subject. Is he serious about it, or is it just a gag? Oh, he's serious. I wouldn't believe his oath on a Bible, but anything he swears to on the locket is pure truth. I got to my feet. I'll take a look at the room. It been cleaned up? Not yet, she said. Opening the door, which bore Carmichael's name, I went in and looked around. Except for a spot of dried blood on the carpet beneath the desk, there was little to see. I wandered around looking at the floor, the desktop, the windowsills, and the bookcase, without finding any cigarette butts of queer Oriental brand, any Egyptian scarabs, or any of the other highly informative clues detectives are always running into. Marie Kincaid came to the door and looked in at me. "Know where they found the gun?" I asked. She pointed to the floor near her feet. "Right there." "How'd you know?" She raised her nose. "I saw it. The police brought me over here from home before anything had been moved." I estimated the distance from the desk to the gun as about 12 feet, which ruled out suicide, as Inspector Day had said. "Let's go over the story you told the cops," I said. "I understand Longstreet phoned here twice yesterday." "That's right. When did the calls come?" "The first was at 3:30 from Mr. Carmichael. I plugged him in and they had a terrible argument." "You listen in?" Her nose went up again. "I did not. Mr. Carmichael's door was open." "What was the argument about?" "I don't know. But Mr. Carmichael swore something awful." "Where was Swope at the time?" "In his office." She pointed at his door across the reception room. How about the second call?" She said, "That came just at 5. I had my hat on ready to leave when the phone rang. It was Mr. Longstreet again, for Mr. Carmichael. I plugged Mr. Carmichael in, and through the open door heard him say, 'All right, wait 10 minutes and come on over. I'll be here.' Then what?" "I went home. An hour later the police came after me." I asked, "How do you account for Longstreet being able to phone when he was locked in a cell from 3 o'clock on?" Her nose went up a third time. "I don't. You're the detective. You account for it." "How do you know it was Longstreet phoning?" "She said it was." "What?" "She said it was." "Who?" "The switchboard operator. She said, 'Mr. Longstreet calling Mr. Carmichael.'" I thought this over while I wandered around the room some more. Finally I said, "You told the cops you recognized his voice." "I thought I heard it in the background," she said quickly. I shook my head. "You told the cops Longstreet himself phoned. You didn't mention any woman." "The woman wasn't phoning," she defended. "She was just a switchboard operator somewhere." "Where?" "How would I know? Wherever Mr. Longstreet phoned from." I said, "Did you actually hear Longstreet's voice at all?" "Well," she hesitated. "I thought I heard it in the background asking the operator to hurry up." I asked bluntly, "Who paid you to change your story?" Color warmed the coolness of her cheeks, and her brown eyes threw flame at me. "Just what do you mean by that? I read your sworn statement. You told the cops you definitely recognized Longstreet's voice. And when your questioner remarked that imitation is easy, you said, 'After 4 years, an imitation wouldn't fool me.'" "It was the way the police asked questions," she insisted. "They put words in your mouth. I'm sure it was Mr. Longstreet phoning. I'd be sure even without the voice, because when I plugged in Mr. Carmichael, I told him Mr. Longstreet was phoning." She ended triumphantly. "If it had been anyone else, Mr. Carmichael would have bawled me out afterward." I switched to another subject. "What kind of guy was Carmichael?" She examined me so appraisingly before answering, I expected some sort of startling disclosure. But all she said was, "All right, if you like wolves." "Married?" I asked. "No, bachelor." "What do you look like?" Her brow puckered thoughtfully. "Tall and lanky, slightly stooped, gray hair, nothing very individual, except the wolf gleam in his eye." "How old was he?" 40, 45, somewhere in there. "Have any enemies?" She shook her head. "None I know of." "Any arguments recently?" "Only the one over the phone with Mr. Longstreet. Some inner thought brought her up short. Except, she shook her head in self-impatience. That wouldn't count. What wouldn't? Nothing. It's nothing to do with the murder. I let my eyes harden over. Listen, sister, if you know something, loosen up. Fast. It's nothing, she insisted. It would only start gossip. I said, I don't spread gossip. Let's have it. Reluctantly, she said, It's Mrs. Swope. I think she and Carmichael were carrying on. She paused, then rushed on, apparently wanting to unload it fast once she had started. The other night I forgot my purse and came back for it after closing. They were in Mr. Carmichael's office and didn't hear me come in. I heard him say, It's got to stop, Isabel. Suppose Martin found out. Mrs. Swope said, Suppose he does. I really think he'd be glad. Then after a while, Mr. Carmichael said, I won't be party to breaking up a home, especially that of my own partner. It's got to stop. I heard Mrs. Swope begin to cry, and she said, You're tired of me, that's all. I left then and didn't hear any more. I said thoughtfully, The spurned mistress motive, eh? Worth checking. Then I had an inspiration. That switchboard operator you mentioned. Remember her voice? The secretary looked doubtful. You mean, could I identify it? I mean, do you remember it, how it sounded, whether you'd ever heard it before? Her head moved back and forth slowly. You don't remember switchboard operators' voices. It was just a voice. Could it have been Mrs. Swope? Her eyes went wide. Mrs. Swope? Why ever would she pretend to be a switchboard operator? Maybe she had a code arrangement with Carmichael, I said. With her husband in the same office, she'd hardly phone and give her own name. She looked doubtful. But suppose Mr. Longstreet had been here when she called. She'd have felt kind of silly. Who knew Longstreet was gone? I asked. She looked less doubtful. Everyone. He'd been talking about going up to a summer camp for weeks. Mrs. Swope would have known that he left at noon yesterday. She looked down at the tiny watch on her wrist. 8 o'clock, time I got back to work. She turned and went back to her desk. I moved back into the reception room just as the outer door opened, and Marty O'Brien came in. Marty had been a muscle man back in the days of the now-defunct extortion ring, but I hadn't seen him around in recent years. Probably he had been in jail. He said, Hi, Marie, boss in yet? And then he saw me. He didn't say anything, just looked. Hello, Marty, I said. He nodded. Marie said, You're the first one here, and went on with her typing. Marty threw me another deadpan look and drifted out again. That one of your salesmen? I asked Marie. She said, Our best. The door opened again and a smooth-cheeked, middle-aged man entered. In a sleek, pointed nose and thin-lipped sort of way, he was handsome. He wore expensive clothes and rimless eyeglasses with an air of needing both. His face was all set in a big smile for Marie, but it faded when he saw she had company. Good morning, Mr. Swope, Marie said in a prim secretarial voice. Swope doled her out an adulterated version of the original smile and gave me an inquiring glance. Manville Moon, I said, showing him my license card, retained by Longstreet. His brows knit. I see. He failed to offer his hand, but stood chewing his lip while he thought me over. Finally, he seemed to come to a decision. Come in, he said, and preceded me to his office. When we were seated, and he had offered me a cigar, which I politely refused after noting the brand, he leaned back and crossed hands over his stomach. I've told the police everything I know about this terrible affair, he said, but of course I'll be glad to give any further help I can. Fine. Will you just run over what you told the police? He raised his shoulders and let them fall again. It wasn't much, I'm afraid. I knew nothing about the 2 phone calls until Marie told of them when the police were here. I left at 4:30 yesterday and didn't know anything had happened until a policeman came to my home about 6. Know what Carmichael and Longstreet could have been arguing about over the phone? That is, if it was Longstreet. He shook his head. They always got along. We all did. Why, we grew up together, the three of us. We were playmates in grammar school. A reminiscent smile spread across his face. We even chased the same girl. In high school, Mrs. Swope went with all three of us before she finally settled on me. Could your wife have been the cause of the argument? He frowned. Of course not. They sometimes joked about both remaining bachelors because of Mrs. Swope, but purely in fun. She hadn't gone with either of them for 5 years before our marriage, and we'd been married 22 years. I said, "Do you think it actually was Mr. Longstreet who phoned yesterday?" He looked uncomfortable. Maria's sure of it, and I can think of no reason she would lie. How do you account for his being able to phone at 3:30 and again at 5 when he was locked in a cell from 3 on? He shrugged. I make no attempt to account for it. The police are paid to unravel such questions. His fingers drummed on the desktop. I don't understand how he got in jail in the first place. When he left at noon yesterday, he was intending to drive up for a week at his camp on the river. He'd planned it for weeks, and I know he intended to start at 1 o'clock. By 2:30 he should have been there, so what was he doing in a bar in town? Suddenly an expression of amazed inspiration crossed his face. I just thought of a possible explanation. Yeah? I haven't been down to the jail yet. How do we know the man in jail is Longstreet? That jolted me. Thinking back, I couldn't remember anyone identifying Longstreet, and no one who knew him had looked over the prisoner. I said, about 240 pounds, grizzled hair, false teeth, hairy eyebrows that curve upward like horns, and an expression like a kid getting ready to heave a snowball at a hi-hat. The enthusiasm faded from Swope's voice. That's Willard to a T. It's still a straw, I said. How about dropping down and looking him over? He glanced at his watch. Can't be this morning. Be glad to this afternoon. Is that all you want of me? He glanced at his watch again. Not quite. Assuming Longstreet did commit the murder, what motive could he have? His lips curled in a faint smile. We have a business contract leaving our stock to the surviving partners. Half of Carmichael's interest in this business is motive enough, and in addition, Longstreet is primary beneficiary to a $50,000 insurance policy on Carmichael. How'd Carmichael happen to carry a policy like that? I asked. We all did. If I died, the money went to Carmichael, with Longstreet as second beneficiary. Longstreet's policy named me, with Carmichael as second beneficiary. I was secondary on Carmichael's policy. It's not an unusual business arrangement, quite common in partnerships. I said, How did the murderer get in and out of here without being seen? Don't you have a watchman? No, we have adequate locks, a burglar alarm system, and are protected by Burns. About Carmichael, I said. What kind of guy was he? He frowned down at his hand, which beat a swift march on the desktop. George was a good businessman and an excellent partner. The sentence ended on a slightly raised note, as though an unspoken phrase beginning with "but" should have been attached to it. I said, But what? He glanced at me, startled. What are you, a mind reader? Just a guesser. What was wrong? His expression was reluctant, as one unwilling to speak ill of the dead. I suppose it was more virtue than fault. He was too straight-laced. After Marie Kincaid's evaluation of Carmichael as a wolf, the answer amused me. Fleetingly, a quotation passed through my mind, something like, Women and men see friends through different eyes. I said, About women? No. He was human enough, I suppose. Perhaps straight-laced isn't the right word. Unforgiving would be better. He gave absolute loyalty to his friends and demanded the same of them. Hardly sounds like a fault. Perhaps not, he admitted, except he carried it too far. As an example, we used to retain a lawyer named Howard Tattersall. He's an excellent lawyer and has saved the firm considerable money in lawsuits. He also happens to be a minor stockholder in the company, owns about 5% of the common stock. About a month ago, we were preparing to offer a few new shares for sale on the open market to help finance opening a branch in another city. Tattersall, of course, had advance information, and a few hours before our release, he dumped his entire holdings on the market. The sudden dumping of such a large block caused a temporary drop in price, and before it could recover, Tattersall rebought his own stock plus part of the new issue, without it costing him a cent. His total gain was about $20,000, and George was furious. He insisted that Tattersall be kicked off the payroll immediately. I said, I think I'd agree with him about that. Swope shook his head impatiently. You misunderstand. What I gave was merely the bare outline of the transaction, and actually there were several ramifications. One was that a speculating broker took a flyer and bore the brunt of the loss. It didn't cost our firm a cent, but George remained adamant, so we switched lawyers, thereby losing the best corporate legal advice in town. He studied his tapping fingers glumly, still vexed by his late partner's stubbornness. Was Tattersall sore? I asked. He looked up again. Naturally, we're a fat account. I kept my tone casual. Sore enough to do anything about it? Do anything? He frowned. You mean, like shoot Carmichael? Yeah. For a minute he brooded over the question, not liking it too much. I haven't the slightest idea, he said finally. My only relations with Tattersall were business ones, and I don't know what kind of person he is otherwise. Chapter 4. Gang Up. Then the door began to open slowly, as though the person on the other side were hesitant to disturb us. Swope watched it expectantly, then his expression soured to a frown as the door finally swung fully open. Our interrupter was a short woman, this side of 45 and beginning to spread. Probably she had once been beautiful, but corsets and cosmetics no longer could hide middle age. She wore expensive clothes that looked altogether much too young for her. Swope said, Didn't Miss Kincaid say I was busy, Isabel? I guessed that this was Mrs. Swope, and didn't miss that while Swope familiarly referred to the secretary as Marie in conversation, she was Miss Kincaid to his wife. Isabel said, I'm sorry, I have to see you. Will you be long? Her tone was a curious mixture of embarrassed apology and determination. Swope looked at his watch. We're nearly finished. You may as well stay, now you're here. He performed belated introductions. This is Mr. Moon, Isabel. Mr. Moon, my wife. I asked her how she did and offered the chair I had left when she entered. She said, No, keep it, and took another in the corner. I said, I was just leaving, Mrs. Swope. Then to her husband, One more question and I won't bother you any more. Are you familiar with a locket Longstreet has? The color drained from Mrs. Swope's face, leaving it stark white behind its oversupply of rouge. Swope said, I've seen it. Why? Know the story connected with it? He knit his brows thoughtfully. Some silly sentimental thing, as I remember, left to him by his mother or someone. He takes oaths on it. I always thought he was a little hipped on the subject. What about it? Nothing. Just curious. I was watching Mrs. Swope. Her color began to come back, but she was still obviously shaken. With a sudden flash of inspiration, I combined Longstreet's mention of the locket as a gift from a girl when he was 17 with Swope's casual reference to his wife's high school romances, coming out with the interesting answer that Mrs. Swope could be the locket's donor. I said, I gotta go. Glad to have met you, Mrs. Swope. She dipped her head in my direction without meeting my eyes. 3 men had come into the reception room while I was closeted with Swope. 2 I recognized as compatriots of Marty O'Brien in bygone extortion ring days, but could not recall their names. The third was Tiny Sart, a flat-headed, bow-legged killer with a criminal record longer than MacArthur's war record. I said, Hello, Tiny. You a star salesman here, too? His constantly darting eyes touched my face and moved away. Hello, Moon. Hello, what? Mr. Moon, he corrected. His eyes darted back at me and down again. I said to Marie, What's the name of the outfit over you? Riverside Seed Company. How do you get there? You have to go outside and use the main building entrance. A visit to the Riverside Seed Company got me nothing that I hadn't already learned from Warren Day. The Rex Amusement Corporation closed at 5, but the Seed Company stayed open an hour later. At about 5:30, the whole office force had been startled by what my informant described as a terrific blam, and one of the clerks said, "That's a shot." Nearly everyone in the office, about 12 people, had gone to investigate. They found the entrance to the place downstairs unlocked, entered in a group, and found the body. No one had seen the murderer leave. The Drake Hotel is as expensive as the Jefferson, but in a quieter, more snobbish way. While not exclusively an apartment hotel, it caters to permanent residents and makes no effort to attract the tourist trade through decorative cocktail lounges and elaborate dance floors. The only entertainment facility offered its guests is a small, clean dining room which closes at 8 nightly. At the desk, I asked for Howard Tattersall's room number. "Suite 417, the room clerk said. "I'll ring to see if he's in." I said, "Never mind. He's expecting me." The elevator surged upward like the smooth stroke of a piston and eased to a cushioned halt. Silent doors parted in the middle, disappearing into the walls, and when I stepped out into the deeply carpeted hall, they slid soundlessly together again. The silence was almost reverent. As I started down the hall, the leather straps of my false legs squeaked, and I felt guiltily self-conscious, as though violating the sanctity of a cathedral. The man who answered my knock at the door of Suite 417 was of medium height and beginning to put on weight. Dark hair, parted in the middle, was brushed straight back from a wide, short forehead. Heavy black brows surmounted a strong nose, and hard but wide lips clamped around a short briar. He wore a lounging robe. "Mr. Tattersall?" I asked. He nodded. "I'm Manville Moon. Your office told me I'd find you home today." Removing his pipe from his mouth with his right hand, which conveniently prevented him from offering a handshake, he said, "If it's business, I'm sorry, but this is my day off. It's business about a murder," I said. "May I come in?" "Are you police?" he asked sharply. "Private." I watched his face for a minute, saw no invitation there, and said, "I'm coming in." He stepped back, swung the door wide, and let me go past him into the room. It was a large room, much better furnished than my walk-up parlor. Doors on either side of it, leading to other rooms, made it at least a 3-unit apartment. I wondered how many more hundred a month he paid than I did for my 3-room flat. I tried an easy chair, liked it, and settled back with a cigar in my mouth. The lawyer remained standing, frowning down at me while I applied flame to the cigar end. "You've heard of George Carmichael's death," I said finally, making it a statement instead of a question. "On the radio," he said shortly. "I don't get a morning paper." "Used to work for him, didn't you?" He looked displeased and faintly insulted. "I was retained by his firm as legal counsel. They weren't my only account." "Why'd they drop you?" "I don't see that it's any of your business," he said testily. "Mind telling me what you want?" "Not at all. Know Willard Longstreet?" "Of course. One of the company directors, sales manager, I believe he calls himself. He also happens to be a neighbor of mine. Lives down the hall." "Yes, I know. Longstreet retained me to solve the crime. You wouldn't have heard it on the radio, but he's the prime suspect. Matter of fact, he's in jail." His eyes showed mild surprise, but no particular concern. "So?" "His gun was found at the murder scene. Longstreet claims it was kidnapped from his room." "So?" "So you and Carmichael had a falling out. So you live within crawling distance of Longstreet's door. So where were you yesterday about 5:30 in the afternoon?" His eyes narrowed. "Pardon me a moment." Abruptly he did an about-face and passed through one of the doors into another room. I heard the click of a phone being raised, got out of my chair quietly, and circled toward the door. As I reached it and got my ear near the jamb, I heard him say, "Right away," and dropped the phone back in its cradle. Circling back to my chair, I settled in it again and was drawing slowly on my cigar when he re-entered the room. I looked up and got a surprise. A sardonic smile lifting the edges of his wide mouth, he leaned in the doorway and accurately pointed an army automatic at my cigar. I removed the cigar, but the muzzle failed to follow it, which led me to believe my head was the actual target. I waited for him to speak, but he seemed perfectly content to continue leaning and pointing. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked finally. "Raise my arms? Bark like a dog? Or just go home?" "Just sit," he said, "and keep your mouth shut." So for 20 minutes I sat and kept my mouth shut. When my cigar became a stub, I set it carefully on the ashstand next to my chair, moving my hand slowly because I could see the automatic's hammer was back and the safety off. At the end of 20 minutes, a key turned in the outer door's lock. Anton Strowski came through the door, nodded to Tattersall, and turned his brittle eyes on me. "Mr. Moon, isn't it?" he asked with heavy sarcasm, deeply underlying the Mr. I didn't feel called on to reply. "Stand up," he said. I rose slowly, turned my back, and raised my arms without waiting for the order. Anton's hand snaked under my armpit from behind, removed my P-38, then carefully patted my pockets. "Turn around," he commanded. Facing my host again, I dropped my arms. Anton drew a short, dainty automatic from his side pocket, a twin of the one he had lost to the police, removed his smart snap-brim hat, and dropped it over the gun. "Only a 32, he said pleasantly, "but I use dum-dums. It makes hole like a saucer." The mock pleasantness left his voice, and his lips drew thin. "We're going out now, and if you make a move I don't like, you get it." He waved me toward the door, then followed, keeping a pace distance between us. Tattersall stayed home, presumably not caring to participate in murder on his day off. But just before the door shut behind us, he said, "It's been very pleasant, Mr. Moon. Do come again." I said, "If I can't make it, drop in on me. I'll be in the river." It wasn't good, but it was the best I could do with that hat-covered little gun aimed at my back. Our trip down was uneventful. Just two well-dressed men, one of the modern school who wears his hat in elevators, the other with his politely draped over his fist. It stayed there even after we left the elevator, clear across the lobby, down the steps and into the waiting Buick coach at the curb. Anton and I shared the roomy back seat. Our bullet-headed chauffeur was a stranger. Getting in, I caught a quick glimpse of his knuckle-bent profile and knew I'd never seen him before. As we pulled away, I started to memorize the back of his head, on the remote chance that I'd ever get an opportunity to look for it. It was an interesting head. The neck was a wheel of creased muscle that bulged out beyond the flattened rear of his skull, and the ears were mere blobs of broken gristle bunched into shapelessness. Without instruction, he wheeled the car through traffic toward the south edge of town. He kept the speed moderate until we reached the river road, then opened up, and we rolled along at highway speed. Anton spoke only once during the trip, when we reached a long straight stretch, and Bullethead pressed his foot to the floor. "Cut the horses," Anton said curtly. Our speed immediately dropped to a sedate 55. A few miles later we slowed and turned onto a dirt road. We passed a farmhouse, went on about 2 miles without seeing another, and the road began to grow rougher. Now entirely away from public view, Anton uncovered his gun and put his hat back on his head. I glanced down at the gun and got my second shocking surprise of the day. Only this one was pleasant. They say that every criminal eventually makes some stupid mistake which ends his career. Anton Strowski had just made his, and it exceeded the criminal's prerogative of stupidity. His neat and deadly little automatic had the safety tightly on. Selfishly, I kept the secret to myself. My right hand slashed sideways, and the hard edge of my palm caught him directly between the eyes. I had learned that blow with the Rangers, and twice used it on German sentries. It worked just as effectively on Polish-American gunmen. I felt the bone crunch, and he was dead before his automatic dropped to the seat between us. Quietly easing him back in the far corner, I picked up the gun, flipped off the safety catch, and settled back to enjoy the rest of the ride. The road grew rougher and rougher, finally becoming nothing but two weed-choked ruts. Bullethead halted the car alongside a dense growth of bushes. "This okay?" he asked, peering out at the tangled cluster of undergrowth. "Just fine," I said. Startled, he spun in his seat and gaped at me and my lifeless seatmate. Then his hand dove toward a shoulder holster. I let him bring his gun as far as the top of the front seat. Anton had told the truth. It made a hole like a saucer. The doorman at the Drake Hotel gave me a more courteous greeting than I deserved after parking a Buick containing two dead men at his curb. The elevator operator remembered my previous visit, too, and shot to the 4th floor without waiting for instructions. I had recovered my P-38 from one of Anton's pockets and found his key to 417 in another. Approaching Tattersall's door with the former in my right hand and the latter in my left, I unlocked the door, kicked it open, and charged in. My dramatics were unnecessary. Howard Tattersall sat in the same chair I had occupied while enjoying my cigar. But he wasn't smoking because a bullet had left too little of his mouth to hold a cigar. He slumped sideways with one arm hanging over the edge of the chair so that fingertips just touched the floor. The other hand lay in his lap, gripping the Army automatic. Kneeling next to the body, I sniffed the gun muzzle. It had been fired. Rising, I entered the room from which Tattersall had phoned and found the telephone standing on a desk by the window. I dialed homicide and asked for Inspector Day. "Moon," I said when he finally came to the phone. "I'm at Suite 417 in the Drake Hotel. Dead lawyer here named Tattersall." Day asked, "Murder?" "Can't say. Either suicide or framed to look like it, unless you want an unscientific opinion." "Give it," the inspector said. "Murder, then. No evidence, just a hunch." Day was silent for a minute, then he said, "I'll send Hannigan. Got to take a nap before I drop dead." As though bringing up an afterthought, I said casually, "There are also two bodies in a Buick parked in front of the hotel, license 207309. "What?" Day yelped. "What you got there, a massacre?" "Just a rough party." I gave him a quick sketch of what had happened. When I finished the resume, he asked, "Think Tattersall bumped Carmichael?" "Possibly." "Wish I hadn't eliminated all the witnesses," he complained. "Complicates things. If they were still alive, I wouldn't be." "That's not a bad idea either," he growled and hung up. Glancing at my watch, I was surprised to discover it was only 11:15. Beginning to feel the effect of only 3 hours' sleep, I found a side street barroom and took on a rye and water. I was the only customer at that time of day, and as I dawdled over my second drink, the bartender dropped a coin in the record machine to play a Phil Harris number. When it played out, I picked a nickel from my change on the bar and started over to play another. Then I noticed a pinball game against the wall. Right next to it stood a cigarette vendor. I changed my mind and went back to my stool. 3 coin machines in this small neighborhood bar had started a train of thought. I began visualizing various stores I had been in recently, trying to remember whether or not they were equipped with coin machines. The drugstore near my flat had one pinball game. The confectionery next to it had one. I thought of 2 filling stations and a barber shop where I had noticed them, and suddenly the tremendous size of the business registered on me. I couldn't think of a single tavern, restaurant, drugstore, grocery, filling station, or barber shop I had been in during recent months which was not equipped with one or more coin devices. I motioned to the barkeep. "You own this place?" I asked. "Yeah," he admitted. "Where you rent your coin machines?" He rubbed his chin. "Why?" "Because I want to know." "You a cop?" "No." "What are you?" I said, "I'm the guy just asked you a question. Get up and answer before I kick your teeth in." He widened his eyes at me, sucked in his breath, and said, "Fella named Sart." "Tiny?" "That's the guy." I said, "Next time he's in, tell him to take him out. My company's taken over this territory." The bartender paled. "Listen, mister, I can't tell Sart that. I'd end up in the gutter. You'll end up in the gutter if you don't. He ran a hand over his forehead. Geez, mister, I'm just trying to make a living. I don't want any damn machines in here at all. But I want trouble less than I don't want machines. If you guys start squeezing me between you, I lose no matter which way I jump. Why don't you talk to Sart, and I'll take whichever machines the both of you say. I grinned at him. Relax, and have a drink. I was just fishing for information. Now I've got it. Some of his color came back, but now he looked worried. Chapter 5. Close in. I went home and shaved, ate a quick breakfast, and took a cab to police headquarters. I found Warren Day asleep on the cot in his office. I shook him awake. Go away, he said. Get up. I got your case solved for you. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, groped over to the desk and found his glasses. What time is it? About noon. Sinking into his chair, he took a pint bottle from a bottom drawer, swished a slug around in his mouth, swallowed, and started to put it back. I said, Do I drink alone when you come to my house? Grumpily, he reopened the drawer, examined the bottle's liquor level over the top of his glasses, and handed it to me. He watched suspiciously as I raised it to my lips and said, Okay, that's enough, before I even downed the first swallow. I handed it back after the second. If you're going to get me up at 4 a.m. to break your cases, I said, you got to keep me awake. He fumbled a dead cigar from his ashtray, dusted it off, and popped it in his mouth. Okay, spill your story. Not yet. I got it figured out, but we have to prove it. I've no urge to be sued. Oh, he said, you got a theory. Sure. What have you got? Nothing, he admitted. I'm listening. This is what I want. You have Martin Swope, Mrs. Swope, and Marie Kincaid picked up separately and brought here. Keep them apart, and I'll talk to them one at a time. He eyed me fixedly over his glasses. What do I pick them up on? I waved that aside impatiently. That's your problem. If you're leery of warrants, lure 'em down. Tell 'em the jail's on fire and you need a bucket brigade. Tell 'em anything. Then I remembered something. Swope was coming in anyway to identify Longstreet. He suggested your prisoner might be someone else. Day snapped erect. He what? Don't get excited, just a screwy idea he had. It's Longstreet, all right. He leaned back in his chair again. And when all these people get here? I'll talk to him. He scratched his head. Knowing how you like to grandstand, I don't suppose you'd outline your case first. Don't suppose I would. Okay, he said wearily. What can I lose? I haven't got a case anyway. He picked up his phone, gave the necessary orders, and we sat back to wait. Inspector Day sent out for sandwiches and coffee after pointedly informing me that my share of the bill would be 35 cents, and collecting it before he ordered. We had just finished our uninspiring lunch when Hannigan stuck his head in the door. They're all here, he said. Separate? I asked. None of them even knows the others are here. Send in Mrs. Swope, I ordered. Hannigan looked at Day, his eyebrows raised. I'm just a figurehead around here, the inspector said bitterly. Don't pay any attention to me. The lieutenant shrugged, started to smile, and wiped it off fast when Day roared, Get a move on. Yes, sir, he said, and backed out hurriedly. See what happens when I let you give orders? Day asked aggrievedly. Discipline shot to hell. He rubbed his bald spot and mumbled, Impertinent pup. He didn't say a word, I said in Hannigan's defense. The inspector snapped, I know what he was thinking. A knock sounded. Day growled, Come in, and Hannigan opened the door nervously. He stepped aside to let in Mrs. Swope, then asked the space between Day and me if we wanted him to remain. It was impossible to determine which of us he was addressing. I nodded imperceptibly, and Day said, You can stay if you keep your mouth shut. Mrs. Swope waited uncertainly, kneading her hands together and looking frightened. I introduced her to the inspector and asked her to have a chair. She looked around hesitantly, finally deciding on the one farthest from Warren Day's desk. I walked over and looked down at her. Ever hear of truth serum, Mrs. Swope? I asked. She looked puzzled, then nodded doubtfully. We gave it to Longstreet, and his locket couldn't help. He told us all about it. I might have told her that the world would end in 5 minutes. She turned paper white and clutched at her throat. "No," she whispered, "no." "Don't hold it against him, Mrs. Swope. He meant to keep his oath, but you can't fight truth serum. He had to tell." I made my voice sympathetic. She asked in a dead voice, "Everything?" I played the hunch on which my whole case was based, holding my breath as I played it, because if I were wrong, Mrs. Swope would know my whole attack was bluff. I said, "Even that you were the girl who gave him the locket 27 years ago." It worked. The shock of it, superimposed on the shock of Longstreet breaking his oath, nearly heaped her on the floor in a faint. She managed to retain consciousness, but all resistance was knocked out of her. The hopeless eyes she turned up at me were utterly convinced I knew everything. "What do you want of me?" she asked. "We just want you to clear up a point or two. How you learned of the plot, for example." She was too far gone for suspicion, but she said in dull surprise, "Didn't Willard tell that?" "We didn't ask him," I said easily. "It's not an important point. We know you warned him. After making him swear on the locket he'd never tell. We know why you warned him, that you couldn't bear to see an old sweetheart framed, even though your husband was the framer." "Framed?" she asked wonderingly. "I didn't know it was a frame-up when I told Willard." "I was merely using a figure of speech," I rapidly backtracked. "You see, we know enough of the story so that we have already arrested your husband. He's beyond all possible help, so you have nothing to lose by telling us how you learned the plot." Her head drooped and she gazed helplessly down at her hands. "I overheard them in Marden's office." "Overheard who?" "Marden and Miss Kincaid. It was a week ago. I dropped in to see Marden, and Miss Kincaid was in his office. The door was open a crack, and I stopped to listen. I don't know why, because I'm not a suspicious woman. After listening, I thought it best Marden not suspect I'd heard, so I left without going in." "What did you hear?" "I heard Miss Kincaid say, 'Suppose at the last minute Longstreet changes his mind about going to the camp.' Marden said, 'I thought of that. Anton will tail him when he leaves the office at noon. If he looks like changing his mind, Anton has orders to stick a gun in his ribs and make sure he's at camp by 4 at the latest.'" I suddenly understood a lot of things which had not previously been clear. "How'd you know what they were talking about?" I asked. "I didn't," Mrs. Swope said dully. "If I'd had any idea—" Her voice faded away for a minute, then went on. "I'd have spoken to Marden. She looked up at me helplessly. "I don't know what I'd have done. I didn't know what it all meant, and I kept brooding about it until I was nearly sick, and it got closer and closer to the time, and finally the actual morning arrived without my doing anything about it, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went to the office and told Willard just before he left at noon." She began to cry, making no sound, but with her shoulders jiggling up and down in jerky rhythm as tears slid across her face. I said to Hannigan, "Got all that?" He looked up from the notebook in which he had been unobtrusively writing during the entire interview. "Yeah, got it all. Have someone type it up in the form of a statement for Mrs. Swope to sign, and while it's being typed, bring in Marden Swope. Get Longstreet from his cell, too." He said, "Check," rose from his chair, and escorted Mrs. Swope from the room. As the door closed behind him, Warren Day burst out, "What in the hell's going on? All that nonsense about truth serum." I grinned at him. "Worked, didn't it?" "Is Marden Swope the killer?" he demanded. "I doubt it," I said, enjoying myself. "Can't tell yet." He peered at me sourly over his glasses. "Damn grandstander," he muttered. A knock sounded, and Day said, "Come in." It was Marden Swope, followed by Hannigan. I said to Swope, "You've met Inspector Day, haven't you?" "Yes, yesterday." Day grunted something unintelligible, then said begrudgingly, "Have a chair." Another knock sounded, and Day said, "Come in." It was Willard Longstreet, flanked by 2 bluecoats. He looked the group over without speaking, then moved over and took a chair next to me. Apparently he had gotten some sleep, for he looked rested, but his clothes were in terrible shape, and he needed a shave. In a self-conscious voice, Martin Swope said, "Hello, Willard." Longstreet nodded at his partner gravely, no sign of humor in his eyes. "Swope suggested you might be an imposter," I told Longstreet. "We brought him down to identify you." A mischievous twinkle replaced the serious expression in Longstreet's eyes. "What made you think that, Martin?" Martin Swope said embarrassedly, "It's Willard, all right, Mr. Moon." "What made you think I wasn't?" Longstreet asked. Swope remained silent, so I said, "He couldn't understand how you got in jail. Weren't you supposed to be up at your camp yesterday?" "Planned to be. Changed my mind." "Why?" Longstreet eyed me quizzically. "No law against it, is there?" "None that I know of, especially since you had a good idea of what awaited you at the camp." Swope asked, "You through with me now?" "Not quite," I said. I turned back to Longstreet. "I have the case solved." There was a sharp click as Longstreet's upper plate dropped and was snapped back in place by his tongue. Swope licked his lips and watched me curiously. "Funny thing about this case," I said to Warren Day. "Longstreet hired me to find out something he already knew. That probably sounds silly, and it was in a way. But Longstreet couldn't figure any other way to handle the impossible situation he found himself in." I paused to let tension build up in the room. The only reason I occasionally grandstand is because Day hates me for it. He was glaring at me now. "Another peculiar thing about the case," I went on, "was that all of the evidence was false. So to solve the case, you had to ignore the evidence and depend on pure reason. That's why the police fell down." Glancing sideways at Day, I noted his nose now shone pure white against the inflamed background of his face. I said, "The first premise I worked on was that Longstreet here couldn't possibly have committed the murder. The police should have decided that at once also, but they preferred to play around with weird theories about his pulling a Houdini jailbreak and then breaking back in again. My second premise was that Longstreet deliberately got himself jailed. Combining these two facts, you immediately get some inevitable conclusions. First, Longstreet knew someone was after him, and the forces involved were too much for him to fight, so he chose jail as the only safe place to be. Second, he had been framed for Carmichael's murder. Luckily for Longstreet, his being in jail not only made him temporarily safe, but gave him an ironclad alibi and upset the framer's apple cart. The third inescapable conclusion is that the testimony of Marie Kincaid was a lie from beginning to end. There never were any phone calls. Her story was prepared in advance of the crime. If I hadn't, out of pure cussedness, pointed out a gunman named Anton Strowski to a cop, which prevented him from phoning Marie and telling her the plot had gone sour, she never would have told the story she did. And after finally learning too late that Longstreet had been safely in jail all the time, she tried to wiggle out of her sworn statement by inventing another story, which never happened. And the last obvious conclusion is that from the moment Longstreet learned Carmichael had been murdered, he was able to figure out exactly what had happened. Martin Swope was gazing at me in wide-eyed amazement. Longstreet's face, directed at his partner, contained an expression of unholy glee. Warren Day had half risen and glared at Longstreet. "If you knew the answer all along," he rapped, "why'd you keep quiet?" "That's the silly part of the whole affair," I answered for Longstreet. "He has a sacred locket he takes oaths on. Before Mrs. Swope warned him he was on the spot, she made him swear on the locket that he'd never repeat a word. That left him in the peculiar position of being framed for a murder and unable to say anything in his own defense. He was literally between the devil and the deep blue sea. So he hired me to expose what he already knew." Day said, "He chose the devil," guffawed ferociously, and suddenly stopped when no one else smiled. Ignoring the inspector, I went on. In a desperate effort to keep his oath, he gave me 24 hours to solve the case. If I hadn't made it, I suspect he would have talked anyway. Keeping the oath was worth $10,000 to him, but I doubt that he wanted to gamble his life on it. I looked at Longstreet. Right? He merely grinned without answering. Swope, suddenly coming to life, rose from his chair. "What was that about my wife?" he demanded. I said, "Shut up and sit down." He looked at me whitely, his eyes narrowed to slits. Hannigan crossed the room, put his hand on Swope's chest, and pushed him back in his chair. Warren Day snarled at me. "If you're through grandstanding now, spill the works. Is this guy the killer?" I took him out of his misery. No, it was a good old-fashioned gang killing. Swope ordered it, and Marie Kincaid was an accessory. If Longstreet had received the warning earlier, he'd probably have skipped town. But when he got it, Anton Strowski was already on his tail. And when he couldn't shake Anton, he got himself arrested. What gave me the first steer was that even after his alibi was established, Longstreet insisted on staying in jail until the case was solved. The only reason I could see for that was that he was afraid of something, and I learned what he was afraid of by a visit to the Rex Amusement Corporation and a conversation with a bartender. The corporation's salesmen are the finest bunch of professional extortionists and killers you ever saw. They've spread coin machines all over town by delivering them and telling proprietors to keep them. You can pass that to the racket squad. So it was all of them Longstreet was afraid of. He'd been put on the spot in typical gangster fashion. Swope here was tired of splitting three ways, so he had Carmichael killed and framed Longstreet. Howard Tattersall, who had access to Longstreet's room, obtained the gun, probably on Swope's promise that he'd be made a partner. But Swope wasn't splitting with anyone. After Tattersall served his purpose, he conveniently committed suicide. Swope picked a time he knew Longstreet would be at his river camp alone and without an alibi. Undoubtedly one of Swope's killers was waiting at the camp to arrange Longstreet's suicide in remorse for having slain his partner. Marie was merely a tool. She's probably Swope's mistress. Swope said, "I want a lawyer." Paying no attention to him, Warren Day said, "So after all this circus, we still don't know the name of the actual killer. I'm going to find out right now." It turned out to be Tiny Sart. The state rewarded him with a free trip to another world. Swope got life, Marie 5 years, Longstreet my apology and permission to call me Moon, and I got $10,000 for 11 hours' work, which is $9,975 more than my standard day rate.
Beer Bottle Polka, C.M. Kornbluth. Cyril Michael Kornbluth, 1923 to 1958, was born in New York City and attended the University of Chicago, graduating after his service in World War II, where he received a Bronze Star for his action at the Battle of the Bulge. Although not known as a writer of mystery fiction, he is regarded as a giant in the world of science fiction, in spite of his death of a heart attack at the age of only 34. He was a member of the Futurians, an organization of left-wing, occasionally communist, activist figures of the SF fan community, many of whom went on to become successful writers and editors, including Isaac Asimov, Damon Knight, Frederick Pohl, and Donald A. Wollheim. Kornbluth began writing science fiction at the age of 15, selling his first work before his 18th birthday. His most famous short story, The Little Black Bag, in which a doctor who has become an alcoholic derelict finds a bag containing advanced medical technology from the future, which he uses to benefit mankind, was filmed for the BBC for its Out of the Unknown television series in 1969, and in the following year by Rod Serling for Night Gallery. Kornbluth used numerous pseudonyms in his career, mostly for short stories. Many of his novels were co-authored with Judith Merril, Outpost Mars 1952 and Gunnar Cade 1952, and Frederick Pohl, The Space Merchants 1952 and Search the Sky 1954, and many stories were completed after his death. Beer Bottle Polka, one of his 2 Black Mask stories, ran in the September 1946 issue.
Beer Bottle Polka. A private eye is supposed to be in the know. That was where the blow came to Tim Skeet's pride. He was supposed to be, but that was all. A carved-up corpse, A punk with a gun, and a mob at his heels for a secret he didn't have. Tough guy Skeet took and gave a lot of punishment before the ugly picture began to make sense, and he was almost sorry when it did. My phone rang. T. Skeet, Private Investigations. Skeet speaking, I said. This is Anganidi, Skeet. I'm at 3609 Columbus Avenue. Get down here right away. What about? I said get down here right away. It's a killing. He hung up. I locked the office, put on an overcoat, and caught the first taxi I could get. It was a crummy address, in the heart of the brownstone, furnished room neighborhood. There were cops in front of the place. They sent me up to the 3rd floor. Detective Lieutenant Anganides was waiting for me in the corridor. He handed me a dirty bit of pasteboard. "This your business card?" he asked. I looked it over. "Of course it is. How's it figure?" "We found it in the hatband of the guy in there. Go on in." The big Greek gave me a push that I didn't like. The little hall bedroom was full of people. An M.E. was mumbling to himself as he filled out his forms. 2 photographers were yapping to each other about film grain. A fingerprint man was swearing at a uniformed cop who had sat in his powder. One of the people in the room wasn't making any noise. He was lying naked on the bed. He was tied down with clothesline. Somebody had tied him down, gagged him with paper toweling, and slowly, nastily, and completely had shredded him with the broken base of a beer bottle. Blood soaked the dirty, rumpled blanket and pillow. Blood stained the floor. It looked black and unreal under the photographer's lights. "Do you know him?" asked Anganides. "Can you wipe the blood off his face?" He looked at the photographers, and they nodded. He wiped, standing at arm's length. "I know him," I said. "Name?" asked Anganides, taking out his notebook. "I don't know that. He's just a nut who stumbled into my office last Tuesday. He said he had a secret to sell me for $500. I told him what he could do with his secret, and he stumbled out again. That's all." The big Greek closed his notebook with a snap and shoved it into his pocket. He began to bully me in a tired sort of way. "What the hell are you trying to tell me, Skeet? You got a client and didn't even take his name?" "I don't take the brush man's name when he calls. This guy wasn't even a brush man. He was just a nut." "How about the card he had?" "My cards are all over the city. That doesn't mean a damn thing, and you know it." "Maybe I do," he said, and his head swiveled around to the stiff. He picked up the beer bottle and hefted it. The slashes on the body were none of them very deep, and not one was in a vital place. He had died of shock and blood loss. Some of the cuts were in exquisitely painful places. The inside thigh, soles of the feet, and others. But I couldn't guess whether those were part of the random pattern or intentional. "The killer changed hands at least once," said Anganides, "and he worked from both sides of the bed." He studied the cuts, his brows wrinkled. "What the hell?" I said. "You'll trace him by his papers, and then you'll get his buddies, and one of them will be the killer." "He didn't have any papers except your card," said the detective. "He was a skip." "How do you know?" "He tried to lose himself. 5 laundry marks on his clothes. Different one each week. Different restaurant every day. This is the 3rd rooming house we've traced him to. His trail so completely doubled back on and loused up that he's been dropped from the books. Then you'll get a flimsy from some MPB in Idaho or Maine, and he'll be on his tail. If he's a fugitive from justice, if he's just on the lam from a mob, well, this means the mob caught up with him." The M.E. mumbled to himself, and the photographers yapped at each other about photometers. The fingerprint man whistled Annie Laurie as he packed his kit. I felt sick. The blood on the stiff and the blanket and the pillow and floor stank hotly. "Come down to Center Street with us," said Anganides. "That a request?" "Yes," he said, slowly and unwillingly. "You're the one and only lead, Skeet. If you're holding something out, we're going to get it one way or another. "Don't muscle me, George. You'll be sorry if you do." "I've got to be sure," he said, staring at me. We rode down to Center Street in a squad car. In one of the old-fashioned paneled offices, I filled out an affirmation, repeating my story. Then Angonides and his boys politely and coldly ushered me into a basement room. "This the place?" I asked, looking around. The walls were stone. The ceiling was low and ominous. There were no windows. In one corner stood a big, heavy chair, screwed to the floor with angle irons. There weren't straps nailed to it. That would have looked good. One of the boys held me by each arm, and Angonides went to a wall switch. The ceiling light clicked out, and a photo flood in a kid's magic lantern went on. The detective lieutenant lowered it, so it glared into my eyes. I closed them, and the light went right through. "You'll never get away with this, George," I said. "Maybe not, but I'm going to try." "In the funny papers, I'd get to sit down," I said, wiping my eyes. "This isn't the funny papers," said Angonides flatly. I took out a pack of cigarettes, and somebody's hand held my wrist, while another hand took the pack out of my fingers. "You don't smoke when you're being sweated," said Angonides from the darkness. "Didn't you know that?" I heard a match explode on somebody's fingernail and smelled the sulfur, then the reek of a cheap cigar. The smoke drifted into the cylinder of light. I brought my watch up to my eyes. "Another day shot to hell," I said. "How long do you keep this up, George?" "How long do you, Skeet?" he asked. "I'll tell it again," I said. "Turn off the damned light." "Nope." "Then I'll tell it anyway. The character came into my office on Tuesday." I finished the story. "Now turn off your damned light." My eyes were streaming. When I wiped them, they just got sorer. "Nope, not good enough." He whispered something in the darkness, and the two boys holding my arms held them tighter. Angonides' face came between me and the light. He had a curious, thoughtful look, a couple of short vertical wrinkles between the eyes. He was slowly wrapping a towel around his right hand. "George, for God's sake," I yelled at him, sweating. "Tell it again," he said, drawing the towel tight and smooth, not leaving a wrinkle in it, tucking the end under. I told it again, almost babbling. He hit me just under my bottom rib on the left side. It was a pile driver. It jarred my guts and shot up and down my backbone like chain lightning. He pounded me again, and again, and again. He wasn't standing like a boxer, but like a big-league batter, very square and steady. His right hand pumped forward and back at his hip level. There was silence in the room, except for my breathing and his. He stopped and said, "I can keep this up all night, Skeet. Can you?" I tried to talk and found that I couldn't, but I didn't have anything to say that he hadn't heard. So I nodded my head to say, "Yes, I can keep this up all night, you brainy detective lieutenant." He sighed and began again. He pounded me slowly and methodically, and with all the steam he had. 6 times, 12 times, 18 times, always in the same place, as if he were trying to chop down a tree with his fists. The tissues of the spot just under my bottom rib began to whimper, then to shriek at every blow. Finally, the spot felt soft and ice-cold and hurt just as much between the blows as when he landed. 18, 20, 25. He stopped. "It's 7:30, Skeet. How about some dinner?" he asked flatly. "You're tying up some good men in this crummy basement. Open up and let's all go home." I retched and shook my head for no. Angonides felt the spot he'd been pounding and then wordlessly fired his fist into a new part of my hide, 6 inches to the right. He took his stance again and pounded. I don't know how long. My body felt swollen and waves of pain swept over it. Between the waves, the light seemed to dim. Then I slipped and began to speed down the longest, slickest, steepest toboggan slide in the world. The photo flood bulb in the kid's magic lantern went out. The detective was shaking me. I tasted cheap whiskey on my tongue and felt it burn my lips. When my eyes opened, things were blurred, but I saw Enganidi's big, serious face staring into mine. "Skeet," he said, "you won't get anywhere if you try to put through a complaint. You understand that?" "So what?" I asked thickly. "What happened?" "You got tired and went to sleep. But you didn't talk. The hell with you." "You shouldn't have muscled me, George," I said. He left his face blank. His boys silently led me out. I found myself on the sidewalk outside 32 Center, rocky as a drunk at the end of a 3-week bender. I walked to a subway, trying not to swing my shoulders. They hurt. I hurt from the waist up and down. At the Russian Baths on 2nd Avenue, I bought a cot for the night and went into the steam room. I sat on the top tier where it's thickest and hottest. My skin became pink all over, and then 2 pinker blotches appeared just under my bottom ribs. That was all. Enganides knew his stuff. I told the rubber to take it easy. He was a big gray man with knowing hands and an Eastern Europe accent. He touched the 2 faint bruises once and asked, "Mugs or cops?" "Prunes," I said. "That happens whenever I eat too many prunes." He grinned and shut up. A little later he began to talk about the Cossacks of the Tsar and what they used to do to nihilists and liberals. I asked him if the Cossacks ever used to shred liberals with beer bottles. He left off the massaging and showed me page 3 of the Mirror. Suspect held in bottle death. The story said a little less than nothing. My name wasn't mentioned, though I suppose I was the suspect. "Never heard of it," I yawned. I was so sleepy he had to lead me to the cot. "Night, mister," he said. "Lay off them prunes." The next morning I woke with ice picks under my ribs, but in pretty good shape, considering. I had a barbershop shave and some coffee and wheat cakes in a cafeteria. I went uptown to my office. It was only 9:30, but I had a visitor already in the little waiting room I keep unlocked for the drop-in trade. He was young and trained-looking. He was dressed in gray and had hot, dark eyes that wrinkled at the corners. "Morning," I said. "I'm Tim Skeet. Is there anything—" I was unlocking the office door when I saw that he had a little gun out. I locked my office door again and put the key in my inside breast pocket. "What's the caper?" I asked. He jerked the gun toward the office door. It was a short-barreled .32 revolver. He held it right with his thumb horizontal along the frame. One word came from his lips in a gray, chilly monotone. "Open." "Not for you, punk." The cold monotone said again, "Open, or I'll shoot your guts out." But his hand didn't tighten on the gun. "Nope. You aren't coked up, so you won't shoot. If you want the keys, come and get them. Only I don't think you're man enough." He didn't waste words. He took 2 steps toward me like a boxer. Exactly like a boxer. He shuffled forward his left foot and didn't bring the right up until it was planted. His left hand was out. The gun was in his right hand at waist level. If I grabbed for it, his body would be in the way of my grab. If he fired, my body would be in the way of his bullet. He dipped the left hand into my jacket. His hot, dark eyes didn't leave my left shoulder. That was the hand I'd have to grab with, and my shoulder would telegraph the grab. His hand closed around the key ring in the pocket. "Your safety's on," I said, looking down. His eyes flicked down. My left hand went out, the thumb slipping under the hammer, the fingers clamping on the cylinder. The cylinder twitched but didn't turn as he jerked the trigger, and the hammer slammed my thumbnail. As he yanked his hand out of my jacket pocket, the ulnar surface of my right landed in his windpipe, and then crunched on his right wrist. He dropped the gun and squared off like a manly little Golden Glover. I backhanded him with my right, and he jabbed me nicely in the nose. I apologized hastily to the Marquess of Queensberry and caught his wrist as his hand bounced back to the guard. The Ito Soji doesn't often work unless you practice daily, but this time it didn't let me down. He went spinning through the air and fetched the office partition an awful smack. Mo Baumgart, the insurance agent next door, yelled, "Skeet, for God's sake!" "Sorry, Mo," I bellowed back through the partition. I rolled back Junior's eyelid. He was faking. I picked him up by the collar, pocketed his gun, and opened my office door. Suddenly he was writhing like a crazy wildcat in my grip, clawing for my eyes, my throat, my hair. I threw my right arm around his throat from behind in a stranglehold and coldly put the pressure on, and then I held it. His eyes popped and he made faint, gargling noises. His face went blue. I let him drop and booted him through the door. I locked it and went to the phone. "I want a young, intelligent policeman," I said to the operator. "Room 917, Greenleaf Building, Broadway at 51st Street. There's no great hurry about it." She repeated the address and thanked me. I don't know why. "Get into a chair," I said to the kid. He glared at me from the floor. I picked him up and dumped him into the client's seat. He wasn't going to talk, he was saying over and over to himself. I grinned at him. "They'll trace you through the AAU welterweight division," I said. His eyes widened for a moment. Then he looked away from me. He wasn't going to talk. He didn't have to. "Lots of form," I said. "Lots of form and no guts." "The hell with you," he said. The movie gangster chill was gone from his voice. "They shouldn't have sent you," I said. "They should have sent a man." He grinned wolfishly. I was glad I had the gun. "Being a detective is hard on the stomach," I said. "Every time I meet a punk like you, it makes me want to throw up. And you don't know how many punks like you there are, in the new suits with the new guns they don't know how to use. Your safety's on, Junior. Take your safety off before you shoot the man." And you fell for it. He grinned his animal grin again and said slowly, "Someday I'm gonna meet you again, buddy." The words trailed off. "Merry hell you will. You're headed up the river right now. And when you get out, you won't be able to fight those good, clean amateur fights with $30 suits and $50 watches. The mob won't even hire you back after the way you fluffed this job." "The hell I won't meet you, buddy." He grinned tightly. "And the hell I won't get hired." He was beginning to talk. And then the law had a pound on the door. "Hey!" yelled the law. Bang, bang, bang on the door with the nightstick. "You want a cop in here?" I unlocked the door. "Hello, Benelli. I asked for a young, intelligent policeman, and they send you. What's the force coming to?" Benelli grinned. "Is that the emergency?" He indicated Junior and hung his nightstick on his badge. "Yep, assault with a deadly weapon. Maybe assault with intent to kill. Here's his gun." Benelli pocketed it and flipped a chain come-along on the kid's wrist. He twisted it once, and the kid shot out of the chair with a yelp. "Comfortable?" asked Benelli solicitously. He twisted it again, and the kid bit his lip. "Don't be brutal," I said. He didn't grin. "I know these punks, Timmy. I don't like them worth a damn. Let's all go to the precinct." I looked at my watch. The kid started, and his eyes twitched to my desk. I looked at him, and he stared out the window. He wouldn't meet my eye. Half a hunch is better than none. "It's 9:30, I said to Benelli. "I have a big deal phone call coming up. I'll be there at 11. Benelli took him away. I sat by the phone and smoked a chain of cigarettes until 10 sharp. The phone rang. I picked up the speaker and said, in the kid's movie gangster rasp, "It's okay." "Did you cool him?" asked a woman's voice excitedly. "Between the eyes," I hissed. "Maxie'll be there in 5 minutes." "Okay," I rasped, sweating. "Morgan's tonight?" Sure. See ya." She hung up, and I scrambled for my safe to get out the .38 before mysterious Maxie arrived. I locked the door again. It would be locked. At 10:05, there was a knock. "Maxie," I hissed. "That's me," said a pale, thin voice. I opened the door, and Maxie came in. His jaw dropped when he saw himself covered by all that caliber. "I'm okay, kid," he said, surprised. "I'm here for the box." He didn't know me. "Where's the, stiff?" he asked nervously. "There." I waved the gun at the lavatory door and put it away. Maxie could be handled without a gun. He wasn't much of a man except for his hands. They were big, muscular, and manicured. I found out why in a moment. He made a beeline for my office safe and squatted before it. I didn't understand half the things he did. Maybe some of it was mumbo-jumbo. Every crook dramatizes himself, but in 3 minutes the door swung open. He practically dove in, ignoring me. I keep a little cash in my safe, a small set of burglar tools, my gun and cartridges, and all my case reports. Maxie set the cash aside, whistled over the tools, ignored the bullets, and spread the reports on the floor. While he pawed them, I took time out to wonder what the hell was going on, but I couldn't seem to get anywhere. Maxie gave up the reports, puzzled. "Have I got it straight, kid?" he asked. "The guy's name was Anson Charles English, and he hired Skeet last Tuesday. He could have used a phony name, but Skeet didn't open any files on Tuesday at all." "Who was that dame on the phone?" I asked. "Who was Anson Charles English? Why was Skeet supposed to be killed? Where is Morgan's?" I took out the pistol again. His jaw dropped. "I'm Skeet," I said. "Your Gunzel didn't keep his left up. You look silly with your mouth open." He closed it and gulped faintly. I said, "You look silly with it closed, too." "I won't talk to you," he said. "I'll bet you want to see your lawyer." He looked at the door. "It's locked," I said. He went over and tried it. "See?" I told him. "Just you and me." "I want to see my lawyer," he gulped. "No law here, Maxie. I'm getting sick of cops. They punch you around, and then they say the hell with you. You get your suspect talking, and they bust in and take him to the precinct. Here's one I learned from a cop." I belted him just below the bottom rib on the left side. He quacked like a duck, and his face went gray. He was a little man. I pounded him in the same spot until his face was like putty, and his breath crowed from his throat. "Lay off! Ah!" he said. "Sure," I said. "Lay off. Where's the stiff?" "Oh, the stiff's in there. Guy named Skeet. Lay off, Skeet. See what I mean?" "Ah!" He retched as my fist sunk in again. By 10:30 I was sweating from both armpits. Don't let anybody tell you it isn't hard work to bounce even a little man like a handball. By 10:40 he was talking. I slammed him whenever he stopped, and he'd begin again like a turned-on radio. He said Morgan's was a gambling house in the village. He said English was a petty blackmailer who'd put the screws on Morgan for something. He said also that English was the corpse which had been shredded with the beer bottle. "Where the hell do I figure?" I asked. He said a Mirror reporter had told somebody that I was a key figure in the case, and it had got to Morgan. "Who's the dame?" He said she was just Morgan's steno. "What did English have on Morgan?" Maxie shivered. "Mister, I don't know. I'm very damn glad I don't know. What English knew got him killed. You were supposed to have got the story from English, so you were supposed to be killed. I got sent here to see if you had the story on paper, and if you did, to burn it. If I found a file on English in your safe, I would have burned it without looking inside as soon as I read his name on the folder. I'm glad I don't know any more than I do about it." He couldn't walk, or thought he couldn't. I hoisted him and booted him into the corridor. He got up and made it to the elevator. Mo Baumgart came out of his office next door and coldly asked whether I'd been holding a 3-ring circus all morning. I apologized nicely and went in again to lock up. I went to the precinct to file charges against the kid. The part I hated was that there wasn't any money in it for me. Maybe keeping alive's more important than money. If it is, why does anybody get into the detective business? But I had something to do with it. They were sure as hell going to shoot my tail off unless I got the drop on them. I could call the cops and tell them the whole story. But what was the story? A punk who wouldn't talk. A phone call that only I knew anything about. A little Peterman who could sue me for assault and collect. Another gambling house. A nasty kind of murder still unsolved. The cops would laugh, But I wasn't laughing. I was going to see Mr. Morgan and tell him I didn't know him from Adam. How was I going to find Mr. Morgan without getting chopped down? Aha! That's the catch. Maybe I was going to get chopped down. Wouldn't that be funny as hell? To be killed so I wouldn't spill a secret I didn't know. I went out and rented a dress suit. "Got a wedding job?" Sal asked, and I said yes. After the deposit was paid, I got the quakes. I felt somehow that the $10 changing hands had committed me. There was no turning back now. In my hotel room, I tried on the dress suit, and it looked lousy. I pressed it myself, and it didn't fit any better, but it lost that off-the-shelf look. I filled the pockets with a set of cheap, flashy accessories: cigarette case, lighter, wallet, pen, memo pad, silk handkerchief. They were all monogrammed CMC. In my top left bureau drawer, I keep a tiny Belgian .25 automatic. It's a slim, dainty woman's gun, no bigger than a pack of cigarettes and not as thick. I hefted it for a long minute, and I pondered. I slipped it into the little pocket halfway down the left tail of the dress coat. It didn't bulge. The tail swung a little too heavily when I tried the jacket on and walked. That was all. I got into the gray suit again and took the subway for Washington Square. That's Greenwich Village, where the suckers go. And I felt like the biggest sucker who ever drew breath. Morgan's was a brownstone front 3 stories high, with curtained windows. I walked past it a couple of times. It looked like 3 stories of absolutely nothing. By 6, I was back in my hotel. The manager got $300 of my money from the safe, and I stowed it in the CMC wallet. It was probably going to be gone before the evening was over. I might not be alive to miss it. I shaved myself clean again and took off my sideburns. From that top bureau drawer on the left, I took a sissy-looking pair of horn-rimmed glasses and put them on. I parted my hair and plastered it down. Usually I comb it back with water, and the hell with dandruff. I polished a pair of dancing pumps, old-fashioned, but they and the hair would take more than an inch from my height. By 8, I was dressed and staring dubiously at myself in the mirror. Nuts. I put on a Chesterfield and the rented opera hat and called the desk for a taxi. The taxi took me to a clip-joint nightclub 6 doors from Morgan's. The place was the last waterhole, and some gambling parties were sure to stop there. The rest was up to me. The clip-joint loved me. Only 6 parties were in dinner jackets, and my tailcoat was almost too good to be true. The captain scraped and gave me a ringside table. I ordered a club sandwich, to the dismay of the waiter, and a sidecar. By the time I'd finished that sidecar and another, the 9 o'clock floor show had begun. There was a soapy little MC who told 3 fairy jokes and then brought on the unrivaled, unparalleled, lavish, and magnificent chorus of 5 retired scrub women. They listlessly hipped their way through a Hawaiian number, and then the MC was back. He told 3 fairy jokes and brought on that brilliant tip-top tapper, favorite of Broadway, star of stage, screen, and radio, Joe Nobody. Joe pretended to work up a sweat doing a steal of Bill Robinson's staircase dance, milked a little applause by keeping up a double shuffle for a full minute, and pranced off to the thunderous clapping of the waiters, busboys, and the hat-check girl. The MC dashed on again. While he was telling 3 fairy jokes, I ordered another sidecar and looked over a party of 6 who'd just come in. They were in evening clothes and looked like money. They got a good table, 3 away from me, and ordered bonded whiskey highballs. They drank them, ordered more, and stayed through the scrub women's hi-hat cane 1931 Broadway rhythm Acha number. They tittered hysterically at the MC's 3 fairy jokes that followed. They drank up and left in the middle of a blue-lit fan dance by the lumpiest of the scrub women. 2 men came in, one of them badly plastered. They were both dressed, but had a cheap look about them. They had a couple at the bar, then decided to sit for a while. They got the table next to mine. The sober one ordered coffee for the drunk one and a highball for himself. The drunk babbled that he didn't want coffee, and the manager began to flutter nervously in the vicinity. The MC was on again. When the coffee arrived, the drunk threw it on the floor and bellowed, I don't want any coffee." The MC thought he would make like Eddie Davis and quell the heckler with a witty, biting gag. "You know, buddy," he said, pointing, "there's only two kinds of animals that make a noise like that. One's a—" The drunk realized he was being talked about, took 2 steps onto the floor and bashed the MC in the mouth. "I said I didn't want any coffee." He challenged the whole clip joint and its customers. Waiters began to flow toward him. The drunk's friend and I each took an elbow and led him off the floor. The drunk started to apologize to the manager, who grinned and said, "That was a nice poke you gave him. The damned loudmouth needed it. I gotta throw you out now. 1 check?" "Sure," I said. "Let me have it." We got our coats and went out together. "Where to?" The drunk said, "Let's go to Morgan's. I got a blackjack system works every time. Let's go to Morgan's." "You know Morgan's?" asked the other one. I shrugged. "They don't know me." "I'll get you in." They took enough from me by now to let a friend of mine in. We got into the anteroom just by knocking. There was a little doubt about me there. A cauliflowered bruiser in a beautiful dinner jacket politely refused to let me in until Hellman, wounded in the pride, swore he'd known me for 7 years, and that I was a square Joe from Wrightville. That did it. That more than did it. The bruiser wrote me out a card, just like speakeasy days, and I was a member. We went on in. The whole first floor had been opened. All partitioning walls were down. There was a big chandelier with 100 waters in it. There were plenty of 100 waters in wall brackets. It was bright. Hard on women customers and their complexions, hard on the dirty walls. But you could see what went on when the dice bounced and the cards flipped. There were 3 blackjack tables, a chuck-a-luck layout, 2 wheels, and a battery of big slot machines. "Craps and poker on the 2nd floor," said Hellman. "I got a blackjack system works every time," said his friend, starting for the tables. Hellman hurried after him, and I let him hurry. There were about 30 women there and about 20 men. I could tell the 2 housemen circulating gently around the room. They were big and looked darkly Southern. They were watching the dealers and stickmen as closely as they watched the customers. I left my coat and hat at the check stand, which was operated by the big bruiser who doubled as receptionist. He tripled as cashier, too, slapping down a stack of silver dollars on the counter. "20 for a starter, Mr. McCowan?" he suggested. 40, I said. He doubled the stack and took my 2 bills. The cartwheels made an awful bulge in my pocket. After 10 minutes at the roulette wheel, the bulge wasn't there anymore. I bought 40 again and ran them up to 42 in an hour at the chuck-a-luck cage. I started upstairs to the crap games. A bulky, dark man drifted from nowhere to murmur, "Sorry, sir, no silver used on the 2nd floor. Please change your money if you wish to go up." Upstairs, not even a stab had been made at decorating. There were 3 poker tables, 3 craps layouts, and shoulder-high screens between them. There was a twin-tube fluorescent fixture hanging over each stand. A dark little man standing at the head of the stairs said, "Sir?" "Craps," I said, "high table." I watched the roll until I got the gun, then shot 20 and made it with a 4-3. I let it ride and rolled a 5, a 9, another 9, a 6, and a 5. I took off 30, rolled and crapped out with a 2. The gun moved left. My 50 said he wouldn't. He didn't. I took off 50, bet wrong again, and collected again. I bet 100 right on the next gunner and lost. 50 wrong on the next and won. I got the gun and shot the 100. I ate it the hard way and made it with a 6-2 on the second roll. I shot the 200 and rolled 6-5. "Shoot the 4, something told me. "Shoot the 4, I said. The stick man didn't flick the dice at me. I thought this was the high table. "Let him shoot the 4, said a dark little man who had joined us. "Yes, Mr. Morgan," said the stick man. The dice rolled into my cupped hand. "Nice place you have, Mr. Morgan," I said, cackling the dice. "We like it," said Morgan. Only his name wasn't Morgan, or hadn't been long. Morgan's a Welsh name, and Welshmen aren't olive-skinned little men with small hands and white teeth. Welshmen don't use perfume, either. There was something about Mr. Morgan, something just outside my reach. 400, I breathed, and rolled. It was a 4-3 again. Everybody at the table sighed. Morgan, what was there about that guy? Counted out 4 C notes and said, "Good for you, Mr. McCowan. Try again?" "Shoot 20, I said. I rolled a 6, a 3, a 9, and 7'd out. Somebody else came up from the first floor and started to the third. It was Maxie, the little Peterman. I turned my back, but he recognized me. The houseman at the head of the stairs saw that something was up, though Maxie had started climbing again, looking innocent and virtuous. He started after him, and I heard them talk in an undertone, his voice gentle and Maxie's nervous. I slipped down the stairs, left unguarded. I heard a buzzer somewhere. When I turned at the landing, I saw the 2 housemen of the first floor, and another I hadn't spotted standing there at the foot of the stairs. I stopped. The second-floor man came down the steps and frisked me lightly. He took out the flashy cigarette case, looked in it, and put it back. "Will you come upstairs, sir?" "You bet I will," I said. We went up to the 3rd floor. I was politely ushered through a door that clicked behind me. It was a nice little waiting room with 3 chairs. Maxie was sitting in one of them, as if it were the hot seat. "How's the gut?" I asked him politely. It was a very courteous place. He stared at me. "What did you come here for?" "Why didn't you blow town after you bungled the job?" "I was gonna bluff. After Morgan paid me, I was gonna blow." "Looks like you're gonna get paid," I said. I pointed to a door, where one of the housemen was silently standing. He beckoned to Maxie. Maxie went with him. There was a look of doom on his face. The door opened again after a couple of minutes. The man beckoned to me. I went with him. I wondered what my face looked like then. I wondered what it would look like in a couple of hours. The man took me through a corridor to the back of the house. He knocked on a door and opened it. I went through and he followed me. There was a table, 4 chairs, a couple of pictures. Morgan was sitting behind the table. "Sit down, Skeet," he said. "Maxie told me you were here. I want to know what happened." I flipped the tails of my coat into my lap. "You have a secret, Mr. Morgan." "That's right," he agreed, smiling. I stared at the smile until he relaxed and waited. What was there about this little guy? I went on. "A grifter named English found out what it was. He tried to peddle it to me. I didn't want it, but you didn't know that. You had English killed, and you sent a boy to kill me. After I was killed, Maxie was supposed to show up, open my safe, and destroy the secret, if I had it in writing. But I got the drop on your boy, and I beat hell out of Maxie until I got the story." "Does Maxie know my secret?" he asked, his face growing wintry. "No, he's scared of it. I'm scared of it, too. I didn't know it, and I didn't want to know it. I came here to look over your layout, maybe say hello, and tell you I didn't know what you were covering up." Something clicked. I said slowly and carefully, "Only now that I take a good long look at you, I do know what you're covering up." "You're crazy to tell me that, Skeet. It means you die." I grinned, sweating. "Send your men away, or I'll yell what I know so loud they'll all hear it. Can you kill them all?" Morgan waved at the houseman in a tired way. "Leave him to me," he said. "I don't want anybody else on this floor for a half hour." The men left silently. Morgan leaned earnestly over the table and nodded at me. "It must sound crazy to you," he said. "People over here don't kill for that," I said. "I'm from over there." His eyes clouded, and he nodded his little nod. "You don't know what it's like," he said. "All you crazy rich Americans. The garbage you throw away after dinner would feed 2 of our families all day. It is because we have so little. A handful of stony soil, a few saucepans, a leaking little hut, and the rags we wear. We have nothing, Skeet. Nothing except our families to love and protect. My brother and I were orphaned when we were 6 and 8. Our father died with the bends. He was a sponge diver. Very hard life. Our mother died because she could not live any longer. An uncle in America sent for us and raised us. We went 2 different ways. I've been crooked as hell since I was 16. He's been straight as a die all his life. Years ago I realized that I was doing my brother terrible harm by being what I was, so I changed my name. English found out my true name, and so he died. Now nobody knows except you, will recognize my brother's features in mine. If my true name were known, my brother's career would be at an end. He would drift back into obscurity and heartbreak. That is why you must die, because over there we are so poor, and have nothing to love but our families." He reached in the drawer of the table. I reached in the left tail pocket of my dress coat. The little Belgian .25 automatic flicked out as Morgan lifted a big revolver. I fired at his hand a split second before he could drag back the ponderous action of the .44. My tiny bullet burned him, and his hand wavered as he fired. My second shot landed in his chest. So did my third, fourth, and fifth. My ears rang with the roar of his big gun. My shoulder felt cold as ice, then began to tingle. "Skeet," I said drunkenly. "You're shot." I swayed to my feet and clawed my way to the table and the phone that stood on it. I called a man and told him something. "And bring a doctor," I added. In the movies, there's a trick called iris out. It's what you see when blackness creeps over the screen, until there's just a little circle of light left in the center, and then the light winks out. That's what happened to me then. The little circle of light appeared again. It expanded and was the chest of somebody in Hospital White. There was a low, heart-sick wailing somewhere, and lots of people. The man in white said, "He's coming too." "Did you phone that tip in?" asked somebody. "Hell yes," I said. I could still hear the wailing. "Good guy, we made a beautiful haul." My shoulder smelled of alcohol and had a bulky dressing on it. I looked around. There was Agonides, crouched by the corpse of his brother, wailing, "Oh, Demetrios! Oh, deaf Demetrios!"
Borrowed crime. Cornell Woolrich. Cornell George Hopley Woolrich, 1903 to 1968, was born in New York City, grew up in South America and New York, and was educated at Columbia University, to which he left his literary estate. A sad and lonely man who desperately dedicated his books to his typewriter and to his hotel room. Woolrich was almost certainly a closeted homosexual. His marriage was terminated in short order, and an alcoholic, so antisocial and reclusive that he refused to leave his hotel room when his leg became infected, ultimately resulting in its amputation. Perhaps not surprisingly, then, the majority of his work has an overwhelming darkness, and few of his characters, whether good or evil, have much hope for happiness or even justice. No 20th century author equaled Woolrich's ability to create suspense, and Hollywood producers recognized it early on. Few writers have had as many films based on their work as Woolrich, beginning with Convicted, 1938, based on Angel Face, starring Rita Hayworth, and continuing with Street of Chance, 1942, based on The Black Curtain, with Burgess Meredith and Claire Trevor. The Leopard Man, 1943, on Black Alibi, with Dennis O'Keefe and Jean Brooks. Phantom Lady, 1944, on the novel, with Ella Raines and Alan Curtis. The Mark of the Whistler, 1944, on Chance, with Richard Dix and Janice Carter. Deadline at Dawn, 1946, on the novel, with Susan Hayward. Rear Window, 1954, on It Had to Be Murder, with Grace Kelly and James Stewart, and 15 others. Borrowed Crime was published in the July 1939 issue.
Borrowed Crime. The doctor lowered his stethoscope with an irritable gesture. "No improvement at all," he snapped. "He's losing ground, if anything, staying here." The kid's ribs were sticking out like a fish's backbone. The doctor turned to him and spoke more gently than he had to the man and woman. "Put on your shirt, sonny, don't catch cold." He eyed the row of medicine bottles ranged above the bed, swept his arm at them impatiently. "Throw them out. They're not doing the boy a bit of good. I gave you my diagnosis over 2 months ago. He's got to be taken out west, where the air's dry and the sun's hot. I can't do anything for him. You're just wasting your time and mine by sending for me." The woman had begun to cry soundlessly into her apron, with the terrible resignation of the poor. The doctor banged his instrument case shut, stalked ill-humoredly out of the room. Swanson slouched dejectedly after him. "But, Doc, I ain't got—" he faltered. The doctor stopped short in the outer doorway, looked around at him short-temperedly. "I know," he said. "You haven't got the money. That's the hell of it. It'll take $1,000. The boy had started to cough again in the room they'd just come from. The woman closed the door, but it came through anyway. It seemed to infuriate the doctor even more. Maybe he was a conscientious man, hated the feeling of helplessness a case like this gave him. "Hear that?" he exclaimed. "You better find some way of getting that kid out of here, or you won't have to hear it very much longer." Swanson kept staring at him helplessly. "If there was only some way." The doctor looked him squarely in the eye. "If it was my child, I'd find a way. You bet your bottom dollar," he said wrathfully. "Go out and hit somebody over the head for it. Hold up a bank. I don't care where you get it, but see that you get it." He went stomping down the tenement stairs outside, swearing audibly all the way down. His bad temper didn't mislead Swanson any. He knew he was a sympathetic, honest man. He closed the door and went in again, hanging his head. The kid had stopped coughing now, until the next time. His wife came out of the room, carrying a cloth half hidden so he wouldn't see it. He knew those cloths, knew what color they were apt to show if you unfolded them. He sat down at the table in the shabby room, held his head in both hands, staring down at nothing, at the soiled oilcloth and the newspaper resting on it. He had no chance of borrowing money. Money was only loaned to those who already had something, who could offer security. Even a loan shark wouldn't have considered him a worthwhile risk. He had no job that could be milked later on. Even the doctor's sinister suggestion, although it had only been angry rhetoric, was beyond his scope. Bank robbery was an organized business nowadays. What chance had a solitary, unarmed amateur against all their guards and tear bombs and alarm systems? And you didn't find $1,000 on the first man you held up on the streets these days. The paper had been there under his eyes the whole time. It was no use looking at the help wanteds anymore. He'd tried too long and hard, broken his heart, smashed his head against the stone wall of conditions as they were. Besides, even if by a miracle he could land something tomorrow, what hope had he of getting anything that would pay $1,000 even in a year's time? He flung it tormentedly away from him, with its black scarehead. No clue yet in Ranger slang. Some murder case or other. What was it to him? Let the whole world murder and be murdered. He only cared about his kid and Helen. The front page furled over with the fling he had given the paper, and bared the page beneath, and after a while he became conscious of a $sign peering up at him from it. Next to it there was a 1, and then a comma, and then 3 noughts. Funny, he must have been thinking so hard of $1,000 that he thought he was seeing it staring up at him from the printed page. He drew the paper back toward him again. It was in a little box down at the foot, in heavier type than the rest. Reward, it said, and then underneath, the Daily Reflector, in a spirit of cooperation with the police, is prepared to pay the sum of $1,000 to anyone furnishing information leading to the identification and capture of the murder of Robert J. Ranger. Members of police force not eligible. Information must be legitimate. No telephone calls. Apply City Desk, Daily Reflector, 205 East, etc., etc. He turned back to the first page. He took a deep breath, pulled his chair up closer, and started to read his way through from the beginning, shading his eyes from the naked light overhead with one hand across them. When he'd finished, he got up, went into the kitchen, and brought the previous night's paper back with him. They kept their back number papers to start the fire with. He read that one exhaustively, too. There was a photograph in it of someone he had never seen before. Robert J. Ranger, it said under it. He studied it carefully. Then he closed his eyes a minute as though he were etching it into his memory. When he'd finally finished his recapitulation, there were 3 back numbers of the paper littered about the table before him, and he had obtained a composite and sketchy outline of what the whole thing was about. A prosperous investment broker named Robert J. Ranger had been found murdered by hammer blows in the living room of his home in the smart suburb of Northchester the previous Wednesday. That is to say, 4 days before. There were signs of a terrific struggle, and it was obvious that the man had sold his life dearly. A priceless blue porcelain Ming vase standing near the door was shattered. Tables and chairs were overturned. The carpet was furrowed into corrugated ridges by the 2 pairs of feet that had scuffled back and forth over it. It was fairly obvious to the police, they declared in print, that it had been committed by an intruder, someone unknown to Ranger. A nominal sum of money that had been on his person was missing, but a far larger sum within easy access had been overlooked. The intruder had apparently become terror-stricken at the sight of his own crime, and fled the house without pursuing his search any further. Ranger had had an engagement to go to dinner and the theater with his wife, had already bought the tickets, Stars in Your Eyes, Row C, and then, at the last minute, had been prevented from going by a vicious headache. Not wishing to disappoint Mrs. Ranger, he had arranged to have his business partner, Alan Cochran, escort her in his place, had phoned him to meet her at a restaurant in town. Mrs. Ranger had left shortly after dark, and distinctly remembered that the door of her car had been opened for her, unasked, by a seedy-looking individual of the type who performs that service for a pittance. It was highly probable, she thought, also in print, that this was the man who had later forced his way into the house under the mistaken impression that no one was home. Ranger had put all the lights out and lain down in the dark to ease his head, and murdered her husband when discovered ransacking it. Unfortunately, Mrs. Ranger was unable to furnish a very exact description of this man. The fact that she was wearing most of her jewelry, and his accosting her by her car like that made her nervous, had caused her to start the car quickly and drive off, without looking closely at him. Swanson read this passage through twice, tracing his finger under it. At any rate, the crime did not occur for some time after her departure. She had telephoned from the Majestic Theater at 8:25, just before the curtain went up, to find out how her husband was, and he had spoken to her himself and said he felt much better. Then, when she returned at midnight, Swanson stopped reading. "Helen," he said, "Helen." She came to the door and looked out at him hopelessly. "Get the kid ready," he said. "Start packing your own things, too. You're taking him with you to Tucson, right tonight." "But how are you ever going to clear yourself again once you get into their clutches?" she said, when he'd finally beaten down her objections. "It isn't just a case of spending a little time in jail for contempt of court, or taking money under false pretenses. I mean, you'll be in so deep by that time that you'll never be able to explain your way out of it. They'll go ahead and convict you and maybe even execute you for it, Jerry. It's too risky. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's where you come in. You're my living alibi. You know I wasn't anywhere near Northchester last Wednesday night, that I was sitting here in the flat with you and the kid the whole time. Now here's what you do. You take the boy out there, and you board him with someone. Then you sit tight and wait until you hear from me. When I need you, I'll send you a wire. Leave the kid out there. He's got to have his chance. And you come on back and do your stuff." "But I'm your wife. Suppose they won't believe me." "Well, if worst comes to worst, I still have the doc to fall back on. He was up here too last Wednesday, treating the kid. He knows I wasn't out murdering anyone. After all, look at it this way, Helen. All that connects me with the crime is my own say-so. That is one person's word. On the other hand, I have 2 people's words to clear me in a pinch. 1 against 2. Those are fair enough odds. What more could anyone ask? Another thing, the real murderer may be turned up long before they're ready to try me, and I won't even have to have any help getting out of it. The kid has to have his break. I'm willing to do a short jail stretch to see that he gets it, and that's all that's involved. So put out the lights and let's get started." He kissed them both goodbye on the streetcar riding downtown, the kid bundled up in a blanket his wife with a heavy suitcase beside her. "Now you wait there in the bus terminal until I send the money over to you. As soon as it reaches you, buy your tickets and take the next bus out. Don't stick around." He swung down and the streetcar went rumbling past. He walked east until he came to a chunky-looking office building, rode up on an express elevator, stepped off it, and went into a reception room. "I want to see the city editor," he told the girl at the switchboard. "Another," she sighed wearily. "All right, sit down over there with the rest of them." She pointed to where 3 or 4 nondescript-looking people were ranged uncomfortably along the wall on hard wooden chairs. A blown glass door in the 3/4 partition that walled the reception room opened, and a woman came out, forcibly escorted by an office boy. "I did so see him, I tell ye," she declared indignantly over her shoulder. "I saw him plain as day. I was on me way to get a pail of beer, and—" A male voice came booming out after her, above the clatter of typewriters. "Well, go back and get another pail, then you'll see him twice." The office boy said, "He ain't wasting his time on any more of your false alarms, so give them chairs a breath of fresh air." The sitters got up and drifted sheepishly out, with an air of we didn't think we'd get away with it, but no harm in trying anyway. Swanson got up too, but he went the other way, toward the inner door. "Take me in with you," he said. "I'm no fake." The office boy looked at him for a minute. There must have been something convincing about his taut manner. He hitched his head, led him across a great open barn of a place, subdivided by innumerable wooden rails and buzzing with typewriters, into a cubicle at the opposite end with City Editor blacked on the door. A disheveled-looking man was sitting in there, hair awry, coat off, elastics holding up his shirt sleeves. He swung his arm wearily. "Get out! Every crackpot in town." But Swanson's silent tenseness got to him, too. "Well, what do you think you know?" he said impatiently. "You seen him? You know who he is?" "I wouldn't be here if I didn't," was the tight-lipped answer. "Well, do you know where he is?" He wanted to save his paper $1,000 if he could. It had been his idea, after all. Swanson tapped a fingernail on the desk. "I know where he is at this very minute." The editor jackknifed his hands closed, then open again in a grasping gesture. "Well, let me have it, quick. If it's any good, we can still make the midnight final with it." "Wait a minute. Just when, and in what form do I get the $1,000? "Our check will be mailed to you just as soon as we've verified the information, and if it has resulted in the arrest of this guy." Swanson narrowed his eyes. "I thought that was coming. Trying a well shot of it, huh? Nope, I want it in cash. I want it right here and now while I'm in the office with you. I want a bonded messenger standing outside the door to deliver it to a certain place. And I also want your word that where it was delivered won't be revealed to the police afterwards." "I can't do that. How do I know your information is valid? Our terms are the guy has to be apprehended first "You'll know how valid it is as soon as you hear it. You don't have to worry about verifying it. It's self-verifying. The whole works is bound up in it automatically. Whereabouts, identity, and apprehension. Now take it or leave it, because I can go across the street to the Daily View's office and get as much or more for it." The disheveled one got even more disheveled than before, if possible, at this last threat. He did a good deal of hectic telephoning, to the managing editor at his home, to the treasurer, to the press room in the basement. 15 minutes later, 20 $50 bills lay on his desk in a manila envelope. A messenger's form was silhouetted outside the glass of the door, and the typewriters were breathlessly holding their fire all over the place, as though esoterically aware something momentous was in the air. "This better be good." The editor heaved an exhausted sigh. Okay, now spill it. Where is this Ranger murderer at the present time?" "He's standing right across your desk looking square at you," said Swanson calmly. "What? You mean you?" The editor jolted his chair back, partly in surprise, partly in sudden precautionary retreat. "I'm turning myself over to you. Here I am. Now come on with your money." The editor dazedly picked up the manila envelope, partly extended it toward him, but he held on to a corner of it tightly without letting go. "Where you been hiding out since then?" "Movie shows from morning to midnight. The subways from midnight to morning. If I gotta read another cough drop ad, I'll go wacky." "Well, just a minute, I gotta be sure." What was on the left side of the living room doorway up at the Ranger place as you went in? A big blue vase. I knocked it over and busted it in a scrap. What'd you do with the hammer? I slanted it against the curb about a block away from their place. Then I jumped on it and snapped the handle off short with my foot. I shoved the wooden part down a sewer opening. It must be floating outside the harbor by now. I carried the hammerhead around in my clothing for a while, wrapped in a piece of paper so, it wouldn't leave any stains. I finally got rid of that in a refuse can on one of the subway platforms. Don't ask me which one. I've got a head full of arithmetic from watching them tick past the last few days. I guess you're the ticket, all right, the editor said ruefully. But why did you do it? For dough, what else? Didn't get much, though. Swanson jerked the envelope out of his reluctant grasp. Call the messenger in here. Is he bonded? Don't worry about him, he's okay. Swanson sealed the gummed flap of the envelope. He drew the messenger aside out of earshot, said in a low voice, Take this down to the Transcontinental bus terminal. There'll be a woman in the waiting room with a kid wrapped up in a blanket. Give it to her. That's all. Don't talk to her. Come right back. The messenger hurried out. The editor looked after him longingly. Your Mauler, sweetheart. That who's getting it? Gee, that would make a swell human interest angle. The agreement was that's to be kept from the police and out of the paper, Swanson said harshly. I haven't got any girl. I'm a lone wolf. I'll tell you as a man, but not as an editor, just so you won't think there's any mystery about it. It's a conscience fund. To try to make amends before I take my medicine. I told him to give it to the first needy-looking mother and child he came across at a certain place. Now go ahead, bring on your cops. I'm ready. Whoa! The editor semaphored alarmedly, both arms in air. We want an exclusive on this first. We can't keep you to ourselves forever. He grabbed up a phone, barked into it. Rip out your first page down there. Get ready for an extra. I'm sending you down a slew of pictures. He jumped over to the door, bawled out, Rewrite man, pics, tearjerker, all of you. Everybody in here. I've got the Ranger murderer with me in my office. The small office was suddenly gorged with people, jostling, staring over one another's shoulders, banked solidly around Swanson, who was passively seated now in a chair. They were all talking at once to him, elbowing one another aside, jockeying to get next to him. Quiet, everybody. What is your name? We haven't even got that yet. Jerome Swanson. All right, let's get going. The press is awaiting. Stand back and give 'em air. Let's have it, Swanson. Swanson's eyes sought the ceiling, which was the only clear space there was in the cubicle, in search of fluency. Last Wednesday night, about 6 p.m. in the evening, he began, and a sudden reverent hush fell on the yapping pack. Policemen came in with a fine authoritative surge at about 2 in the morning. Streaming across the newspaper office like a tide that has been held back past its time. 2 plainclothesmen in the lead pounced on a haggard, unshaven reporter by mistake, first of all. No, wailed the city editor. That's one of my feature writers, him, over there. They desisted and came on at Swanson, but not without a backward look of suspicion at their first objective. Swanson was the only calm person in the place, still sitting there on the chair, smoking quietly, one ankle hoisted to the opposite knee. So this is the guy, huh? They all said it in turn, with slight variations. A manacle clicked and fastened itself around his wrist. He looked down at it, fascinatedly, changed the impeded cigarette he was holding over to his other hand. He was jerked to his feet by the man on the other end of the manacle, with the proprietary, "Come on, baby." They formed themselves into a phalanx around him, one on each side, one leading the way, one behind him. The reflector staff followed them in a body as far as the elevator bank. He looked around, and a scrub woman had climbed up on one of the desks to look over everybody's heads at him. His last impression was of the long lines of luminous white bowls in the ceiling converging toward a distant point. They took him far down below the lighted theatrical and nightlife district to a gloomy, castellated silhouette on a dark, lifeless street, and in through various shabby rooms and along bleak corridors, where the few denizens to be met with were all uniformed. The surreptitious excitement among them in his wake was only less than up at the newspaper office, Policemen turned to stare after him. Sergeants at desks leaned out across them to get a better look as he went by. The momentum of the arrest finally came to a stop in some sort of a back room, with windows that hadn't been washed in years, and a green shaded light throwing the upper half of it into dismal shadow. The handcuff was detached, and he was deposited on a chair under the circle of light, like a package that has been brought in. Finally, the disconnected activities crystallized once more, and he found himself at their center. A high official, hastily summoned from bed and non-uniformed, came in and seated himself before him. But outside the radius of light, other figures, some new, some already familiar, ranged themselves about. The atmosphere became charged with impending drama, gathered to a head, and finally dissolved into a downpour of questions. His complete lack of reticence, his willingness, even over anxiety, to answer them all to the best of his ability, threw them off key time and again. That is to say, they would gather themselves up to batter into denial, contradiction, and then flounder when nothing met them in opposition. His rehearsal in the newspaper office stood him in good stead, but even so he got into a number of uncomfortably tight places, such as when one of them asked him, although in a minor key immediately after a far more leading question, "But if you spend all that time riding the subways, how is it your clothes aren't more rumpled than they are?" Helen had always worked hard to keep this one suit of his in as good shape as she could. He got good and frightened for a minute, held his breath while the whole structure he'd laboriously built threatened to come toppling down around his ears. "Well, you see, I didn't lie down and sleep in the cars. I was afraid I'd attract the guards' attention if I did. I rode them sitting up. It was the movie houses where I slept, and they've got upholstered seats. Not as hard on the clothes." "Why'd you kill him?" "I went in to rob him. He caught me at it, put up a battle. I had to. And all for a few lousy bucks." All in all, he was glad when it was over. As glad as a man attempting to prove his innocence instead of his guilt would have been. A police stenographer came in, and they ran through the whole thing again, with his help. When he went astray once or twice, they put it down to fatigue. Then there was a wait while it was being typed. It was brought in and read back to him, and a few final polishing touches were added, in which he again cooperated. Finally, he was brought forward to sign it. They took him out now and stood him up before one of the desks, and he had to give his name and address. He took the precaution of not giving the one he and Helen had been living at until tonight. He gave the one they'd been dispossessed from 3 months before. "My last address," he qualified it. Let them think he'd been homeless since then. That seemed to conclude the formalities for the time being, and he was taken into an adjoining building, which communicated with the first, but where the floors were at a different level, and led into a cell, where he was asked if he would like a sandwich and a cup of coffee. So many things had happened all night long that he hadn't had time to notice until now, whether he was hungry or not. But he remembered that Helen and he had had one of their usual scanty suppers, and it was now nearly his usual breakfast time, so he assented gladly. They were brought in to him, and they were excellent. The coffee was of much better quality than they could afford at the flat. They also provided him with a whole pack of cigarettes, without the usual obligation he felt under to ration himself on them for days on end. And the bunk, when he stretched out on it, was definitely no harder than that broken-down iron bedstead of theirs at home. The bus must be way out by now, way out beyond recall, he thought contentedly. He fell effortlessly into a deep, tranquil sleep. "What are they going to do to me now?" he asked, riding out to the reenactment several hours later with 4 officials in the car around him, a second car following, and an escort of 2 motorcycle policemen. "Make you do it over in front of the cameras so you can't welsh out of it afterwards," one of his escorts said in answer to his whispered question. When they finally arrived there, he was given terse instructions to do exactly as he had done Wednesday night, retrace his steps and repeat his movements. One of the detectives was to substitute for the vanished ranger. Suddenly, as the ice-green lights flared up around him, He knew stage fright in its worst form. This was going to be far worse than the questioning last night at headquarters had been. That, by comparison, had been confined to generalities. This permitted no slightest deviation. One of them passed him a hammer, which had abruptly materialized from nowhere. But he accepted it unhesitatingly, instead of shrinking away from it, and that, he could see, left them nonplussed once more. He thrust it absently into his inner coat pocket, head downward, as though it were no more than a fountain pen. He had to keep up the pretense a while longer, he reasoned. Suppose the messenger boy was followed. Suppose they got his wife back before she settled the boy out there. The screen test commenced. He felt his way along, step by step, mentally consulting the newspaper texts he had absorbed, like a cheating Latin student with a pony concealed behind his Caesar. The encounter with the synthetic ranger was not particularly abhorrent to him. He certainly felt no qualms about it. It was mostly a matter of jockeying him into position so that he would fall in the right place. The papers had been accommodatingly explicit about this, even publishing diagrams marked with large X's to keep their readers geographically informed. He saw them shake their heads slightly at his cold-blooded lack of emotion. Unfortunately, he swung the hammer in an entirely wrong arc, having no past experience in homicidal attacks, and when this was pointed out to him, he nearly blew up altogether. "He must have turned the other way, I guess, to get away from me," he said after a bad moment. "Everything gets blurred when you're seeing red." The crime safely on celluloid, as if to prove unarguably to everyone's satisfaction that there had actually been one, he was whisked back down again downtown. In the afternoon he was taken over to the adjoining building again, and made to confront a personable blonde young woman seated in the midst of detectives and officials in one of the rooms over there. They looked at one another. There was, for a fleeting moment, an equally detached, impersonal curiosity on both sides. Then she quickly took refuge in a balled-up handkerchief at hand. "Is this the man you saw outside your house the night of the murder?" "Yes, that's the man. I positively identify him." She took a deep breath into her handkerchief, as though nerving herself for something she felt obliged to do, but would have preferred not to. Then she jumped up suddenly from her chair, ran out at him. "Why did you do it? Why did you take my husband from me?" she screamed tinnily. She made flailing motions toward his unprotected face. She was quickly restrained, drawn back by the men around her, but something had been faulty about the timing of the scene. She had had ample time to get in at least one good raking claw down his cheeks, and she hadn't. She had just held her magenta-lacquered nails, poised in clawing position, as if waiting for them to be restrained. "She's not sore at me," Swanson said to himself with sudden deep-seated inner conviction. "She's glad he's gone. She's play-acting as much as I am." And more than that, he even had a fleeting impression that she was afraid of him, like someone is when you both know something that no one else does, and one of you is afraid the other will give it away. She was led out with her head stiffly averted, as though she couldn't get away quickly enough. Well, the whole thing was too involved and deep for his mental processes to be able to cope with. The next day he had a visitor in his cell. He was a rather awe-inspiring man, with a short, neat graying beard and spectacles on a black cord. "I'm Markovitz," he said bluntly. "I've been appointed by the state to defend you." He rested a paternal hand on Swanson's bony shoulder. "You should not have taken a life, you know that, don't you? But I'm going to do the best I can for you. We must be practical. In a case like this, we must use whatever weapons are put into our hands." He removed his glasses, polished them, pointed toward the hypnotized Swanson. "Insanity, of course," he stated bluntly. His client sprang to his feet, stood there white to the gills, shaking from head to foot in a sudden ungovernable horror. Like many ignorant people, he had dreadful formalized visions of straitjackets, straw pallets, and clinking chains in connection with mental derangement of any sort. "Oh, don't do that to me," he wailed. "Don't! Don't put me in one of those places. I'll never get out alive again. I will go insane." "You committed murder," the lawyer reminded him coldly. He stood up. "I'll petition to have you examined by alienists as the first step toward entering a plea of insanity for you." He left abruptly, all smiling encouragement. As soon as he was gone, Swanson began to rattle the bars desperately, to call the guard back again. The latter, when he finally came, was surprised to see this erstwhile phlegmatic, untroubled prisoner suddenly turned into a white-faced, panic-stricken hysteric. "Malloy," he panted, "oh, for the love of heaven, get me a piece of paper and a pencil right away, will you? I've got to send a wire." And when the guard had acceded to his request, this is what he handed back to him through the cell grate. "Mrs. Helen Swanson, CO General Delivery, Tucson, Arizona. Come back right away. I'm in for bad trouble. Jerry." "Send this right off for me, will you, Malloy?" he pleaded. "What's the matter? What's come over you all of a sudden?" asked the guard, trying to calm him down. "Here, want to read the paper? Here's today's paper." He thrust it through the bars at him, turned to go and get permission to file the message. He had hardly reached the end of the corridor when a deep groan sounded in the cell he had just left. He turned and went trotting back again. Swanson was sitting where he had left him, white as chalk and shaking uncontrollably from head to foot. The paper that he had just opened across his knees had fallen to the floor, and he was staring with glazed, horrified eyes at the blank cell wall opposite him. The guard, alarmed, unlocked the grate and let himself in to find out what was the matter with him. He picked up the paper and read, "7 dead in Arizona bus crash," and under that a list of casualties. Identified dead: Swanson, Mrs. Helen, of New York. The boy had escaped injury. His name was among the survivors. Swanson was on his feet, pawing pathetically at the guard's uniform. "Let me out of here. What am I doing in here now? My kid's alone in the world. I've got to get out of here. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it. I didn't do it." "Did you want to see me, Swanson?" the dick named Butler asked gruffly as he entered the cell. "Any one of you fellas, I don't care which one. They told me you were the most human of the lot. That's why I asked for you." "Most human, huh?" the detective grunted. "What was I supposed to be? Chromium-plated?" "I feel a favor coming up." He grunted again. "If your kid was dying by inches under your eyes, if your wife was starving, and you were broke and had no job, and you read in a paper that you could get $1,000 just by telling them you killed someone, what would you do?" "A man can't answer that truthfully until he's been in that same fix," Butler told him gravely. "And I haven't, so I can't say. Are you trying to tell me that's why you're in here?" "Trying is right." The dick fanned his hand scornfully between their faces. "The attempt is unsuccessful." "I figured it would be," Swanson said desolately, biting the tips of both thumbs at once. "But that isn't why I asked to see you. I've got to have a chance to talk to Mrs. Ranger again." "What do you want from her?" "Mister, I know what I know. I don't ask you or anyone else to believe me. Mrs. Ranger is mistaken about my coming up to her outside her house when she was leaving for the theater that night. She may have been excited, hysterical. Just because she saw me handcuffed in front of her, she thought it was me. And in fairness to me, won't you let her give it another try? She may be ashamed in front of all of you to admit she was wrong the first time. Won't you let me see her alone, without any of you guys around? Won't you give me that one chance? It's my only one. That's all I'm asking. I won't ask another thing." Butler got up and went toward the cell door to be let out, left Swanson hanging on his delayed answer. He didn't give it to him until after he was already outside in the corridor. "See what I can do for you." Which meant yes. Mrs. Ranger came into the room with one of the other dicks, not Butler. At the sight of Swanson, she turned to her escort, displeased. "I didn't know I'd have to face this criminal again. It's very painful for me. I was under the impression I was simply wanted down here to—" Then, as she saw the guard with Swanson about to withdraw, "You're not going to leave me alone in here with him, are you? Why, this man's dangerous. He's liable to—" There'll be somebody within call, Mrs. Ranger, just a few steps down the hall. He's asked to be permitted to speak to you alone. It may be to your interest to hear what he has to say." "I still don't like the idea at all," she complained querulously. The Dick and Swanson's guard strolled out of the room without seeming to hear her, softly closed the door after them. She sat down as far across the room from him as she could get. "Well, what is it you want of me, murderer?" she said bitterly, lighting a cigarette. "Make it snappy." "Mrs. Ranger," Swanson faltered, "please take another look at me. Look closely. Look good. Look at my height when I'm standing straight like this. Look at the shape of my face. Look at the distance between my eyes. I know there are plenty of people that look like somebody else, but can't you see I'm not that man that came up to your car outside your house that night? You know I'm not." "Do I?" she said mockingly. "This is just between us, is it? We're alone now, by ourselves. There isn't anyone in here with us." She pronounced each word with the slow clarity of a death sentence. "You are the man I saw." "But I know I couldn't be because I wasn't there where you say you saw me that night. Don't you see you must be mistaken?" In his despair, he groped for any argument that might possibly convince her, blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. "There's a doctor somewhere in this town will tell you—" He stopped suddenly, checked himself. "Will tell me what?" She held her cigarette poised halfway to her lips. He finished it, as long as he'd gone that far. "Will tell you I couldn't have been there at the time because he was up at my flat, my wife's and my flat, that Wednesday night, working over our kid, from 9 until nearly midnight, and I was up there with him the whole time. He'll tell you more. He put the idea into my head." She was staring at him with fixed intensity, but that wasn't unnatural. "He put the idea into your head of going out and killing my husband?" No. He first put the idea into my head of getting the money in any way I could, by hook or crook. But he'll remember that he was up there. He must keep a record of his calls." "A likely story," she sneered, but her eyes, hard, glittering, calculating, kept roving the room, along its baseboards and its ceiling joints. "It's true, I tell you," Swanson burst out helplessly. "Meredith is his name, Dr. Bradley Meredith. Please, you call him up for me. You ask him. He'll tell you I wasn't out that night. Then you can tell the cops you were mistaken. Please, call him." Again she stared at him inscrutably. "Dr. Bradley Meredith," she repeated mechanically. Then she let the cigarette fall out of her hand, put the tip of her shoe over it, stood up. She adjusted the silver fox piece over her shoulder. "I will do no such thing. I still say I saw you, and," very low, almost inaudibly, as she moved toward the door, "it's my word against yours." Then suddenly anger seemed to strike at her, as though held in leash until now, as though she had not thought it worthwhile to waste it on just one onlooker, desired a larger audience. She flung the door open and stormed indignantly out. Her raised voice filled the corridor with angry remonstrance. "I won't be subjected to such an experience again. It's outrageous and inconsiderate. I wouldn't have agreed to come down here in the first place if I'd known that was what was wanted of me. It's an imposition." Butler clicked off the dictaphone in the adjoining room, straightened up with a lopsided mouth. "The lady doth protest too much, methinks," he murmured pensively. "She only got sore after she was outside in the hall, where she could be heard." He picked up a phone on the desk, said to the headquarters operator, "Get me the address of a Dr. Meredith, Bradley Meredith." It rang back shortly, and he jotted something down, said, "Thanks." He started to pick it up a second time, then thought better of it, put on his hat instead, and went out of the room. He had to travel a considerable distance uptown to reach his destination. The doctor's office turned out to be his home, too. He wasn't, judging by the appearance of the McKinley-era apartment building it was located in, prospering. That, reflected Butler, pushing the bell of the ground-floor rear flat, was nothing against a man these days. A young housewife opened the door after a wait of several minutes. Meredith couldn't even afford an office assistant, evidently. "Dr. Bradley Meredith?" "You just missed him," she said regretfully. "He was called away, stepped out only a minute or two before you got here. It was an emergency call, but I don't believe he'll be gone long. Would you care to come in and wait?" She motioned him into a forlorn little waiting room, snapped on a bleak light that didn't dress it up much. "Did you have an appointment?" she asked. "The doctor is without an assistant right now, and, sometimes things get a little mixed up." "I'm not a patient," he said, to ease her embarrassment. He didn't tell her he was from headquarters either, in order not to frighten her unnecessarily. "But as long as I'm here, I wonder if you could tell me whether he had a patient by the name of Jerome Swanson. I want to make sure I've come to the right man." "I'll look among the unpaid bills. That's the quickest way of finding out. Most of them are She didn't finish it, but she didn't have to. There must have been an awful lot of unpaid bills to wade through. It took her a good 5 or 10 minutes to riffle through them. Finally, she came out again, said, "Yes, there's a Jerome Swanson down among his patients. I can't find any record of his calls, though." She sniffed the air suspiciously. "Oh, the doctor's supper," she wailed. "Excuse me," and ran down a long inner hall to the back. Butler shook his head pityingly. This Meredith couldn't be anything but a square shooter, to let his patients get away with their bills the way he seemed to. He killed time thumbing through a number of 1935 magazines strewn about the waiting room. 15 minutes went by. Half an hour. Not once did the phone ring nor the doorbell. The little housewife ventured back again, finally, anxiously twisting her apron. "Didn't he come back yet? I can't understand it. He told me he'd be back in 5 or 10 minutes at the most. These are supposed to be his office hours, and I know he wouldn't stay out at this time of the day if he could possibly avoid it." Butler was beginning to have an uneasy feeling himself, that he couldn't understand, and at the same time couldn't quite shake off. "Was the call from one of his usual patients?" he asked her. "I don't believe so, or he would have mentioned the name to me. He simply said it was some woman whose child had swallowed something. It simply needed to be stood on its head and spanked. He took the call himself. I was in the back." "Where was he to go? Take a look, will you, and see if he jotted it down on his pad." She came back with it in her hand. "The pad's blank. He must have torn off the top leaf and stuffed it in his pocket, to make sure of not forgetting the address." The uneasy feeling was deepening in Butler minute by minute. "Let me have that pad a minute, just as it is. Can you get me a pinch of coal dust or soot of some kind from your kitchen? Any dark substance?" She came hurrying back with a little held in the hollow of a torn scrap of paper. He took it from her, sifted it over the top of the pad, then breathed on that very lightly, barely enough to clear it off again. It remained seamed in the indentations left by the doctor's pencil point pressing down on the leaf above. A gray tracery, faint but not too indistinguishable to be read, was the result. "Carpus," he said, squinting closely at it. 270 Hanson Road. That's a little far out, isn't it, for an emergency call to an unknown doctor? Does he use a car when he goes out on calls?" "Yes, it's not much of one, but it gets him there." "Then all the more reason why he should have been back by now. Let me have its license number." He got to his feet and started for the door. "I'm going out there myself and see what's what. If I miss him and he comes back while I'm gone, have him wait here for me. But," he felt like saying, "but something tells me he won't come back." But he didn't. She was badly enough frightened already without that. He flagged a cab, said, "Get me out to 270 Hanson Road and get me there fast. This is police business." They drew a motorcycle cop presently, by the rate at which they were bulleting along. But Butler changed him into an escort by a flash of his badge and a shout of explanation from the cab window. It was way out, in a half-built-up, weed-grown sector. "Somebody's handed you a bum steer, Governor," said the driver, tapering off uncertainly and pointing. Butler had already seen the vacancy sign tacked up on the door frame himself, and noted the decrepit condition of the place. "Yeah, it was a bum steer, all right," he said, "but it wasn't me it was handed to." The cop had circled and come back. "That place is vacant," he called out unnecessarily from the opposite side of the dirt-surfaced street. Butler got out and started through the ankle-high weeds toward the door. "I only wish it was," he hollered back. "Put in a call for me from the nearest box, then scout around until you dig up a second-hand car. Here's the license number. It ought to be around here somewhere, not very far away." He climbed the 2 creaky wooden steps of the frame place, tried the door. The knob promptly came off in his hand, and he was able to get the rest of it out of the way with one good swift kick. There was a man's huddled body lying just a couple of yards away from where he was standing, just far in enough to let the door swing past. Butler just nodded his head as he crouched down by him, turned him over on his back. The blood hadn't altogether coagulated yet from the 3 bullet wounds he counted. It had been so recently done. His instrument case was a little further on, where it had fallen from his hand. He noticed an ordinary watchman's oil lamp that had probably been appropriated from some street excavation, hanging from a nail on the wall. He tested the chimney with his knuckles, and the glass was still faintly warm, as though that, too, had only recently been in use. He went outside and inspected the vacancy sign. It wasn't nailed down fast, just punched on over a nail in the door frame. "So that's how it was worked," he murmured. "Took the sign down temporarily and let him see a glimmer of light coming from inside. Probably the woman who put in the call met him outside on the street somewhere and steered him in to distract his attention. He needed patience too bad, poor devil, to turn down anything that came his way. Someone must have been waiting for him right behind the door. Didn't even let him get down 2 steps inside the house. Took his car and ditched it somewhere afterwards." He went inside again, stood looking down the beam of his light at what had been Dr. Bradley Meredith. "Somebody hasn't been so clever about this," he said aloud, planting conviction where there wasn't even suspicion before. He was shown into Swanson's cell at the unholy hour of 3 that same night, or the following morning, rather. Swanson was a huddled cylinder, asleep under a gray blanket on the iron cot that was let down broadside from the wall like a slab on chains. "I'll call you back when I'm ready to go," he said, to get rid of the guard. The reclosing of the cell gate partly roused the sleeper. He stirred. Then, as he made out the detective's outline against the dim corridor light outside the bars, he shot upright on his shelf. "Who is it?" he gasped frightenedly. "Me," said the dick. "I want to talk to you. Keep your voice down. Here's something to smoke. Now, are you awake?" Swanson swung his legs down to the floor, crouched low over his own knees. "Yeah, I guess so." "If you're not, here's something that ought to do it. Your friend Doc Meredith was murdered early last evening." Swanson jolted ruler straight, then buckled over again, held his head. "Oh, now I am hooked," he groaned. "First my wife, now the doctor. They were the only 2 who could have proved. Now there's no one who'll believe me. I'll never get out of it now. I'm finished." "All right, quit wailing through your adenoids," Butler told him impatiently. "You're a lot better off than you were while Meredith was still alive." Swanson blinked at him stupidly in the cell twilight. "How do you mean? How could I be?" "What his murder has managed to do is start me to thinking there may be something to your story after all. It looks too much as though someone didn't want anyone to be able to clear you, now that you're conveniently under indictment and the wheels have something to feed on. What happened to Meredith may just be a coincidence. The fact remains that he was lured out on a fake call, that robbery wasn't the motive, and that he had no personal enemies of his own. The way he never pressed his patients to pay their bills is the best guarantee of that. Add to this the fact that his name was never spoken by you until this afternoon, to my knowledge, that it was mentioned only to one person, Ranger's widow. and that his murder followed within a few hours, and the coincidence becomes a little too wobbly for my liking. You stuck your neck out, the dick went on, and you're not going to be allowed to pull it in again, even if a second or third murder has to be piled on top of the original one. That's one line of reasoning we could take, just to see where it gets us. He stopped, thought it over. Yeah, that's our play. A second or a third murder. Given the same circumstances, if it comes through again, it's our payoff. He took a quick turn around the cell. That's what I looked you up at this ungodly hour for. Isn't there someone else who could go to bat for you like Meredith could have, if he had stayed alive enough? No one, said Swanson mournfully. Only the doc was up there that Wednesday night with us, and he's dead now. Butler didn't seem to be listening. How about a guy named... He stroked his chin thoughtfully as he went along. Lindquist, let's say. But I don't know anyone named Lindquist. I never did, exclaimed Swanson in surprise. Oh, yes, you do, he purred with slow emphasis. Now get this and see that you hang on to it tight. It's your only chance to keep from being railroaded into the hot seat or a bug house. Your last possible remaining alibi is a guy named Lindquist, a doctor like the other one was. Dr. Carl Lindquist, we'll call him. He also happens to be an old friend of yours as well. Swedish ancestry like you and all that. Now, Meredith called him in that Wednesday night of the murder in consultation, at you and your wife's urgent request because you wanted a second opinion on your boy. You're sure he'll remember the date, be able to vouch for you. He hasn't come forward until now because, you understand, he moved his practice out to St. Paul soon afterwards. Probably hasn't heard about the case. Does all his reading in Swedish language papers. You're sure a wire from you will bring him back again, though. Now, you tell all this to one of the other men in the department, any of them. Don't matter which. I'll arrange it so that you're given a chance to do your pleading in that same office in the next building where you were the last time. Plead to be allowed to send this wire for help. Here's what this Dr. Lindquist looks like. He's an elderly guy, sort of a country fogey. Doesn't know his way around so good. Got a big corporation and dresses sloppy in clothes that fit him like a tent. Wears thick lens glasses and a little white goatee on the end of his chin. Be sure to tell whichever dick you're talking to all that, whether he asks you or not. Now, have you got all that? I hope you have for your own sake, because you won't be seeing me around much from now on. Would you mind waiting in here a few moments? The detective who had ushered her in asked Mrs. Ranger politely. They'll be ready for you in the DA's office in just a minute or two. He drew out a chair for her. She sat down in it with a poor grace. You know, this is really becoming a nuisance. I don't mind cooperating all I can, but this is the third time I've been sent for by you people. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ranger, the detective said deferentially. I'm sure this is the last time you'll be troubled before the case goes to court. He moved toward the door. You don't mind if I ask you not to touch that little lever there on the table in front of you while you're in here. It's a dictaphone leading into the next room, where suspects are sometimes interviewed. I'm not supposed to bring anyone in here, but seeing it's you, Mrs. Ranger. She smiled faintly, mollified. He closed the door discreetly after him, and she could hear his heavy tread recede down the corridor outside. She reached out and snapped the lever defiantly, as if to say, just for that I will. A faint buzzing, like a fly trapped in a bottle, sounded. She picked up the headset and gingerly brought it around to the back of her head, careful not to disturb her modish hat. A gruff voice said in her ears, What do you want now, Swanson? You've been beefing all week long to be let in here to talk to me. All right, out with it. Mrs. Ranger changed her original intention of immediately discarding the headset, brought it in closer around the base of her skull. There's still one person who can tell you I was in my own flat that Wednesday night Ranger was killed. Please let me get in touch with him. That's all I ask you. Huh? Who is he?" "He's an old friend of my wife and mine, an old Swedish doctor named Carl Lindquist. He was up there that night. We asked Dr. Meredith to call him in consultation, just to make sure there was no mistake about the kid's condition. We've known Lindquist so long, we knew if he told us it must be true." "Yeah? Well, then why didn't you show up before now and speak up for you if he's such a good friend of yours?" "He went to St. Paul right after that. He probably hasn't heard about it out there. He only reads Swedish newspapers anyway. He's slow and kind of old-fashioned, you know. Dresses sloppy and baggy clothes, can't see so good anymore, wears thick glasses, and he's got a little white billy-goat beard stuck on the point of his chin. But I know that if he hears I'm in trouble, he'll take the first train east and do all he can to square me. He'll tell you. He'll be able to tell you that I was home minding my business that night. He even stayed on with us after Doc Meredith left, talking over ways in which I might be able to raise the money to help my youngster." All right, can the sob stuff. So what do you want us to do?" "Just let me send him a wire. That's all I ask." The heavy tread was returning along the corridor once more. Mrs. Ranger deftly replaced the headset on the table before her, pushed the lever down. The door opened, and the detective, who had originally shown her in, said, "They're ready for you at the DA's office now, Mrs. Ranger. Sorry you had to wait like this." "That's all right," she said vaguely, as though she were thinking of something else entirely. 125th Street. The conductor whined dolefully down the aisle of the lounge car from the vestibule entrance. The nearsighted old doctor with the white goatee and thick-lensed spectacles glanced up indifferently as the 20th century began to slow up, flush with the upper stories of the below-track-level Park Avenue tenements that marked its next-to-last stop, 125th Street. Then he resumed peering at the St. Paul Swedish newspaper he had been occupied with ever since he had got aboard, one stop before, at Harmon on the Hudson, where inbound trains halt to change from coal-burning to electricity-driven locomotives. The train came to a full halt. It seemed to linger a little longer than usual at this penultimate stop. Then a darky porter from one of the Pullmans appeared in the vestibule, pointed to the old doctor reading the Swedish newspaper. A well-dressed, heavy-set man in his late 30s pushed past him with a muttered "Thanks a lot," came on down the aisle, stopped opposite the reader's seat. He had to tap him on the shoulder to attract his attention. "Are you Dr. Carl Lindquist of St. Paul, Minnesota?" The old fossil peered at him over the tops of his glasses. "Yes, why, who are you?" The intruder tactfully lowered his voice so that it would not reach the others in the car. "I'm from police headquarters. I was sent to meet you at the train. Ask you to get off here with me instead of riding on down to Grand Central." The old Swedish doctor looked innocently apprehensive. "I am not under arrest, no?" The detective laughed outright at this. No, nothing like that. The DA would like to question you privately, that's all. I'm just delegated as sort of an escort to take you to him. By leaving the train here, there won't be any unwelcome publicity to your arrival, no nosy newspapermen to buck. I have an official car waiting for us downstairs. Better get your things. If you don't mind, they're holding up the train for us." "All right. I just assume," Lundquist said willingly. "I ache all over from riding on this train so long anyway." He struggled to his feet, pulled down a ponderous, battered-looking case from the rack overhead. The detective obligingly took it from him, started down the aisle with it, swaying from its weight. Lindquist waddled flat-footedly after him. As he passed the Pullman porter who had pointed him out to the official envoy, he slipped something into his hand, as though this service had been prearranged between them. He alighted on the station platform beside his escort. "Now, no offense," the headquarters man said, "but have you got some proof of your identity on you? Can you show me some credentials before we go any further? Your name and description tally, but still I don't want to show up with the wrong man. It might cost me my job." The doctor fumbled about his balloon-like clothes. "I ain't got much," he said, pursing his lips. "Just a couple of unpaid bills, maybe. Wait, here is the telegram from my friend that brought me back here." He stripped it out of the envelope, passed it to him. The detective unfolded it, read, Dr. Carl Lindquist, St. Paul, Minnesota. Please come quickly. Am in jail, accused of murder, and your evidence can clear me. Jerome Swanson. He nodded approvingly. That's fine. That's all that's necessary. He led the way down the station stairs to street level, still carrying the doctor's bag for him. The official car he had mentioned was standing several blocks away, inconspicuously parked under one of the granite arches of the elevated structure that carried the railroad. There was no official sticker or designation on its windshield, but this too might have been a precautionary measure to avoid attracting the newspaper publicity that the DA seemed to detest so. In any case, the shaggy old doctor was hardly the type who could be expected to notice a thing like that, unfamiliar as he was with the metropolitan police system. There was no one else waiting in it. The detective evidently intended to do his own driving. He shoved his protégé's bag in the back and got in under the wheel. "Sit in front with me, Doc," he suggested friendly. "Keep me company getting there. We've got quite a ride ahead of us." They started off. The detective made little attempt at conversation, in spite of what he said about wanting to be kept company. The doctor made even less. "Have a hard trip?" he asked his charge after a while. "It costs so much," lamented the doctor. "And I ain't doing so well out there, neither. If it wasn't that Swanson is an old friend of mine—" He wagged his head. "Nothing but trouble that poor fellow's had. How did he get mixed up in such a thing?" "Sorry," said the detective, pleasantly but firmly. "I'm under orders not to discuss the case with you beforehand, until you've been questioned." He switched back to their former topic, which seemed to interest him more. "So you're not so well off, eh, Doc?" he suggested understandingly. "Who is?" sighed Lindquist, folding his hands mournfully across his vibrating middle. "Ever think of going back to the old country, to try your hand at building up a practice there?" The detective went on, apparently at random. The pupils behind the doctor's bulgy lenses flicked sideways toward him, then back to center again. Then he showed postponed enthusiasm. Like Mrs. Ranger's anger at the time of her interview with Swanson, the timing was a little slow. But then maybe his mental processes weren't so quick on the trigger. "Yeah," he agreed vehemently. "Now you're talking. But you know what it costs to make the trip over there? Where would I get the money?" "I guess it does come high," said the man at the wheel, and the discussion was allowed to languish for the time being. They drew up finally before what, for a district attorney's residence, was a singularly isolated and poorly kept little bungalow, on a remote, wooded Northchester lane, far from all the main highways and any neighboring habitation. To make it even more uninviting, it was rapidly growing dusk. "In here?" said Lindquist, as the dick threw the car door open. "Yeah, get out," was the taut answer. The detective's hand slithered from the wheel down toward his own hip joint, as if he expected opposition. But Lindquist was evidently a trustful sort. He struggled acquiescently out without further ado. The detective followed him, again carrying his bag, and they went up toward the entrance together. The detective opened the door, motioned him through, closed it after them. He set the bag down, led him down the hall toward a room at the back. "Just wait in here," he said tersely. "He isn't here yet?" asked Lindquist. "No, he'll be here in a few minutes." He closed the door on him, left him in there alone. Lindquist moved toward the closed door with surprising agility and stealth for anyone so bulky, tried the knob. It was locked. That didn't seem to disturb him particularly. He touched his hip bone, then crouched, put one eye to the keyhole, tilting his glasses out of the way. The key blocked the hole effectively. He straightened, put his ear to the door seam instead. Voices came through from one of the other rooms nearby. One was a woman's, sharply recriminatory. "What you bring him here for? Now you'll only have to take him out with you again. Do it somewhere else." "I'm going to try it another way first," he heard the man who had met him at the train say. "I think I can fix it without having to do what we did last time." Lindquist was seated in a large wing chair at the far side of the room, patiently steepling his fingers together, when the lock clicked and the door reopened. The detective came back in alone, closed it behind him. "He didn't come yet?" asked the doctor ruefully. "Forget about him," said the Dick curtly. "Now, Dr. Lindquist, just what form is this evidence in that your friend Swanson is so confident will clear him? Documentary or just verbal?" "Partly one, partly the other. I got my little book here in which I keep my calls written with his name and the date and the hour. But mostly it should be enough I tell them I was with him the whole time that night. I never told a lie in my life." "Let me see the written stuff," said the Dick. Lindquist placidly fumbled, brought out a dog-eared memorandum book. The detective glanced at it, raised his eyes craftily. "This won't do him much good. It could have been written afterwards. It's not worth a damn. On the other hand, it could be worth a good deal. To you." "So?" said the doctor stupidly. "How would you like to go back to Sweden, all expenses paid, and stay there?" "Very much," Lindquist admitted stolidly. "Who would pay the expenses?" "I would." The other man took out a wallet, shuffled bills out of it, dealt them rapidly on the table before them like playing cards. $2,000, enough to set you up for life in Swensky money. Lindquist took it very matter-of-factly. Nothing seemed able to surprise him. "Thank you very much," he nodded. "So soon I see the DA, find out whether I can do anything for this poor fellow Swanson, I take the next boat to Stockholm, you bet." A single note of harsh, mirthless laughter rasped in the other man's throat. "No. You take the next boat to Stockholm, you bet, right away, without going near the DA or Swanson or anyone else. That's what the whole proposition is. You also leave this little appointment book of yours with me, and keep your mouth closed over on the other side." Lindquist seemed to ponder the matter, took his time about answering. "But then if I don't go and tell them what I know, Swanson might get the chair. And he's an old friend of mine." He looked up finally. "No, I can't do it that way," he said imperturbably. "If I got to do without going back to Sweden, all right, I got to. But I couldn't turn my back on an innocent man." "Is that your final answer?" "Yes. I only give one answer, never two to anything." "I told you so," a voice said stridently from the doorway. A woman came slowly forward into the room. She was blonde and might have been pretty ordinarily, but her face wasn't pretty just then. "Now you see? You'll have to." "I'm going to, don't worry," he said softly out the corner of his mouth. "Just take it easy, will you? This place is in my name." He addressed Lindquist. "All right, Doc, let's forget the whole thing. Come on, get your bag. I'll drive you back to town again, drop you off at a hotel. You better come too, Rose." Lindquist, whom nothing seemed to surprise, went with them out into the hall, picked up his heavy bag, and carried it out to the doorstep. The woman came out on one side of him, her two hands thrust into a small barrel muff now, the man on the other. "You sit in front next to me like before," the detective said dryly. "I put my bag in the back, yeah?" the doctor said, and waddled over with it. He heaved it in, set it on the floor, fingered its latches and straps carefully, as if to make sure it was securely fastened. Then he climbed in next to the detective. The woman got into the back from the opposite side of the car. They started off, but instead of turning and going back the way they had come previously, they continued on up country, in the same direction as before. "This is far enough, Alan," the woman remarked finally. "No use taking all night." Reeling and scraping to a stop, the car turned off abruptly into an opening between the trees, climbing over half-hidden roots and spewing up dead leaves. The man at the wheel braked with a grim sound of finality, and there was a moment's breathless silence after the car's racket. Lindquist's voice broke it in calm interrogation. "Why are you stopping here? What are you going to do here?" "Get out, you cold-blooded Swede, you'll find out. I don't want my car all messed up when I shoot you full of holes." Nothing seemed able to get a rise out of the doctor. "But why are you going to shoot me? I never saw you before until you met my train this afternoon." "Just to make sure you don't horn into that Swanson case." The doctor was evidently the type of man who becomes garrulous during crises. "But why don't you want me to help Swanson? What have you got against him?" The man next to him had unleashed a gun. "Because he's the guy that's taken the rap for us, and we want to make sure he takes it." "Oh, so that's what you did to Dr. Meredith, too." The doctor's voice suddenly lost its Swedish accent. "So you know that, do you?" The man's face contorted violently. "Well, we'll see that it doesn't go any further." "Will you get him out and finish him?" the woman screeched wildly, standing up in back of them. She swung the small pistol she had been carrying in her muff, backhand, brought it down butt first toward his skull. But out of the corner of his eye he had seen the blow coming. He swerved his head aside, and the reversed butt chopped down past his shoulder. He caught the butt with both hands, dragged it forward, twisted it around, her hand still pinned to it, into the other man's face. "Now just drop that gun, Cochran, or I'll blow your pretty Greek nose off. If there's going to be any shooting in this car, I'll do it." The woman had the more courage of the two, the courage of despair. Dragged half across the top of the front seat, unable to extricate her own hand from the gun because of the intended victim's stranglehold on it, she urged breathlessly, "Shoot him, Alan. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. He's some kind of a dick. Can't you see it's either him or us?" Butler, alias Dr. Lindquist, who could see Cochran nerving himself to pull the trigger even in the face of the bore pointed straight at his own face, fired first, tilting it a little to avoid killing him if possible. It tore a long crease up Cochran's scalp. The heavier weapon he was holding thundered out by reflex finger action, harmlessly puncturing one of the air bladders Butler wore under his balloonish Lindquist clothes. Cochran fell over backwards across the front seat, with his head hanging down over the rim of the door, baying with the pain of the burning track across the top of his skull. Butler, who was momentarily in danger of losing his eyesight from Mrs. Ranger's flailing left hand, swung a pulled but powerful fist straight under her jaw as the easiest solution, and knocked her limp and passive across the back seat. "You're too damn vivacious for a recently bereaved widow," the detective grunted. He detached the thick-lensed glasses, which were hanging from one ear by now, blew out his breath, leaned across the back of the seat, and switched off a little unobtrusive lever protruding from his bag. "It's got about everything on it I need now," he remarked to the writhing Cochran. "They won't care to listen to how loud you can howl just from a little nick in your dome." He straightened him up by the shoulder. "So you were his friend, his business partner. I suppose you dipped into his money and the firm's assets, played his wife, and then took the easiest way out of both predicaments. Came out and met her a block or two away from the house that night, instead of waiting for her in town. Slipped inside and gave it to him. Then the two of you calmly went into the theater and pretended to phone him to see how he was. Well, that'll all come out at the end of a garden hose. Now hold your little handy up and pull your cuff back out of the way. I've got something for you." "Is the paper going to bring charges against me for defrauding them?" Swanson asked apprehensively, when he had been changed from the central figure of an impending murder trial to merely a second-string witness. "Probably not," Butler assured dryly. "From what I know about papers, the sooner the public at large forgets the little transaction, the better they'll like it. And the only reason all of us down here at headquarters don't take turns giving you a good swift kick in the pants is because, in a way, you really helped to break this case for us. If you hadn't plumped yourself down in the middle of it and made them show their hands a couple of times more, it might still be unsolved. You better take my advice and don't try anything like that again. Go out to your motherless kid in Arizona. He needs you. Leave crimes alone that don't belong to you. There's enough going around that have lost their rightful owners as it is." "I'll go," Swanson said.